hindsight, you probably would have preferred to keep it and lose the Incineroar in that trade-off, but that's not how it played out. Lots to think about, but huge credit to Cole there for managing a really difficult situation in that end game.
And especially to talk about.
Okay, so Cole won that one, so
game, but it just
the boy has to win too. Got it.
Sure, in that mid-game and even early,
that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, I just barely made it in time to catch this match. Go figure.
In return, it just kind of
I need to what?
For a moment, but just that one last
I need
one that
to
never hit the field, never took damage. That is more than enough to take that end game. Was just so
interact.
impressive.
There we go. Now I can actually see the damn thing. Cool, 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 cool. Damn it, saying that. No. Wait, is that what he... I don't know. Whatever.
Just a little bit faster. The opportunity just wasn't there. So are we going to pick up the pace a little bit going into game number 2 for Wolf to try and equalize? That is going to be the big question here as we get into game number 2 and get a chance to eye up our leads. Floet and Garchomp coming out for Go, and on the opposing end,
all right, come on, Wolfie.
Yeah, telegraphed like
you brought this shit. Let's see it happen.
Leads, but mixed up here from Wolf, and I think the one thing you probably want to do is try and not allow this Charizard to take as much damage as it did when Cole didn't fall for that wide guard in game 1. If you can get this Charizard into better positions later in this game, it's probably going to have a bit more of an impact.
Who had wide guard?
Here is very good.
Oh, it must have been Toxapex, right.
Fake out now to prevent a threat of Rock Slide.
Well, he didn't make the same mistake that he did last time, so that's good.
Leverage your Charizard.
Because last tournament he was in, he just brought the exact same team like twice in a row.
And that's, I think, what Wolf needs to try and do in this opportunity. Is Cole going to allow the Garchomp to be an easy target here? We'll have to wait and see, but Incineroar switching straight out.
Incineroar is out. You already got that Intimidate. We'll bring something in that's a little bit more bulky, as of course Mega Evolution will hit the field. Mega Floet from Code to just deal as much damage as possible, because of course you don't want to be a sitting duck in this match either. Now we'll have to see where it's targeted into. No Mega Evolution for Wolf quite yet. Instead, Charizard just with a Protect. So we won't see the sun quite yet. A little bit of preservation on your weather. Rock Slide coming out. No damage into that. Just
I wonder why it's conserving the weather.
Where did the Floet target down into to get some damage into the Protect?
Yeah, wants
good.
To really go after that Charizard when the opportunity was there. Smart play from Wolf, not even Mega Evolving here, so preserving that for the right time to get the sun onto the field. Now that Toxapex is spreading the line guard again, it's a quick go for this turn. It puts Cole on those spread attacks.
Lord Robert in the Kingdom
is going to be active, it is there.
I don't know who that is.
Earlier is -1, so it isn't going to be hitting as hard. The Charizard probably in that
oh, it's him.
Where it doesn't want to contend with a double up. So you've got a nice switch in to Incineroar here to drop another Intimidate onto that Garchomp. Then you have the fake out, and if the opportunity arises, you can get the infestation early onto that Floet and put the timer on it to start removing and trying to get rid of it as quick as possible.
It'll be turn number 2 where we get to see the Mega Evolution come out, so a little bit more of a spoiler of what's to come as Charizard will look to go on the offensive. Mega Evolution, of course, bringing about the sun so these Heat Waves can do as much damage as possible. But Go, not wanting to take any damage onto this Floet, will Protect. Dragon Claw the first up. Intimidate paying off well. It'll be Weather Ball instead. Floet is the target. That is the threat. And nothing will happen to it this turn.
Really good Protect there from Cole to get that useful Dragon Claw damage. You can see how valuable that Intimidate was. Charizard taking it very comfortably here. And like we said, Cole not wanting to go for that Rock Slide because of the wide guard threat, but just going and getting really no value from that turn. Not ideal. But that Floet target is open this time around. Could you maybe go for a wide guard, expecting the Garchomp to say, well, you think I'm not going to Rock Slide, but actually I am. So just to cover bases here.
No!
Toxapex here, keep that
you cannot have the straw. Bullshit.
Weather Ball into that slot, especially if you catch something on a switch.
And if it's going to be a Weather Ball, that will be a lot of damage into King Gambit. So really counting on the Charizard to protect. But
get you to leave me alone. Go, take it.
King Gambit gets in safely. Rock Slide, of course. Charizard would have been threatened if it did want to go on the offensive, but Toxapex will be taking that little bit of chip damage. Will we get the flinch though? No. Instead, Infestation.
My cat's favorite toy is straws.
King Gambit down.
Yeah, it's a really nice trap there, making the King Gambit a pretty easy target this next turn. You do have to contend with the Sucker Punch from this King Gambit, and that combined with the Dragon Claw Rock Slide from the Garchomp will do significant damage to the already.
Charizard's still pretty good health.
Charizard, so it's not going to be as free.
I'm not even sure what damage it took.
Do you maybe switch things up now, try and get the High Dragon onto the field? There is the worry, though, that Cole could just go for Dragon Claw there. So you're in the position where you can remove this King Gambit. We already talked at the top of the show, this Gambit doesn't have Protect. So it's an easy target to go for, especially when it's on the field, it's trapped. And then you could leverage this Toxapex to maybe go for the Infestation into that Garchomp, trap that also on the field.
Citrus.
And then you could cycle those Intimidates a little bit later, get some value out of your Charizard now when the opportunity is there.
Well, Charizard, we're not looking for that opportunity. We do not want to contend with the hits. Incineroar instead coming out onto the field.
He earthquaked.
Things can get a little bit risky because, of course, with that Intimidate, you get the Defiant onto that King Gambit. Dragon Claw.
Wait, why did he celebrate?
Incineroar and low.
Oh.
Not enough for the KO, but so much damage.
Yes, I am, Alex.
Yeah, really good call there from Cole to try and get them back into a position that's a bit more preferable where they were threatened so heavily from the Charizard. A nice Intimidate again onto the Garchomp to weaken that even further in the Toxic there. We'll just put it on a timer now. But this King Gambit in a spot where it is threatened this next turn because you've got that wide guard support from the Toxapex to protect the Incineroar from the Earthquake, the Rock Slide, and you've got a Flare Blitz. And it's boosted by the Sun that you can go for into that King Gambit and just remove that with the Incineroar. So
if
nice
you brought Floette, it's probably Bascu in the back.
Charizard still protected, and that Garchomp, all the time it's staying on the field, it is not resetting those drops. And we saw how less of an impact it had in that late game in game 1. So it's the same sort
I mean, his biggest fear is the Garchomp at this point, right? Toxapex and Charizard can handle most of that team. Well, maybe not if it's the Bascu in the back.
Just have that consistent damage.
Wow, he actually just went for the Sucker Punch. He probably went for Dragon Claw too, yeah.
Number 1, Dragon Claw Sucker Punch. The double up is enough, and Incineroar goes down. So no Fake Out, no Flare Blitz potential onto the turn.
But we are not letting Garchomp out, okay?
More and more damage as Infestation also going to be stacking up going on forward.
But now what do we do?
So slowly but surely try to chip away through Wolf's team.
Yeah, really smart play from Cole to say, okay, well, I am threatened by that Flare that we talked about. Just getting some last ditch damage off, and the double up there enough to take down that Incineroar because of that low kick on the switch in. But now I don't mind the trade where you're saying, okay, well, if you get the Incineroar, don't get the King Gambit, I'm going to trap your Garchomp for the cost of that. And now we talked about those drops and how less of an impact it's had. Now, neither of these Pokemon...
Does Hydreigon have Flamethrower?
Hydreigon comes onto the field.
Or Hydreigon, I guess.
Where it can start getting...
I guess it makes sense that it's Hydreigon, but like it looks like Hydreigon.
Got to get some momentum.
Or maybe he's just so British that it sounds like he said Hydreigon, but he really said Hydreigon.
Evening up the score so that Charizard's in a better position
I don't know.
game with the Hydreigon, hopefully.
I'm very tired.
Close things up and take us to game 3.
That's where we saw game 1 falter a little bit, where the mid game seemed so strong, but just not being able to get through Coach team fast enough with all of that passive damage over time. So Hydreigon, something that's definitely a lot more powerful. But again, with this Choice Scarf, what do you lock into right now? Earth Power surely gets...
Thanks for the clarification, Alex.
Probably the bigger threat is that low kick as well.
I really appreciate it.
It's hard, right? So you want to make sure you get rid of that threat. The Garchomp's weakened by those Intimidates, so it's probably not in the worst place.
I know it's spelled Hydreigon, but he said Hydreigon, and also it's a dragon, so it could be a Drake. It could be Hydreigon. I don't know.
Yeah, so King Gambit is gone. And of course, with Wyguard, no Rock Slide, but it will just be a Dragon Claw into the Toxapex instead.
Toxicroak did not give a fuck about that.
Damage into this, because of course, if we're looking
What did we do?
at
Heat Wave? I missed it.
Want to make sure you have that little bit of damage in case.
I mean, it had to have been Heat Wave, right?
It could be close.
Yeah,
That's the only thing I can think of that takes out, or Flamethrower, but I don't know if he's running Flamethrower.
And preserve that Hydreigon to deal with that Bastion Legion. Because it feels like Cole's probably went with a similar game plan to that game 1, but you can't allow yourself to be in a position where that Last Respect is active against your Toxapex's win condition, because we know the damage there. It's not going to be enough to get you over the line. The Hydreigon, though, on the other hand, is
So it is Hydreigon, like I was saying.
Deal with this Garchomp. You've done a really good job so far of trapping it in, getting that Toxic timer on it. Now, the next task is get this Hydreigon out of harm's way. So threatened by this Floette, you've got no impact really offensively with this Earth Power. You need to just...
Oh, he Earth Powered, okay.
Hope we can get through one turn against this Garchomp that has been weakened through the Floette as well, and use and leverage his Toxapex to deal and start the timer ticking down on this Floette.
And this is where things get scary, because in game 1, Floette had taken quite a considerable amount of damage early on, but at full health now is so much more threatening. Hydreigon locked into the Earth Power is not...
I really don't want Wolf to lose this.
But we're going to go for it. This could be so dangerous, because now if this is a Floette that targets down into that Hydreigon,
So he wasn't. He was covering 4, and then Moonblast. Yeah, he doubled up. He covered for it. Hydreigon, not Dragon, not Dragon, Dragon. Oh, Hydreigon. Okay, got it. For now. Fuck, is Wolfie getting knocked out here?
It's gone, but the Charizard's still in the back, and it can come in. And now with the chip onto the Garchomp, there is a potential where you could potentially pick it up with a Heat Wave. And depending on how much this takes this Floyd down by, it's going to be very close. Where
I mean, he gets a double protect turn coming up.
And kind of clear these 2 Pokemon up, and then
I think Toxic actually gets the KO on the Garchomp. The Toxic and the Infestation combined.
And if you're really worried here with the Charizard, you just protect it and maybe go.
Hang on, how much damage did that Toxic do? I didn't get to see. I think it did like 50, didn't it? Which means it does 100 now. I think the Toxic and the Infestation kills Garchomp this turn. But if he goes for a double protect, then Floette gets to Calm Mind, but Floette doesn't really have time to Calm Mind either. So it's like, ugh.
I mean, we got 5 turns to work with if we need to get that Sun up as Charizard hitting the field brings it. New bout of that Sunshine around. Of course, these Pokemon have taken some damage, and even if the Garchomp isn't so low, you still don't want to be taking a Rock Slide, and you should be so careful if you look at that preservation, because yeah, the Garchomp definitely, that timer should be up. But it's still a little bit more staying power. So sure enough, protect on to this Charizard. You cannot risk anything at this point in the game. The Toxapex also will protect.
Yeah, it's probably a smart bin for Bunker here. You could go for the Infestation, but why risk taking any extra damage than you need to, right? Light of Ruin being the choice as well from that floor into the Charizard, so not wanting to take that.
Okay, so I think Garchomp goes down here.
And a smart one, because now that Garchomp, which was once is now removed. It's kind of like a pseudo perish, this Toxic and Infestation combination, but a really effective one as well. Now this Floor takes a bit more additional damage. It is going to be in range of a Heat Wave, but the big important thing here, if it is the Basculegion, it has one more partnering Pokemon than it did the last time around, which could give that Toxapex a little bit more leverage here, where it can take.
It is the Bascu, okay.
Last respect, and put it in a position.
But can Charizard survive?
This Pokemon as well. You've got the threat of the Solar Beam now, which Wolf didn't have in that game.
That is true.
Yeah, so it comes down to Charizard.
And it is
still just a threat in this, but the Basculegion does, of course.
It's Mystic Water. But Charizard should be faster than Bascu. Yeah, wow, actually, he's in trouble.
Aqua Jet, but still, you have to be so careful. You can't let this Basculegion get a hit for free.
Yeah, and that's what I would worry about. I think the Light of Ruin, the Aqua Jet combination into the Charizard, will that be enough? Are you allowed to get it off? But here we go, we're going to see the Weather Ball here the floor. Now that will drop. But now you're powering up that Last Respect. We saw the damage.
Yeah, also true.
If this is Last Respect into the Toxapex, it will be enough.
Or even into the Charizard, also enough. So now Charizard goes down. Only one Pokemon for both of these trainers. Of course, Toxic into the Basculegion to start dealing that damage. But this is going to be fully boosted up Last Respects. Last time we got to see how much damage it did, which was enough. Toxapex with these leftovers now will be back essentially to full. So I have to see this go around if Last Respects is enough.
Yeah, I think it will be. The Toxapex has taken a little bit. It's not full health yet, but it's around the same health as it was at Last Respects in the previous game, so it feels like it probably will. But bin for Bunker.
Make sure that you can get up to maximum health, and that the Last Respects has to be that one-hit KO as Protect past this turn. You get the
I don't know if he should have gone for Floette back there, man. I feel like he should have Solar Beamed the Bascu.
So if this isn't enough, you can still try and hit this 1v1.
Because we know Charizard's faster than Bascu and Floette. So if you Solar Beam and Toxic the Bascu, that same turn. Oh! Oh wait, but there's, I mean, what he has to get what, 2 Baneful Bunkers?
And you have a Toxapex that can protect on this next turn.
Yeah, you called it, Sierra. Needed that just few extra HP points there with that leftovers recovery to get.
Does that? Wait a minute. Where are we?
Have you got the ability?
This. Wait. No. Hang on.
Remaining health on this Basculegion is around 50% right now. Probably feels like 2 ticks of that Toxic and the Infestation to get it.
Oh man. Yeah.
Stacks up. Baneful Bunker.
He's got to get 2 Banefuls in a row. He has to get the 30% or the 50%. I don't remember which one it is.
we have the Infestation, we have the Toxic. We'll have to see how much it brings it down to, but I think we're fishing for the double. That's going to be the first one. Infestation, not enough. We have to go ahead and hit the double protect.
It's all about this baneful bunker. Will it?
Oh, God, we're down to literally a coin flip.
It's a 1 in 3 chance clicking this baneful
Not a
bunker
coin flip, it's a
to stay
33.3%
protected
chance.
through this turn and have the Basque Legion go down. Or if you fail, Basque Legion gets the hit, secures the win. He gets the double.
Let's go, game 3! Incredible.
But he just can't get it done. Basque Legion
Incredible. I mean, we were running on less than a coin toss there, but like, considering he also misplayed.
Wow, what an end to the game there. You needed that double baneful bunker, and he gets it, locks it in, taking us to a game 3. It's what we want,
Woo!
and we're gonna get
Come on,
it.
Wolfie.
That was incredible. I mean, Toxapex, easy MVP. I mean, there's the survival, being able to have that leftovers recovery each of those turns, and I mean, even just that baneful bunker for that 5 extra HP at the end, that 5 HP that you survived off of with the last respect, and it comes down to the double protect. I mean, 1 in 3, the odds aren't great, but hey, if the odds are there, there's always a possibility. What a crazy end game.
Yeah, I'm glad you called it, Sierra. I think you said, you know, going for the baneful bunker to ensure that you've got maximum HP as possible. It felt like in that scenario, you were very close to it, right? 5 hit points away from max, but that 5 hit points was all the difference, right? So going for it, knowing the calcs, knowing it's probably a roll here, right? And every bit of HP matters, and then putting yourself in a position where you can close this out and getting that second baneful bunker, making all the difference.
Wolf
there.
got
And you
so
can see
lucky in that battle.
of that toxic, that infestation trap there. But you mentioned in game 1, very telegraphed from Core. I feel very telegraphed from Wolf as well.
I mean, telegraph, but that was still a match that was on the wire. You had to make sure that last respect wasn't the KO, and maybe it was a roll, right? Maybe it could have had been a KO, and you hit the 1 in 3 for that baneful bunker. So that was not an easy game. That didn't feel secure. That there's a lot of things that could have gone wrong. So now, if you're Wolf, knowing how tight that end game was, you switch it up going into game 3, because those are variables that I don't think you can rely on in a all-decisive match.
No, definitely not. I think you don't want to. Your progressing undefeated record does not want to hinge on you landing 2 baneful bunkers in a row. I think you've got to have a little bit of a better way.
Well, think Wolf is both of them right now. I mean, you can see he's 9-0 at NAIC, which is crazy with fucking just that team. Like 3 of them are very standard sets, like the Incineroar, the Charizard, the Sneasler. But Hydreigon, Mamoswine, and Toxapex, I love Toxapex. Toxapex is like the ultimate identity of the archetype I love, but I'm never good enough to use correctly. I've been convinced that Toxic in doubles is bad. So like,
yeah, same leads as game 2 here, dropping that Intimidate onto the Garchomp. It's not going to be hitting as hard. You've got that active Fake Out to stop it moving this turn and allow the Charizard a bit of freedom if it wants to. We saw the Protect in game 2. Does Wolf change it up here, get that immediate damage onto the field when you've got that Fake Out support next to you? It might be very useful to do that, especially knowing that the blowout was a lot healthier in the end game in game 2, and it would have been easier to deal with maybe if it had taken some initial damage already.
Going on into this team, again, it kind of seems that we're just not getting through these Pokemon fast enough. So if you can get a really powerful hit to be starting off this match, that can just be so crucial. Of course, this Garchomp, it has been something that hasn't been able to have the most impact in the later stages of the game with those Intimidates that has been stacking up. So could have maybe gone for a swap, but instead sticking in, do some damage now. But it seems like Wolf has the same idea. No swaps. It'll be Charizard with that Mega Evolution. Sun is out. Is this going to be a Heat Wave to deal some damage onto both, or a Weather Ball? We'll find out after this Mega Evolution is flow. It also Mega Evolves.
Yeah, I'd be more inclined to say that Charizard's going to protect here because it didn't Mega Evolve in game 2, but it has here. Is it getting ready to throw out a big Weather Ball, a Heat Wave onto this side of the field? There's the Fake Out.
Fake Out, stop the Garchomp in its tracks. Make sure it's not going to be able to do anything.
okay, now what does Charizard do? Weather Ball in the... Oh, he didn't protect.
Deal some damage right away into the bring it down to a third of its health. But of course, gets a hit in response, and Moonblast into into that Charizard.
Man, he really needs Charizard for the Bascu. He's got to get that Solar Beam in the sun. I mean, he won by the skin of his teeth. Well, okay, so he won because dude got the low kick into, like, the low kick switch call, right? But, I don't, like, I guess he, oof.
But they might have changed things up. Now you're going to have that position where Charizard probably wants to protect against the Garchomp threat, so you might see that Incineroar switch out to the Toxapex, get itself onto the field, but a super swift change up here from Cole.
Whimsicott instead, so Garchomp is off the field. Whimsicott comes out. Toxapex also going to go ahead and switch, but that game 3 adjustment, how does Whimsicott change its dynamic?
Does have Encore, so it can be a real problem for this Toxapex if it wants to start laying toxics, if it wants to start changing its moves, or if it wants to go for that support line with the wide guard here. Will and has the potential to be locked into any one of those attacks, so you have to be careful with it. You can't keep it on the field as easy. You also have Tailwind. It's something that Core has had under their belt that is going to give them a bit more.
Oh, I was like, I could not see Floette. I'm looking on screen like, did Floette get knocked out? What happened?
The threats on Wolf's side and start really being a bit more impactful from your end.
Well, even the right here, right now, Whimsicott switching in. Charizard protected to make sure that it didn't take damage on that last turn. So that Encore threat is very imminent, right? You have to worry that if Charizard is going to get locked down, do you make the switch now? But that's also going to be a Pokemon on a switch in that can take so much damage from that Floette.
Yeah, and it's likely if Wolf has kept the same forwards, you know, you're going to have to bring in the Incineroar. You can't bring in Hydreigon in front of 2 Fairy types. So it does make it a bit easier for Cole to maybe pick off and get some
Incin comes out.
damage here. Light Ring could be something that you utilize into this.
Double Fairies is so rough.
So Encore, Incineroar.
Okay.
Charizard isn't locked in, but of course, damage is the name of the game. And a lot into that Incineroar. Of course, it will get some recovery with the Citrus Berry, but sitting at less than half damage. That was the main way of dealing
Oh,
with
she's
the
going
Garchomp
nowhere.
damage. That one hurts, but Floette is definitely going to be on a timer, and even more so now, thanks to that infestation.
Yeah, really nice infestation there because you're trapping it on, you're putting it on a timer. It's already taken that weather ball damage, and it's a matter of time before Floette will fall. Now you've got that active fake out. You can go into the Floette this turn, prevent any big damage from that Pokemon in particular, and then try and get the infestation onto the Whimsicott as well. And then you're dealing with these Pokemon a little bit better, and Toxapex isn't immediately threatened from either of these. The on-call threat onto the Toxapex, do you mind if it locks you into infestation? Probably not right now. And also, do you leave the Whimsicott in a vulnerable position where its Sash could be broken pretty easily from a fake out and it's not able to support this Floette? But I think the more immediate threat is that Floette. That's where the target of that fake out is probably coming. But you've taken a lot of damage. You've got the Fairy Aura boost as well to consider from the Moonblast from the Whimsicott. So you can't really expect Incineroar to just sit here and take nothing. There is the trade that you could maybe take with that Incineroar Moonblast from that Whimsicott.
I mean, Fake Out called it. You cannot let this Floette get a good attack off. The Whimsicott will also go on the offensive very or with the Moonblast.
Both survive.
Enough to take care of this Incineroar. Incineroar sticks around for one more turn, and Infestation is also going to be hitting into the Whimsicott. So that damage will be stacking up, and it also
Can you swap out with Infestation?
Yeah, we're going to see the Floette go down to this Infestation chip here, and the Sash broken on the Whimsicott going to be easier to deal with now. It's going to be susceptible to going down to anything that Charizard
Okay.
out, once it does come back onto the field.
Okay, wait, Wolf is like really in this right now. Hang on.
You're gonna get knocked
Like
out
the
by
only
anything.
threats, I mean, okay, his whole team's a threat, right? We still have Garchomp and Bascu Legion to deal with.
By bringing the Whimsicott as well, you'll not brought one of those 2 threats in Kingambit or the Bascu
The only thing
Legion.
you can do with Bascu Legion is just be ahead and take advantage of the fact that it can't double like attack both Pokemon.
That makes things a little bit easier. Garchomp now entering the fray, can't utilize those spread attacks as easy because you've got that immediate support from the wide guard here. Do you use it now to try and reposition the Incineroar? Do you let it go down for something to come in a little bit freer the next turn?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the amount of damage this Incineroar has taken, I mean, you can just fire off a Dragon Claw into it to make sure you can just pick up this KO sooner rather than later if you anticipate the Toxapex is just
He might
go
just
ahead
do that.
and hit that wide guard, right? But then if you're worried about the Garchomp and kind of stopping it in his track, there is the opportunity as well for Whimsicott to start dealing some of that damage, which Whimsicott he can take care of the Incineroar and try and get a VP hit into that Toxapex.
Yeah, that is very true. Gonna say the Toxapex just switch out.
Okay, so yeah, Infestation does go away when you switch.
It doesn't. Hydreigon coming out instead. This one can be dangerous. You're sitting across from a very
Woo!
nice dragon type, but on course, smart little swap. Dragon Claw could have been
Just gonna take the free switch from Incin.
3v3
3v3 scary, man. That Basque Legion in the back.
But calling so well how Ko was going to be playing out this turn means Hydreigon gets in safely and has so much pressure into that Garchomp, and the Charizard made so much into that Whimsicott.
Yeah, and this is a nice spot for the Hydreigon because you instantly pressure the knockout onto the Garchomp, but you are going to have to take a trade because this Whimsicott will probably likely pick up the Hydreigon. But are you all right with that with Wolf? Because if you take down the Garchomp, the Charizard's kind of protected, right, from anything the Garchomp threatens you with, and you take down the Whimsicott that threatens your Hydreigon, and then you're left with Cole's last Pokemon, which is likely the Basque Legion, and then you've got the Charizard in the sun that's just set up with that active Solar Beam once again.
I mean, something we look at too is maybe just switch up of the speed and Whimsicott go ahead and speed for the Garchomp to maybe not be quite as threatened. But Hydreigon feeling a little bit of that pressure. Will the swap Toxapex comes back out onto the field.
Tailwind, Dragon Claw into Hydreigon probably.
Across two speedy Pokemon, you want to make sure your Garchomp can get a hit in. Well, it can.
Oh!
It will be that rock slide. Charizard goes down.
That's
Yeah,
it.
That's a really clever rock slide there from Cole, not getting sucked into using the Dragon Claw that might not be picking up those knockouts, and then really getting the reward from the player that you mentioned, the Tailwind. It was immediate there.
That's it.
Garchomp ahead out of harm's way. And
There's no way out of this position, right?
This Hydreigon in a lot of trouble now. The Tailwind's there. It's an easy Moonblast.
Ah, that sucks. Yeah, that was a good rock slide though, for sure.
To be able to deal with 3 remaining Pokemon on Cole's side.
Toxapex, it barely got the victory up against 2, right? Toxapex can do so much, but it just doesn't have that same staying power we got to see before. These Pokemon are not toxic, they're not infestation, you're not getting that damage over time. And it's looking like it's gonna have to fight this match all by itself. The first hit, Hydreigon has no staying power up against this Moonblast. It is all down.
Like, this is just over, right? Because we know that it can't even, yeah. You're 9-1, Wolfie.
But I just don't think that there's enough that this thing can do.
No, and I think you're in that position now. If you are Cole, where you can just continue.
I'm also surprised he's not running Sinistea to keep Toxapex alive.
So you're pretty free to go for that if you don't suspect a wide guard to come out, and even to prevent the wide guard, you can encore it now into the Toxic and just have that free Earthquake to close this game up at this cost of your Whimsicott. But that's fine because it closes the matchup and makes your run still undefeated in this tournament. Really looking difficult here for Wolf.
All right, protect for the Garchomp. Already taking some damage, don't want any more, and Encore to lock this Toxapex down even more. So making sure that Toxapex, I mean, it is locked into this Toxic, right? And once you Toxic Pokemon, you can't further Toxic them. Garchomp stays safe, and yeah, you don't have those alternating protects to get recovery back.
No, and that's the problem, I think. You want that Baneful Bunker, you want to take as much time to get those recovery turns in as possible, but not going to be allowed that year. And like we talked about with that Dragon Claw, that's doing good, consistent damage, or you've got the immediate threat of the Earthquake here, which combined with the Moonblast might just be enough onto this single target Toxapex.
Moonblast brings it down to about half of its health, thanks to that critical hit. And now, this Earthquake, Garchomp will hit everything on the field. Toxapex does stick around, but his days certainly numbered within this one.
Yeah, and like you've said, Sierra, because it can't go for the protected between turns to make use of these Toxics, it is just a sitting target now. Able to take that Earthquake pretty well as a consolation prize, but consolation prize is not going to be enough.
Ko made some really good reads, though.
So well,
dropping that rock slide with Charizard switching in.
With that Whimsicott, it has been the game changer for them in this match, and really making it difficult for Wolf to get any momentum in this game 3.
And now Toxapex, 25 HP. It is locked into only Toxic. Garchomp only 1 hit away from being able to close this one out. Whimsicott first. It'll be that Moonblast. Not enough, but the follow-up from this Garchomp will be good to finally put this Toxapex to rest one and for all. And it's going to be Ko Sukide to remain undefeated here in New Orleans. A world champion matchup, a game that goes all 3 sets. 10-0. Ko, he looks unstoppable.
Yeah, he looks in such good form, and I mean, it was very close to go to a game 3 anyway. But yeah, incredibly well done.
Okay, let's check on our boy. Let's see if Azoria's still in it.
Such a high level against such a high trainer and Wolf, and continuing their streak with that 10-0. But what an adjustment going into Game 3. What a difference that Whimsicott made, saying, okay, well, the King Gambit has been all right.
I'm scared.
It hasn't given me much value, whereas that immediate ability to get the tailwind up and really disrupt with on-call was vital in that game. And
he's still 8. Wait, he's 8-2. He's 8-2. He's still in it. He's still in it. And he's got 24 points.
You feel would be freed up. It would have a lot easier time to close things up. But
as opposed to 21, which I believe it's no. Those are 7-3 records. Okay.
Well,
But he's at the bottom right now, man.
I mean, Wolf kind of forced to be switching out a damage
Shoma Honami, Japanese player too. Okay, I see you. Let's Google this bad boy.
But Encore down, that Toxapex, it can't get up to any shenanigans. And again, just what an adjustment coming on out. What an incredible set.
He's been playing since
Yeah, Cole looks
2015.
like they're going to be very difficult to stop in this tournament, you know, with those.
Wait.
But Cole piloting it, I think that's the key.
Hang on, that can't be what that is.
The pilot
Is that what that means?
makes
No,
a huge
wait.
difference in how the team operates, how they approach different matchups, and how you identify.
Okay,
the game
Shoma
winning
Honami.
positions as well, and I think that's the whole thing about the last match, right?
My man
You
just
got
beat the
to-
2015
how
world
Toxapex, how
champion.
you use that. Well, it needs a lot of room. It needs to be able to change its moves a lot. Well, you just take that away with that encore lock, and then the whole kind of game plan falls apart. It's very difficult from that point. And yeah, just remarkably well played by Cole, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them as they move on. Still undefeated, which is crazy.
And while the match was going on,
Yo, I gotta send that to
coming out from Ko as well.
Siren.
Oh no, somebody else tweeting about Ko. Dude, that's no fair. How come Ko's name, his name scrolling across the screen after his Pokemon gets a knockout? It's because I feel like Ko is the main character of the weekend. That is why. I mean, coming off a top 8 of the Japan National Championships, making the long journey.
That's
to come out here,
awesome.
the only undefeated player left in our field. Yeah, he can have his name on the screen. It's not going to be the last time we see that.
Yeah, I guarantee that. And yeah, like you say, though, the long journey over here, something to consider about. Maybe some people forget that, you know, coming out of such an intense tournament last weekend, which is Japan Nationals, really hard schedule against top players, having a great finish and then coming straight into this event, you know, and then performing to the level that they are, just showing what a great trainer they are.
And I mean, there's a reason that this Mega Floette in this Charizard is just so strong. And I mean,
that's crazy cool.
Into this weekend, right? Everyone, that is on everybody's prep sheets. Everyone knows their matchup going into it. And certainly someone like Wolf would as well. But there's a reason that the team is one of the best, and especially when it's in a very capable trainer's hand, it is so difficult to contend against. Like, that was just so expertly played.
Yeah, and it's got so much damage capable of dealing out each and every turn, and I think that was the problem there. You know, Wolf's team's slow, methodical ways of getting around these threats, but they're too slow in certain circumstances. You know, even when the Garchomp, and this is down to Cole playing the team very smartly, you know, keeping it on the field, even though it's taken, you know, 2 Intimidate drops and just getting that consistent damage, because all that damage stacks up in the end. And then you've got these, like, burst damage.
I'm
like
so proud of him right
yeah,
now.
Threatened in scenarios, it might be going down the next turn, but you've got these moves like Moonblast that just do so much damage when they're boosted by the Fairy Aura, and then the Light of Ruin as well. And we saw multiple occasions there where the double up from something like a Sucker Punch or a Rock Slide into the Incineroar or a Dragon Claw, or into the Charizard where it was the Dragon Claw and the Light of Ruin, or the Dragon Claw and the Moonblast, enough to take it down. And it's really hard to keep pace with this team in particular, just because of that huge damage that it's got access to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult team to keep pace with, and at this point, no player quite keeping pace with Ko. Undefeated. Let's get words with him as he's standing by a throw.
That's awesome.
Thank you
World
so much,
fucking
Sierra, and
champion.
I'm here with the
And he
winner
knocked him
of
out too.
round number
Like,
10,
that's not just,
Cole
oh, he beat a
Tsukine.
world champion. He actually
Congratulations, you are
took him
now
out.
2-0 in
I need
the
to
tournament.
actually
So
search for the
close
correct
to
name
that
here.
top
It's
cut.
Hoang.
Were you nervous about having to face
Yeah.
off against another
Knocked him
former
out
world
of the.
champion?
He's out. He knocked him out. He is gone. No more. Finito. Which means out of 174 players, we're down to, what's the math on that? 87? Yeah, 87. If he wins one more, he'll top 64 or whatever.
対戦で緊張はあんまりしないんですけど 強敵だと思ってたので、どうにか勝とうと考えてました。
So I didn't get nervous about it, but he's a very good player. So I tried to win to do my best to win.
Well, you did win. Congratulations. In that game two, that double protect, what was going through your mind at the end of that game?
まあ、ゲーム2で2連統治が決められた時の心情はどうでしたか？
もう2連で決められたらもう負けなのは分かってたので、もう1個前のターンからもし決められたことを考えて、その3試合目のことを考えてたので、まあ3試合目いっちゃったかみたいな、まあちょっとがっかりした感じでした。
So he knows that 2 protects goes, he lost his game 2, so he starts thinking for 3rd game when 2 protects going on, and always, and the fact 2 protects is success, so he's already go minds to go game 3.
That was a really hype moment. Did you expect to play against a Toxapex at this tournament?
この大会が始まるまではもう夢にも全く考えてなかったので、もうオルフェが使ってるのを見て結構驚きました。
So I haven't expected with gaming with Toxapex, and I very amazed that Wolf using a Toxapex in this tournament.
You had firm control over the match, though, knowing you needed to have that Basket Legion at the end. So, how did you preserve Basket Legion to finish the games?
ライトでゲームを終わらせることを、結構目的としてプレイしてたと思うんですけれども、そちらはどういう感じで、思考してたかっていうのを聞きたいそうです。
ゲームの序盤とか中盤でドヒドイレを削ろうとしても、絶対に回復されちゃったり回復されるのが分かってたので、もうとにかくドヒドイレ以外のポケモンを倒してから最後にライトで倒そうってのをずっと考えてました。
So I couldn't knock out Toxapex during the game, so I tried to knock out other 3 Pokemons during game, and I tried to be 1-on-1 with Vaskovich and Toxapex so he can win the game.
But you got that rock slide.
God, I want him to get on the big stage so bad.
You knew you had won game 3.
I mean, there's 1 in 72 chance that it happens next round, but like, probably not, right? I wonder who their next feature match is. They won't put Wolf back up, and we're in the 8-2s now, so they'll probably put like an 8-1 matchup on screen against 2, famous people or whatever.
So I got almost win, but I need to do my best for other turns to win that game.
Ko, you're already qualified for Worlds. Do you think you can win NAIC now?
Round 11's up.
I couldn't hear that.
I said, Ko, you're already qualified for Worlds. Do you think you can win NAIC?
Oh, no, it's not. This is round 11 still. No, round 11's up. That's what this is. So they're all playing at the back tables?
So he won a trophy, so he want to be the champion for this tournament.
Okay, so who is...
Ko, any final shout-outs to people supporting you?
Was it Huang? Huang Ho. He's against Shoba Honami. Isn't that who I already checked?
Please cheer me for I will be a champion for this tournament.
He already played Shoma Honami, didn't he?
Congratulations once again on your undefeated record.
Hang
Thank
on.
you for speaking with me. And now we're going to go to Scott's thoughts for more analysis on this incredible match.
Thank you, Rosemary. Got Lee with me. You enjoyed that match so much. Want to talk about it a little bit more?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Scott. Yeah, I mean, what an incredible game to kick off day 2, right? I don't think we could have done it.
I should really use hotkeys. I feel like I've seen this name already, which makes me think he already played this guy, maybe, but maybe not.
Either way, on one side of the field, we have kind of a team to beat in this tournament, right? That 6 Pokemon combination we've seen so much of, and then on Wolf's side, I mean, he's maybe a little more conventional than is normal for Wolf, but still a really cool team. A lot to talk about in this one, so I'm going to jump into the teams a little bit quickly here. I think one thing to keep in mind before we go too much deeper here is just kind of the strategy.
I could just be mistaken.
Than most of the teams we see in this format. Well, we do see some setup-based teams. In general, this is a very damage trading based format, right? Where typically most of the Pokemon on these teams are going to do a lot of damage. You can try to score quick knockouts.
I'm wrong.
Getting ahead.
All right, so let's see who this guy is.
Really important.
Shoma Honami.
Right? This is a completely different style. You kind of see that throughout the course of the game too. Where
we can just Google it here.
Weird-looking trades, but Wolf doesn't have burst damage on this team.
I have already looked this up.
Even the Charizard is maybe not the Charizard you used to see on the other side of the field. As it's a lot more about positioning. It's really important for him to conserve resources.
What the fuck? I'm confused.
Yeah, exactly that. I think with the speedier Charizard, it's just not got the impact that the modest stat alignment boosting Charizards would have. It's still doing good damage, but it's more about getting that initial.
Oh, he played Henry Rich last round.
For those late game scenarios where you've got that infestation, you've got the trap locked, you've got the toxic as well.
Let me delete that.
Down, and then you've got all the supporting pieces around it, and then the pressure piece with the Hydreigon. But it's hard to put it in those positions, especially in front of those Mega Floettes that we're seeing so frequently in this format.
And Lee, I'm so glad you said that.
Henry Rich Pokemon also seems important though.
Is just that, typically when you see these heavily positioned,
he's been in a lot of stuff.
You see a lot more protects, right? Typically in Perish Trap, for instance, that's the one team archetype where Incineroar is often.
He places high a lot. He plays top 8 in Vegas. Top 8 2024 in the NAIC. 13th, 15th. Woo! He is fighting someone who can play.
Really strong into other trainers. I think Ko was just doing such a great job of kind of keeping the pace.
Okay, so he's playing the world champion this round.
Charizard in particular was so important to protect that it was difficult for Wolf to keep the right partner next to Charizard throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, and those pin positions as well, like you say, I think it just made it, like you mentioned, a bit easier to kind of just get that really important damage. I think we saw it in Game 3 where the Incineroar had to come in. You couldn't bring the Hydreigon, and then you got that. Cole was able to get that really valuable Moonblast. Right. And I think those interactions with Wolf's team, if you can exploit those, that's where you can start to gain that momentum against them.
I'm going to not say too much about Ko's team there. We've seen it a few times over the course of the weekend. There's a few details that I think are important we can get to once they show up in the match. One thing I was just going to say is I think Garchomp was sort of the Pokemon to watch in this match. It's super important for both players, both managing Garchomp's health, but I think especially its attack stat. In Game 1 and Game 2, when Wolf kept it close, he did such a great job of reducing Garchomp's attack and making it disadvantageous for it to switch out so he could kind of control the damage from it a little bit. Part of why I think Game 3 gets a little bit crazy and kind of runs away with it. Your Garchomp gets to come in at so much better position, and then it really does just check Wolf's team really well.
Yeah, it was such a...
It's crazy that it checks Wolf's team really well, given that it's the most basic bitch team out there right now.
Don't have a way to really deal with it quite effectively, and I think it was always protected so well by the Floette in those scenarios where you had to take the Hydreigon out of harm's way if you were Wolf, because you knew you needed it later on to deal with the King Gambit threat. And I guess Wolf would have probably ideally liked it there for that Basculegion in the endgame to not have to worry about that scenario of Double Bane for bunkering against the Last Respects threat as well.
I just want to shout out the trainers' titles, too. Kind of a fun new feature at Pokemon Champions, but really both of them were noteworthy. I got to shout Wolf out as well. Evan and I were making fun of him a little bit in Indianapolis with his, really, the worst Steelix title. He didn't quite get to Toxapex Professor, but he got decent Toxapex Tamer, so that's pretty good. Maybe put a little more practice in before this tournament. Maybe that'll help him out, eventually win. And then the flex on Coast side of the field.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that's the title for doing very well at the PJCS last weekend. I think titles just went in the game Thursday, so he was ready to update that profile, intimidate all of his opponents, and maybe that intimidation factor has helped him a little bit in this tournament. I'm going to jump ahead to the second turn here as Wolf has cycled Toxapex into the game. It's the only game where he leads Toxapex instead of Incineroar, and I think it leads us to a situation where Wolf puts himself in sort of a tough spot where he protects Charizard as Toxapex switches into battle in order to stay as safe as possible. And I think the tricky thing about that is it makes it a little bit easier to predict him, where if Charizard hadn't protected the previous turn, I think it's a little bit harder to read what Wolf might want to do, right?
Is everything actually...
protect, allowing Toxapex to go for Infestation or a Toxic, but because Charizard's
we're good.
available, this wide guard is a little bit telegraphed.
Yeah, and that opened the door for that Dragon Claw into it, and it was so pivotal, that damage, right? And the double up into it was...
That's why I don't like wide guard. It feels like it's a guessing game and you just defeat yourself most of the time because you give up a move, they they know you have wide guard, so they just double target into the thing that they want to kill anyways.
The ability to get any further forward in this match for Wolf, and it was almost kind of telegraphed from this point on how Core had to play things out. That one moment where, yeah, there was that lapse where there was the opportunity, Core really just taking it with both hands.
Yeah, I think in the same way that Garchomp's HP and stats were really important for Wolf to break through on Ko's side of the field, his own Charizard is very important for Ko to break through. Getting all his damage is really important. Much later in the game, it's going to cause Charizard to be in KO range for that low kick from King Gambit, and I think that was really the decisive feeling play in this game. Not such a big deal, but I think worth noting too. I don't know it really mattered where Garchomp could have been infested a couple of different times at the poor Toxapex flinching. Wound up being that Ko felt like it was the right move not to switch Garchomp out of battle anyway, so I don't think it actually impacted the game, but certainly a bummer if you're Wolf, and causes him to have a little fewer options because you just want to keep at least attempting infestation into that slot.
Yeah, the flinches are unfortunate, but I think you've got to give credit to Ko here as well, just for going for those options as well, just to be like, well, I have an option to potentially prevent this Toxapex from progressing this match back into Wolf's court. So if I can go for it, I will go for it. And yeah, it did pay off in those scenarios.
I want to come in this endgame too. So we get the first iteration of Basket Legion versus Toxapex and Incineroar. There was a big critical hit there. It did not matter if you were wondering. That item on the Basket Legion makes a big difference.
I think I want to change Rab to maybe Claws.
Mystic Water, but because Mystic Water
maybe we'll see.
Drought, that's how powerful Basket Legion is. That's always a KO, so always going to get that one. And then I wanted to check Toxapex's HP as well because I missed it live. But yeah, so I do think, on the other hand, as we learned in Game 2, there's a pretty good chance that Toxapex could have survived this last respects, but not what ends up happening, and we wind up in a Game 2 where Ko has the advantage. Critically in this game, though, the lead's a little bit different this time. Wolf goes for his strategy for both Game 2 and for Game 3, where instead of the Toxapex, or not Toxapex, but Hydreigon leading out the battle, it's the Incineroar, which makes a big difference. Ends up switching out of battle immediately here once again, but the Intimidate onto the Garchomp really helps because it prevents Wolf from getting, or having to take the risk of getting burned down the way he did in that first game, where at least if Garchomp
that crit
Charizard's
sucked.
not going to do quite so much damage as it did the first time.
Yeah, we saw the damage from the Dragon Claw from the Garchomp into that Charizard, and it was so low impact. It was kind of like, okay, well, this is worth the trade-off here for me to be able to get some damage back onto your side.
I was affected by that, actually.
How you're approaching
let's actually do Caster Sugar again to see how high this goes.
About dealing with these threats in particular.
Okay, 2 is the maximum. Good, now I know how high buffs go. I actually didn't know, so... Alright, so now we can start attacking. Hit her with the old Zam.
Eventual baneful bunker in this one, but it's a really great read where Charizard's threatened. Both players understand how important Charizard is, so Wolf tries to get it out of dodge and bring this Incineroar in, and things just go horribly wrong where he gives the Defiant boost to King Gambit, which would not have been such a big deal if it was the Sucker Punch that seemed like...
She's in a caster stance. I don't really know what that means for me.
And it's just devastating for Wolf.
Yeah, and you think in that scenario, if the Charizard
she has increased magic resistance, and she's got a bigger spell than I do.
Keep the Charizard there because of how important it is, but you keep it in that scenario and you get the King Gambit. I think that puts you so far ahead in this game, especially when you taking the turn as well to get the Toxic onto the Garchomp. But I think also
that doesn't affect spells though, right? I can still cast Zam.
Keeping the Charizard in play, you probably are taking a turn to Wide Guard rather than Toxic with the Toxapex, just to have that little bit of extra security for that play.
Hell yeah!
I think that's a great thing to point out here too, where this is a really difficult set for Wolf, where I don't know if I would necessarily say it's a team disadvantage, but I think co-piloting this team is very different than other players piloting this team, and he just always felt like he was the back foot on this set, and I think he had to make a lot of really difficult decisions while he was under pressure. Even though this looks a little bad where, Incineroar takes a terrible trade here, he does get to a position where, even though he's not as likely to win the game as Ko was.
And she's back in the swordsman stance. Shit.
To win in the end, and I think this is a big part of it, right? Where the damage onto Garchomp ends up mattering a lot from Toxic as it adds up over time. Jumping ahead a little bit as poor Incineroar is defeated there. I think this is the other interesting play for me in Wolf this game. Hydreigon obviously being threatened by this float on the other side of the field, opts to sacrifice it instead of going for a switch. These choices are just so hard in Pokemon, right? Where it's like, hey, I have to take
Can I drain magic from her?
Bad trade is the correct one for me. I don't know if this necessarily made put
him
in a position where he was more likely to win than lose, but it did give him or maintain him odds that at least he was reasonably likely to win the game.
Hopefully this isn't a spell.
It's a very difficult call.
Yeah, it's so difficult because I think it wasn't wrong to sack off the Hydreigon. Obviously, in the end game, I think it would have been easier to have the High Dragon than the Charizard against the Basque Legion, but I think being able to get that initial damage onto floor was so all important here, and just being able to start that chip away at it at the sacrifice to then know that you've got the Charizard
the
to come
crit.
in, because the Garchomp had been
And
so
now she tries to
weakened at that
puffing,
point as
right?
well. Charizard felt a lot stronger than it would have done in other scenarios where the Garchomp hadn't had those intimidates.
Yeah, and it really matters for this end game. I think this is a lot of fun checking this out. So I mean,
Damn
the
it.
trainers now, I think if they were to look back at the match, would know this for sure. I don't know if they did in the moment, but we could have mentioned, oh, Wolf's Charizard's a little bit different than other Charizards. It's not like all the other reindeer, and because of it, its Solar Beam isn't quite as powerful as other Solar Beams are. I think Wolf realized this in the moment, but Solar Beam never KOs this Basque Legion, right? He's actually pretty far from picking up this knockout because of how his Charizard is trained. So not like a super great option. You'd need a critical hit
Spellcaster
in order
stance.
to win the game. So we see Wolf play this a little bit differently. And
So I can
think it
actually
looked a little
get
odd in the moment
Reflect
where,
up here.
He takes a Weather Ball on
Right.
which I think could be critical for the next game, kind of at least understanding exactly how much damage that does, despite, again, Wolf's Charizard not being the...
So hopefully she
most
hurts herself
powerful of
here.
attackers, but,
Okay,
down,
so she changes
easily pick up this
stances
knockout,
as
and
soon as I do that, huh?
cleverly avoids
She's
the
not gonna
threat
cast
of the
Zamel on me
situation
now.
where 2v1 could have been allowed if he'd gone for the Solar Beam instead.
Yeah, I think that...
She's too smart for me.
The understanding that Wolf has of the threats in front of him, I think, really shone through here, and the decision-making to go after that floet, just say, okay, well, if I go for it, then at least Toxapex is safe.
I'm
gonna
in
be in that position
danger.
where I can go for the Baneful Bunker the next turn, get that all-important Toxic onto the back.
Because I don't have any items either.
And then have that full health to be able to take what everyone, I think, expected to be very close, if not a knockout from the last respects, going off damage from game one.
Yeah, and I guess, managing it too, maintaining Toxapex's HP is very important, right? This is a very physically defensive Toxapex. It tends to be how that Pokemon gets used in VGC, where, maybe in some singles format, you can be a little more specially defensive. But in this case, Toxapex tends to be very physically oriented. Yeah, it does take that well. I think at full health, it always takes the last respect.
Having regenerate on my weapon like this,
game allowing the KO to happen. But I think we all wanted to see a third game between these players, so probably no one too upset about it. And I think the first turn of this game
yeah,
really
because the third hit always crits me, and now she
Wolf
switches to the booby stance.
next to a support Pokemon, immediately protected Charizard and cycled. And sometimes in a best of 3 set, when you're doing that, you're kind of conditioning your opponent a little bit, right? It's like, hey, I'm showing you, but this is what I think the right way to
shit,
play
that's
this
not what I
matchup
wanted.
is, and now I'm going to do something else.
Yeah, and
I wanna
really taking
use-
advantage of the position here with that fake out, because I think Wolf never really taken advantage of the fake out previously to get damage on the opposite side of the field, and this is the time when Wolf was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go for it now and take it.
slowly winning, but without items, this is rough.
Weather Ball, and that is really valuable.
So she's
damage.
still in
You feel
swordsman stance.
Like Wolf's in that position now where they can start to get some
Mid-heal,
momentum
hopefully it'll be
early
enough.
on in the game, which felt like they were
Yeah,
pouring
it wasn't
in
really.
1 and 2. Yeah, I think at this point it felt really good for Wolf,
Whatever she says.
Scoring a lot of one-hit knockouts. It does get a lot of really important.
I'm very tired today, so this is not going to be the highest energy stream you've ever seen.
It winds up being, I think, turn.
I mean, I have to use Zamel now, right? Or I guess just Zam.
To flee as it did over the course of the game. Again, kind of we learned in that second game.
But if I do Zam, I can't cast mid-hill again. That's a problem.
Has to dodge an encore here, which would have put
Damn
him in
it.
a pretty difficult position, as we saw much later in the game. And then Dragon
That's as
Ball
much
going
damage
into
as using my
Zam.
lightning.
Again,
Okay.
switched in, took a bunch of damage, and I think this turn is just very
Oh,
critical
boy.
because, again,
Can't
the
even
previous
cast
games,
more
Garchomp
heal.
HP and its attacks I would have controlled so well by the Incineroar. This time being forced to sacrifice it because
Dazzle.
It's so low
Crap.
on HP, and because Encore is being threatened in the other slot, I had to let it go. And now Garchomp from this point in the battle is just so scary. Wolf brings up Charizard here a little bit as a bait, where he's like, oh, this combination of Pokemon.
Yeah, that
Look at
hurts.
this scary Hydreigon here. Probably going to need to knock that one out, aren't you?
Yep,
And
that
he was
missed.
hoping
I
either
should have used my
for,
lightning staff
Dragon
there.
Claw
Am I just stunned for a turn?
Tailwind
Yeah.
to protect in order to get into a safer position. Instead, though, we see something else, and I think this is the game-winning move for Ko in Game 3.
Yeah, and I think going back to the
can't
first
beat her.
few turns as well, I
It's
think
not
the
possible.
emphasis from Wolf getting that damage onto the floor, you were thinking, okay, you're in a great spot, because once this falls, a High Dragon, I think I mentioned it during the match, a High Dragon feels almost free.
What?
Here, but then you see the Whimsicott as well, and that dynamic completely changes. And yeah, like you said,
Maybe I
this
can
turn
MP
out
absorb
plays out
him?
from that tailwind, and the decision to go Rock Slide was completely game-changing.
Yeah, gets a knockout, gets it completely for free because of the switch in the
Not
other side.
really.
And then, I don't know that we need to watch the rest of this poor game here as well. He just has no options left. But, Hydreigon forced to come out into the tailwind.
I can't win this. This is actually just unwinnable for me right now.
The Toxapex is the sort of Pokemon that's going to score a
I
big
can't
knockout,
even-
bail it out during the protect anyway. But forced to just take the Moonblast. And with 3 Pokemon remaining, it takes a little while. Toxapex likes to stall it out a little bit, but just no way Wolf is going to come back from here.
No, unfortunately not. And I think just credit to Cole with how well they adapted in that game 3, because it completely, I think...
I don't know what I'm meant to do here. I wasn't prepared for this fight at all.
King Gambit, I mentioned it. I don't think it really brought too much to the party. It was a bit disruptive. It was very valuable, and the few turns where it went for the low kick, it put pressure on the Incineroar, caught the Charizard as well with the knockout. But
I wish I could just restart the battle.
All about that Whimsicott and the Tailwind and the advantage that it puts, particularly like you mentioned, the Garchomp into that scenario where it is able to just close things up a lot easier.
Yeah, and a great switch up too, right? We're talking beginning of the game, Wolf made a good switch up, but the end of the game, I think kind of Cole locks it in because of his own change up in game 3, mixing things up a little bit. Lee, thanks for joining me. I think it was a great set. Hope the rest of today is just as good, but hey, you don't want to
do it again, and I can't do anything about it.
Back to the casters to enjoy.
I mean, I have the horse out of MP, but that does me no good.
Thank you very much, Lee and Scott. And Smile, you're on camera, and you have a bunch of badges as well. Good luck in the Elite Four, by the way. Hope it goes out.
I mean, she's just going to murder me next turn, right?
All of your Pokemon are going to be listening to you today as you have all 8 badges.
Yep.
By that pesky trainer who's trying to
Rab dies.
And you are just 5 battles away from becoming our next Kanto Pokemon League champion. So best of luck out there, field trainers, and best of luck to all of our.
I don't have any items. They've given me nothing here.
Champion for the 2026 season here in New Orleans today.
Coach Akide just winning on stream over Wolf Glick last round, so he is the only remaining undefeated trainer in the entire field. And we could just wrap the tournament up because he already told us in the winter interview that he's going to walk away as NAIC champion. But there's obviously a lot of great contenders still remaining here in New Orleans.
For sure. And the nice thing about all of these trainers is that there are so many names here that we recognize, both from the tournament yesterday featured on stream, and honestly
so I don't need to waste turns casting bounce.
What I'm really excited about though is that we're going to be able to
abilities,
haven't necessarily seen here
empathy. See, that doesn't work.
Daniel Quick versus Francisco Piopero. Daniel Quick, not somebody that we've seen yet on stream this weekend, so really excited to see him here.
This will save me a lot of MP at least, knowing that I have this. I don't have to cast Right as Rain now.
Some of these other incredible matchups being featured.
But I don't have like buff, do I? No.
Versus Christopher Hahn. That's going to be an incredible match.
I doubt I can land Sap on her.
On the floor. Federico Camporesi versus Wolf Glick, of course.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier.
It doesn't get easier.
Wolf going against another IC champion here in Fede. A lot of big names, and there's only a couple of rounds left in Swiss, Gabby. So at this point,
so I'll try to keep this up.
All your decisions. Every round obviously equally important, but it kind of the stress that a round 11 has.
Now maybe I can do this.
It really does get to you as we get over to the stage for
that does work.
Francesco Pio.
There's the crit. I should have guarded.
An international affair here at NAIC.
Yeah, both these trainers, of course, running some of those.
This is such an expensive spell.
Run away with the competition here this weekend.
Francisco Pio. I don't know either of these people. Resist it, Rab.
The team that Italy
Come
made
on.
famous last weekend in Turin, whereas Francisco Piopero, a player from Italy,
and now all of my buffs are running out. I haven't gotten to attack a single time.
People were expecting to see coming into this tournament. So if anybody can figure out how to beat the team that Italy made famous, I would assume it would be one of those Italian players. But of course, we'll have to see if Daniel Quick made any adjustments to this set that has really risen in popularity this weekend.
Yeah, that Frostlass and Scovillain core as your Mega Evolution. Scovillain around roughly
this is the team that Zoria's running. That's not Zoria. It's just a very popular team this weekend.
15% usage, and Daniel you're using this team as a Charizard counter, and your opponent happens to have Charizard.
God, these one-on-one fights in this game suck.
Scovillain so that it can land those burns on the physical attackers that, quite frankly, dominate.
And she crit, because of course she did.
Is there to deal those big hits with Blizzard that can hit, the Garchomp, the Aerodactyl super effectively. Of course, control the weather, take away
Please
the
resist.
from Charizard,
God
and take
damn
away
it.
those power-up boosts to those powerful fire-type attacks.
And she crit again.
You can bring that Lycan Rock, a Cell Rock, a priority attack, basically guaranteed to knock
Does
out
Crack
Charizard.
do okay damage to her,
Really
maybe?
no way
Even the
you can
bulkiest
train it.
No.
Yeah, there's like a chance. Don't trade your Charizard that way. It's really not worth it. And of course, this team also just has a lot of natural bulk that makes it very hard to take it down.
Yeah, then we take a look at Francesco.
She'll start beating me up with her sticks again. She'll do it 3 times.
Here in Regulation MA for Pokemon Champions, Francesco deciding I don't want to have 3 Mega Evolutions on my team, so I'll swap the Mega Floette that's usually on these Charizard cores with a Sylveon, which still does massive fairy damage.
But some unique twists here that I think were brought specifically for this tournament. You have that Jolly
And here's the
Garchomp
thing.
that typically
I've
runs
just got to
speed
heal.
investment
Luckily,
to
I
try
can do
and
mid-heal
outspeed
here.
competition. You have Wide Guard on Aerodactyl
Since I'm
instead of
powered up,
Protect, so you
this
can
won't do
stop
that much
rock
damage.
slides or
There's
other
the
slight
crit.
moves from the opponent. And
Now I'll get
Sylveon,
2
I think
turns
the most
of
curious
healing
thing to
over
me has
time.
gone, which will allow you to slow down the pace of your opponent by forcing them to either switch or just go to sleep after a turn.
The one thing that I think
Yep.
Daniel might be licking his chops
She didn't
over is
switch
that
to
there are
Castra
4
stance.
Pretty strong physical attackers on Francesco's team. So with Mega Scoville and Spicy Spray ability, it doesn't even have to be a contact.
Spell
It can be a
Castra
rock
stance.
slide. It
This
can
is
be any
hard.
Type of attack you can redirect in and have a poor Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Basculegion, Kingambit. Any of them getting burned can be really detrimental for Francesco's plan.
Exactly, but the other side of that is that if Charizard can land,
And she got
any
another
fire-type
fucking
attack,
crit.
Get to that Scovillain. You know, we saw the stat alignment for that Pokemon being.
And I'm not
gold.
doing
That
any
is going to
damage
be
here.
Boosting the physical defense of that Pokemon. It's very unlikely that it would be able to take a Weather Ball boosted by the sunlight.
And she
Wave,
crit
of
me
course, if
again.
it
What the
misses,
fuck,
that's one
game?
thing. If it does land, there's a chance it could take that. So really, Daniel has to be very careful about how he positions that Pokemon if it's the Mega he decides to bring in this game number 1.
Daniel Quegg and Francesco Piapero both 9-1 as we start Swiss round 11.
And
in
she
NAIC.
crit me again.
Frostlass
I'm
Bastion
getting
for
pissed.
Daniel and Sylveon Charizard for Francesco.
And Frostlass is the Mega you typically see in Game 1 scenarios against Charizard. When it's led against a Charizard like this, you have to be careful about the timing of the Mega Evolution, as Frostlass is just naturally faster than Charizard, so it will Mega Evolve.
Oh, I've got her in
first,
yellow
but
at
will
least.
Set the snow up first, which means Charizard Mega Evolving second.
Okay,
will
so now she's summoning help.
Ride that weather with the sunlight. So there is a little bit of a guessing game here. Both these Pokemon have Protect available to them, so of course these trainers could opt to just not Mega Evolve for a turn. You can pretty safely Protect in this position, and then try and Mega Evolve hopefully after your opponent. But that's a tough decision to make, and you can see Daniel struggling with it.
Yeah, taking a long time.
I got
on
some
this
MP
turn
from it.
one. Take all the time you
Now
need,
she's
and
gonna
this
start
is a
winding
very
up.
important matchup. Not an elimination match, as both these trainers only have 1 loss so far, but you certainly want to get that 10th victory. Frostlass will just Protect, like you mentioned, Gabby, not activating its snow warning ability yet, but Charizard Y does Mega Evolve. Only going to be
Can't believe it had enough MP to
into
cast that.
the Water-type Basculegion, where it
All
can
right,
act
so I've got to
very well as a resistant
guard this
attack.
turn.
Does have the chance to burn, but doesn't get it. Wave Crash in the sun, gonna have reduced damage. If the sun wasn't up, that would have been a 1-hit KO. But can the combination of Heat Wave and the Wave Crash recoil? No, not the Hyper Voice follow-up. Instead, it's the Yawn, putting the onus on Daniel. If you want to hit me again, you're going to sleep.
That Basculegion did so much work, though, in this first turn. I think it's okay for Daniel to take a bit of a passive play moving forwards, as that Charizard is certainly within knockout range from a Shadow Ball and possibly even a Blizzard, because that fire and flying typing of that Pokemon means it would be neutral, and with the Mega Evolution setting up the snow, would mean it's guaranteed to hit. Of course, you do leave yourself open to Sylveon going for a second Yawn in that position, but assuming that Daniel has something like the King Gambit or otherwise a bulkier Pokemon in the back to switch into, that would mean that you can comfortably
Got her in the red.
switch for the jump.
Francesco feeling the heat from the Ice-type Frostlass. On the other side, a Blizzard would have been enough to knock out the Charizard. And swapping the Lycanroc in on this turn.
How are you casting any spells? Okay, you're not. Good.
Not be KO'd. from a single attack.
I can cast one Zam.
Finally, Mega Evolve, activating its snow warning ability, setting up the snow and giving all ice types a defense boost by one stage. Ooh, that Blizzard hardly does any damage into either of Francesco's Pokemon, but critically it does get a freeze on the Sylveon. Sylveon does not.
Nice, Sylveon frozen over there.
Attack, so it stays frozen solid.
The nice thing about Pokemon Champions is that Sylveon is guaranteed to thaw after a couple
Shit,
of
I should have
turns,
healed last turn.
unlike previous games where you just make the same roll turn after turn after
I
turn
goofed.
and hope for the best. But Sylveon being unable to move that
I mean, I get
turn
to heal
does
here,
mean
but
that this Frostlass and the
I'm gonna take
Lycanroc
so
really
much damage.
were able to attack last turn for free. Now,
Do,
Lycanroc
do,
and Frostlass
do,
are
do,
very
do,
threatened by the
do,
presence
do,
of King
do,
Gambit.
do,
That was
do.
a
Oh, that
great
hurts.
switch from Francesco, recognizing that there really is nothing the Frostlass can do to threaten that Pokemon. So switching it in on a very safe turn, Daniel has to respond to that Pokemon. So it's just down to which Pokemon is it going to target. It's actually the Lycanroc.
Ooh, those black glasses boosting the damage.
gotta take her out.
Doing more than 50% to the Lycanroc.
I mean, I got close this round, but
Down to about a third of its HP. And those
I don't have any way to survive this
combat.
next series,
This
so
Pokemon is here to counter the Charizard teams and even through
oh, thank
the
goodness.
Shuffle. King Gambit 70%.
That was close.
Not against Lycanroc. That's a KO.
Daniel making a very risky play there, as it was possible that Sucker Punch could have connected with the Frostlass and gotten the one-hit KO, but you needed that little extra damage from the Blizzard to ensure that the close combat got the KO through that Chople Berry. So a great play there from him. Now that Francisco forces the Garchomp onto the field, that Garchomp is still going to be threatened by a Blizzard. Sylveon is still currently frozen, but should thaw soon. And if it can land a yawn on the field, that process could go to sleep eventually, but really there's nothing forcing that Pokemon off the field this turn.
Yeah, the only thing that would force it would be the Charizard in the back, but
Exactly.
Mega Frostlass is an inherently faster Pokemon than Charizard and Sylveon and Garchomp, all three of the Pokemon remaining on Francesco's side. Finally does fall with the Sylveon just to detect, effectively the same thing as protect, so not going to take any damage this turn. However, a Blizzard in the snow, always accurate and always doing massive damage to Garchomp. That is a one-hit KO.
ow.
Francisco opting to allow that Garchomp to be knocked out this turn and will just be locking in the forfeit. It's possible he wanted that Charizard to switch in without taking damage to get that sunlight and maybe find an opportunity to go for a fire type attack into that Frostlass once it had been put to sleep thanks to Yawn. But knowing that Daniel went for the Accel Rock, which is going to be a priority attack, and quite honestly, it's just naturally faster than the Sylveon anyway, meant that there was no possibility to navigate to that end game.
Yeah, taking a look at the replay from Game 1. That swap into Lycanroc on the turn that Charizard swapped out was absolutely massive, because that meant Lycanroc was ready to click close combat on the King Gambit, that it was trying to just have a Blizzard, or trying to tank a Blizzard on the switch in as a resisted hit, and then have to take a close combat now.
Exactly, and I mentioned that was going to be switching into something bulky, right? And if you look at the stat distribution of a Lycanroc, it doesn't necessarily read bulky with its low defenses, but with that Focus Sash and its very high speed stat, it can guarantee take 2 hits. So as long as you know that it's going to be faster than the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field and have enough health to take that second hit, you are going to be in a relatively safe position. But that does mean that Francisco can exploit that a little bit, because if your first hit does enough damage to bring it down into knockout range from a Sucker Punch, then all of a sudden that Lycanroc's bulk essentially disappears.
I do wonder if Mega Aerodactyl could be an adjustment over the Charizard or Garchomp, where they both do struggle into the Blizzards from the outspeeding Mega Frostlass. Mega Aerodactyl, the fastest Pokemon in the format, and you have super effective Rock Slides into that Frostlass.
It is true, but then you have to wonder about Rock Slide's accuracy, whereas at least if you set up the Sunlight, you're forcing Daniel to worry about his accuracy. It's a tough game to play, but it does look like Francisco has opted into bringing the Aerodactyl.
Ooh, and leading Lycanroc Duskform now for Daniel in this game, just in case there was a Charizard on the field, you'd be protecting your Frostlass now, but it is instead against Kingambit Aerodactyl.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about Aerodactyl is just because this was a Pokemon adjustment from Francisco doesn't necessarily mean it's the Mega Evolution adjustment. One of the cool things about these Charizard Aerodactyl teams is that you don't have to Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl in order to get its full value. It has Wide Guard, that stops Blizzard. It has Tailwind, that will allow a lot
I wonder if I could have gotten to that previously.
Francisco's side of the field to naturally outspeed the Frostlass. Unfortunately, with that Lycanroc standing next to the Frostlass, you do have to worry again about that priority Accelerock. You have to worry about a Rock Slide as well going into that spot, but you've given yourself the opportunity now to at least try to get the speed in your favor.
Aerodactyl is naturally faster than Mega Frostlass, so that means Francesco did not Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl in this game. Could be saving it for the Charizard Y in the back. Rock Slide double connects onto both of Daniel's Pokemon, bringing them down to relatively half HP. Frostlass flinches, and it went for an Ice Beam that would have been massive, or excuse me, a Blizzard that would have been massive. Now the close combat with no Blizzard chip means that Kingambit ends up
Wow.
in the red and can retaliate as Lycanroc lowers its defenses. Thanks to the Chople Berry, it makes it through the turn and kowtow cleaves into Mega Frostlass. The Mega's down for Daniel.
And we can see just how critical that Blizzard was in game number 2. With Frostlass out of the way for Daniel, this Aerodactyl suddenly feels a little more comfortable. You still have to worry about the Accelerock. You still have to worry about whatever Daniel has in the back. But if Francisco has, let's say, maybe the Garchomp in the back, all of a sudden that Pokemon's biggest counter is gone.
Now with Basculegion hitting the field for Daniel, this is a citrus berry or a bulky Bask, as we like to call it, not the Choice Scarf version, so can definitely take a couple of hits a little bit better than the Scarf Berry.
Typically, these Citrus Berry Basculegion are trained to take a Sucker Punch from a Kingambit, but aren't necessarily trained to take a Kowtow Cleave. So one thing Francisco could try and opt for here is go straight for the Kowtow Cleave into that Pokemon. Daniel, of course, could protect, maybe count on the Lycanroc getting knocked out this turn, and wait a turn to start going for Last Respects to get that extra power. You could try and Wave Crash as well to pick up the knockout in that Aerodactyl in what would appear to be one turn. But overall, you are on the back foot right now, and a passive turn would only just allow Francisco to get that much more ahead.
Ooh, Kingambit swapping out into the Garchomp there, really not taking any damage, pretty much retaliating with as much as he dished because of the rough skin into Lycanroc, and a Tailwind from Aerodactyl, doubling the speed of all of Francesco's Pokemon on the field for the next 4 turns. Gladly trading your Aerodactyl from this Wave Crash, knocking it out. So now Francesco can put either the Kingambit back on the field under Tailwind or that potential Mega Charizard Y in the back.
Francisco getting a huge value out of that trade. I'm really excited to see what Pokemon he sends back in. I think Kingambit is exactly where it wants to be. Yes, it is only at a little bit of health left, but thanks to that Tailwind, and thanks to, let's just say, this assumption that this Basculegion is going to be on the bulkier side, it should be able to outspeed under Tailwind, and it should be able, as a result, to guarantee a faster Sucker Punch than that Pokemon at this point in time.
And as long as Lycanroc's on the field, you don't care about the speed turn orders because Accelerock has priority. Charizard can't really be comfortable no matter how fast it is.
Exactly, and you have that Garchomp right there to be able to target down Lycanroc with a super effective ground type attack. Unfortunately, the only ground type attack that Francisco's Garchomp has is going to be Earthquake, so you might have to make a tough decision here.
Wow.
Through the black glasses boosted Sucker Punch. That's a bulky fish right there. Accelerock doesn't even KO Kingambit. That hangs on with 11 HP as well. The Dragon Claw after Lycanroc's defensive drops from close combat is enough to ensure the KO. And for Daniel, Basculegion, Last Respects, exactly where he wants to be. Into the Garchomp, taking it down and itself.
That was a 2-for-1 trade, or that was a 1-for-1 trade there for Daniel, excuse me, as Basculegion holding on with a single health point was in fact precisely enough to get that Garchomp off the field, which means that this King Gambit on Daniel's side of the field was looking a little bit more comfortable until the Charizard finally made an appearance for Francesco, and those fire-type attacks are going to be doing so much damage to the King Gambit.
Yeah, and,
I mean, yeah, it's dead. It's KO'd. Oh no, never mind. It's a fold, but I don't think.
Had no chance of really knocking himself out there. King Gambit does swap in here as Daniel's final Pokemon here in Game 2. Significantly healthier than Francesco's King Gambit, but Francesco still does have 2 turns of Tailwind.
True.
You do have to wonder. I mean, we saw how much the Wave Crash did under the sun against that Charizard in Game number 1. I think a double up with a Sucker Punch plus a Wave Crash into the Charizard would be enough to knock it out. So that is one option that Daniel has available to him. You still have to worry, though, about the threat of Francisco's own King Gambit moving first in this scenario.
Mega Charizard Y activating the Drought, boosting all fire attack damage on the field, and only person that would be using that would be the Charizard, of course. Gonna have just a couple of protects this turn from Daniel, trying to scout out what Francesco's plan is. It is the Sucker Punch, presumably into the Basculegion, and Francesco feels comfortable enough to Weather Ball the Steel-type King Gambit.
I think also just not wanting to rely on Heat Wave's accuracy at this point in the game. Francisco is down a game in this set, so just wanting to ensure that that fire-type attack connects and does that extra bit of damage in case this King Gambit is also, you know, just you need to get that knockout and a double protect.
Double protect. We see this back-to-back rounds, 30% chance. Sure seems like it's a lot more likely, but no, King Gambit is not able to get the double protect as well, so it's going to have to.
Weather Ball takes out that King Gambit. There's no way it lives that.
Does not particularly enjoy doing one-hit KO. Daniel Gleck down to his last Pokemon. It is a great Pokemon in Live Basculegion. Appreciates being the last one on the team as Tailwind expires, but the King Gambit can always just go for a Sucker Punch. Charizard's full HP as well. He's got a lot of health to get through.
I can see what Daniel is going for there. You go for the double protect.
Right.
You stall out the remainder of Tailwind, and then you have this natural speed back on your side for the Basculegion, and your own King Gambit now.
They're still playing, I think.
Outspeed
Maybe.
the opposing King Gambit. You also now can.
Oh, he lost.
Charizard to get a little bit of chip damage. It's just unfortunate.
He's
that
out.
In that position, you're essentially relying on 2 1-of-3 rolls, and the odds of that succeeding is just very low.
Daniel also does learn some information there. I believe that Aqua Jet in the sun did a little over 40 damage. Don't want to do math live on the stream exactly for an exact number, but if he needs to know in Game 3 how much damage can Aqua Jet do to this particular Charizard, since they're all trained differently, he did gain some information while Francesco got the done.
That is some great information indeed for Francisco and for Daniel, like you were mentioning. But let's go back to this game number 2, because the turn that really changed things was when that Garchomp was able to get on the field for free, and really just how much work this King Gambit was allowed to do for Francisco when it was just sitting on the field at such low health for so long.
Yeah, and see the last respects here into Garchomp, having 2 teammates knocked out at the back.
That's a bummer, though, man. Knocked out on day 2 again. He's just lacking a little something. But then again, this Lycanroc team is still having trouble despite the fact that it's supposed to be able to counter the exact team it's against right now.
Talked Gabby about before Game 2, Mega Aerodactyl is the adjustment for Francesco. Now Daniel is the one that's on the back foot, right? He's the one that might need to make an adjustment in his lead, potentially his Mega Evolution of choice. How should Daniel handle this?
Well, if you look at the Pokemon that he brought to that matchup, I still think they were the right Pokemon to play, because that Frostlass has so much pressure against the Pokemon that Francisco brought. It was really just his positioning of the King Gambit that I think scared Daniel a little bit and forced his Pokemon to switch around maybe a little bit more than he would have liked. So I do think you continue to bring that Mega Frostlass because of the board pressure it brings, but maybe take a page from Francisco's book and save it a little bit later on in the match. Maybe try to draw out his own King Gambit a little bit sooner and find an earlier knockout against it. You certainly have some of the tools available.
I wonder if Wolf's reported yet.
Pick up the KO with that close combat like we saw from Lycanroc when some chip damage is down. Whereas Francisco, I think, just has to stick with how he was playing. You know, the Aerodactyl Tailwind was
Wolf is 10-1 now.
Glad to see him lead it once again.
Aerodactyl, King Gambit.
So that's good at least. Our Wolf, we still got one player in it.
And Lycanroc Dusk. I was wondering if Daniel would leave Lycanroc for later since it's somewhat of an auto win button into Charizard, and Charizard's not on the field, so Lycanroc maybe has to go for this close combat now, but we saw last time, by itself does not one-hit KO King Gambit.
Well, just because you lead a Pokemon doesn't necessarily mean it has to stay on the field. Remember, as you know, these Pokemon can all potentially switch here. Francisco, though, I think ultimately has the better positioning in this lead, as King Gambit and Aerodactyl can immediately go on the offense against Frostlass and Lycanroc and be pretty comfortable with it. You know, that Aerodactyl will still be the fastest Pokemon on the field. Accelerock does threaten super effective damage into that, but given its relatively low base power, I don't think it would be enough for the one-hit KO, so you would need 2 attacks to pick up the knockout into it.
Frostlass Mega Evolving here for Daniel. Last game, it was flinched by Rock Slide. That stopped it from clicking Blizzard, doing chip damage into King Gambit, and now Sucker Punch brings it down to 1/3 of its HP already. If it's a Rock Slide follow-up, that lands into both. Frostlass is KO'd before it ever clicks a button in game 3. Daniel down his Mega from the start. Now Lycanroc also has its sass broken and flinched. Francesco with the flinch, he's popping off.
You can see how happy Francesco was with that turn.
I mean, that's just over at this point. Poor Daniel.
Eliminate one of Daniel's most powerful Pokemon essentially for free, and that is the power of a fast Rock Slide user in VGC. Time and time again, we've seen it open doors for trainers that just otherwise would not have existed. Now, without that Sucker Punch connecting with the Frostlass, we know that, especially with the defense boost from Snow, that would not have been enough to pick up the KO onto that Mega Frostlass overall. So, you know, definitely not the most comfortable play for Francisco to make, but still, getting the connection of those 2 attacks into that Pokemon and with the flinch on top of it worked out very well for him. Daniel does have some tools he can use to respond now. You know, that close combat is still going to be a threat on the King Gambit without any speed control on the field just yet, and without the ability to protect on Francisco's King Gambit, it certainly is vulnerable to something like an Aqua Jet plus a close combat for that KO, but that just leaves the Aerodactyl wide open to do whatever it wants.
Just like it did in game 2, clicking Tailwind, clicking Rock Slides. Aerodactyl is in a very comfortable position right now, since this Basculegion is not choice. Scarf is not going to be outspeeding. It cannot stop Francesco from clicking the Tailwind. It is a bulky Basculegion. We saw the Sucker Punch would not be able to one-hit KO, but Daniel doesn't want to take any damage from a Sucker Punch this turn. Aerodactyl does click the Tailwind, and we'll see if he's going to follow up with a Sucker Punch into that slot. That would fail. No, it's the low kick into Lycanroc. Really safe play for Francesco because you weren't really threatened by the Basculegion, so just go for low kick.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, as long as you keep eliminating these Pokemon on Daniel's side of the field, you're forcing him to... Now, he can't really switch. He can't necessarily play defensively in this position, as with the full remaining turns of Tailwind, there's only so many times you can protect. And with Francisco does not have any pressure to switch, does not have any pressure to really do anything except go on the offense here, Daniel is slowly losing his outs in this matchup.
King Gambit will protect, keeping himself safe from a potential low kick on the other side here. Aerodactyl with the Rock Slide has Tailwind on his side for the next 3 turns. He can be moving super fast. Does not do a lot of damage, but Francesco could get a really important flinch here on this turn. Has gotten 2 so far. Might as well make it 3. Regulation Rock Slide for Francesco, working out well.
Just some excellent positioning from him with this
Regulation Rock Slide.
Together covers so many threats in the Regulation MA metagame overall. Being able to use Sucker Punch as a priority attack is so good. Rock Slide is incredible, and Aerodactyl's just going to keep doing what it does best.
King Gambit tried to go for the same double protected, failed in game 2, does not get it this time, so low kick is not going to be able to hang on because Francesco has the Chopper Berry on his side. Daniel has the Black Glasses as the held item. So, and Basculegion, 30% chance has been a 100% flinch rate.
sometimes this just happens in Pokemon.
It sure
and
does.
I really hope for Daniel's sake, this is just Basculegion getting all of those flinches out of its system for the round, for the day even.
Yeah, for the rest of the day. No more flinches, but right now, Francesco Piopero celebrating as he is 10-1 here at NAIC.
Congratulations to Francisco, and I know that endgame did look like it was a little bit of a flinch fest, but it really was the incredible identification of the lead of the Aerodactyl and the King Gambit that even made that possible. Because if you think back to this opening, it was the damage onto the Mega Frostlass that started things off. You know, yes, the Lycanroc was flinched by this Rock Slide, but we know that with the Chomple Berry, a close combat would not have been enough to get the KO onto the King Gambit. Though, yes, that damage would have certainly helped bring Daniel back into the game.
And that pop-off, Francesco knows how difficult this matchup is. Daniel Kleck, one of the best players remaining in the tournament, also a 9-1 record, so having a phenomenal performance just wasn't enough, even despite the Rock Slide flinches. Just really good calls of Francesco to condition Daniel in game 2, only going for the Rock Slide damage on Frostlass. Does get the beneficial flinch, obviously, but Daniel then anticipates game 3. He's just going for the flinch again, and now you can combine Sucker Punch plus Rock Slide, knock it out before it even attacks.
Exactly. It's one of those strategies that I think it's more, the flinch is nice, but at the end of the day, it was Sucker Punch plus damage, Sucker Punch plus damage, because that King Gambit was set up so that Sucker Punch did, what was it, like 60 to 70% of the damage, and then the Aerodactyl just did the rest.
Yeah, really impressive game, and really nice adjustments from Francesco to be able to adjust, bringing Aerodactyl in games 2 and 3 when he didn't bring it in game 1. Because sometimes you can view that as a little simple, okay, lost game 1 without Aerodactyl, won game 2 and 3 with Aerodactyl. VGC's not as simple as we would like to showcase it there. He still had to make different decisions on top of the Aerodactyl adjustment.
Yeah, and never Mega Evolved in those final 2 games, or the final game as well. Just was able to use Tailwind alone with Aerodactyl to really make a difference.
Yeah, presumably Charizard was the 4th Pokemon in that game, right? So still getting another victory, even though it's not even getting on the field. That's how strong this team is. You brought up right at the beginning, Gabby, of the set, Daniel using the Italian Lycanroc Charizard counter team against an Italian, not as successful as he'd hoped.
I mean, that's one of the things I think a lot of people need to do to learn how to play with these teams is you just have to use them yourself. I mean, I don't know how you prepare for tournaments like this, Joe, but I like to try and pick up teams and just play with them. You know, see how they work, see how they feel.
All right, I'm going to take a quick restroom break.
That was his
and
this tournament as he's ready for an interview.
Thank you so much. I am here with Francesco.
Go get food, probably.
Coming off, I mean, that game 3 was crazy. We got to talk about that one first because you get to end the game 3 of the set. You're trying to make your way into Top Cut. You need a couple more wins. How do you feel going into that game 3?
Going into game 3, I think the most important thing in this matchup was guessing what it would lead into me. And I think after the game 2, where I tried to read my opponent, maybe go for an Aurora Veil, so that's why I didn't go for a Sucker Punch in the game 2. And knowing I flinched the Frostlass, I think it led him to do the same, because it was like probably thinking, oh, if he didn't get the flinch, I should have won the set. So in game 3, I kind of, set up the situation because the events led me to do that. I don't know what my opponent had selected into game 2. Maybe he went for an Aurora Veil, but I was pretty sure he would go for an aggressive play in game 3, and I tried to intercept that, and it did well. After that, I mean, the Rock Slide flinches were nice, but it were only like closing the game better for me, but I think losing the Frostlass game 1 was pretty game ending for him, because my Garchomp is looking very, very strong into the rest of his team. So.
And I want to talk about your team and going into this matchup, because we saw a lot of, like from Daniel's team, the Lycanroc kind of pop up at Turin, right? And that was kind of one of the counters supposed to be into like your team. So when you got to see the team sheets, have you been super well practiced into the team, or you think it's going to be a tricky one?
The team is definitely very, very scary. It's been like the only team I obviously don't want to face. But eventually, like joining this tournament, there was a round where I was facing Lycanroc, and on my right there was a Lycanroc full mirror. On my left there was a Lycanroc, and on my right next to the Lycanroc mirror there was my friend Fede playing against Lycanroc. So at that point I was like, I am in the wolf's den. and I have to get out of here quickly. I faced 3 in my run. I was able to beat the 2 after losing to the first one, which was very important for me because I lost to it in Turin, but I think I was very, very close to beating it in Turin. So I knew it was possible, and well, proving it twice here is very nice and makes me very confident going forward for the tournament.
I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, moving on forward, so close to top cut, that's what everyone has their sights on. You said you're feeling confident, like you're gonna win?
I mean, I can't say it for certain. I have to play my sets well, and in this game, nobody can say he's going to win. I mean, you can believe it, but it's not really what's actually is going to happen because everybody wants to win. So if you think you're strong, you have to prove you're strong. So I'm here, and I will play set by set today and see where it will bring me, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I want to make sure you get rested up before your next one, before I let you go. Any shout-outs?
Yes, I want to shout out my friend Shohei Kimura, who is rooming with me, that helped me a lot practice against this matchup. And also a special shout out to my friend Flavio Pado, that also helped me a ton and is helping me a ton during this tournament and in this matchup in particular. And I also want to thank my team, Team Aqua, who has been a major helper in achieving this tournament because coming here was not easy for me. And also my family, my brother Luigi, my brother Andrea, and my parents. They let me play, and they said at home they weren't like very fond of the idea of me going to America alone, but I told them that I had an opportunity, and I thanked them for letting me come here and prove my worth. So thank you very much.
And it's definitely an opportunity you've been showing up for so far. Thank you. Best of luck going on forward. As for us, before we get into the next round, of course, we need to know a little bit more of Scott's thoughts.
Well, thank you, Sierra. Honestly, my mind's a little blank after watching some of the craziness we saw in that match, but we'll do our best to analyze it anyway. I got Joe over here with me. Let's have a little fun.
I'm happy. I'm honored to have entered your twisted dimensions on the other side here.
Yeah, this time you were the one who made the long sprint between our desks. So, last time I went to your place, this video went my place. I like it. We're hanging out.
Next time we'll be at the TCG booth.
Yeah, someone might as well use it, right? It's a lot of fun here, right? A critical matchup in this format where we've seen a ton of this Lycanroc team. I'm going to talk about a little bit more when we get to the slides if the team's on them, but I'm becoming a Lycanroc hater. But this seemed like the dream matchup for Lycanroc. Not only is its whole job to beat Charizard, but also you've got Aerodactyl there, another Pokemon that you really doesn't want to be hit with Rock-type moves. You don't have that second Mega to worry about in Team Preview. You know you're going to get Charizard. Surely Lycanroc dominated this matchup.
And you also potentially one-hit KO King Gambit with close combat if it's not holding one particular held item that would stop you from OHKOing it.
Yeah, so I'm sure that's what's going to happen in this match, right? I don't remember, it's been a few minutes. Yeah, so anyway, not a whole lot to talk in this team preview. We've seen this. I think that itself is worth talking about, right? And we got a little bit in the interview there too, but this is a team that everyone should know at this point, right? It was very powerful at last weekend's tournament in Italy. I think because of that, it was kind of the main team everyone's trying. As you could probably tell watching this tournament by how similar the teams are, this is a very difficult format to build a team in, right? I think a lot of people would love to innovate more and wanting to do it and finding the path a little bit different. The most powerful Pokemon are really powerful. I think they really cooked at this team. I'm not so sure about the Lycanroc part, right? Where it's like Charizard's such an important matchup that you really need to tech for it. But, we'll see. The thing to keep in mind, too, is I know during the game, I think the casters are a little surprised with some of the damage calcs. These Pokemon are typically trained to be very defensively, right? And I guess that's sort of an interesting element of everyone net decking the same team. Is like, well, you don't have to train them the same way. But I think the default assumption is that Frostlass in particular and Basculegion as well, they're going to take hits pretty well.
Yeah, and the Basculegion, if it hangs on through a Sucker Punch at 3, 4, 5 HP, that's whatever. When it hangs on with exactly 1 HP, it's a lot cooler. But I'd kind of say, Sky, I kind of agree with you on the Lycanroc. It's not necessarily that this team is good, quote, air quotes, for anyone. It's that Charizard is so good that it makes this team good. Basculegion is so good that it makes King Gambit good, right? So that's why it's truly a counter meta team.
Yeah, I get it, right? Where it's like, hey, it's the one Pokemon with a priority boosted Rock-type move. Why not go for it? And hey, when it looks good, it looks really good. And I felt like on the ladder, it actually felt pretty strong. But to me, it seems like it's kind of falling apart in the best-of-3 tournament level where everyone's so good right now, they're not getting anything for free. Other side of the field, I do think it's a little bit interesting where, the mean thing to say about teams like this is like, oh, that's Zard slop. But I think it's becoming a little bit like the Big Six, where like the Big Six was like 11 different Pokemon. Like, this is 2 members of a team that like are not there in the high usage version of this roster. So like, it's a variant of Charizard.
Yeah, and especially the Sylveon, right? I love Yawn Sylveon. I've loved Yawn for years because it's really a punishing move. It's not as amazing right up front like a Spore from a Moongus, but you're really punishing your opponent. Are you willing to trade being forced to be asleep the next turn for doing more damage this turn? And I think the way that Francesco team is written out here, you don't need Hyper Beam Sylveon because the rest of the crew is doing massive damage too. Might as well slot in the Yawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, Sylveon's a little bit more of a finisher, right? You're just kind of softening things up or finishing off softened up targets, and we don't wind up seeing, we're so close to seeing Yawn be impactful in this game, but I do think it's particularly interesting in this format too, just because like it's so much about trading big knockouts, right? And so it's kind of a format where I think in general offense is stronger than defense, and because of that, it's really tough to make safe switches. So you're just like, okay, either you're gonna fall asleep, which like is horrible even with sleep's duration being reduced in Champions, or you're gonna have to switch something in that like probably isn't gonna take my attacks very well. Those outcomes are both great for you.
And most of the Pokemon are trained defensively to always endure in a hit while at 100% HP, right? So even if it's Blizzard chip damage doing 15% or Hyper Voice doing 20%, your damage calculations you built your team around are no longer available.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of calculations in this game. I think it's kind of the Pokemon calculating exactly the most exciting matchup that they could give us. And first year, like, obviously, things are eventually going to go a little bit wonky in the RNG side, but I think this is a great trade for Daniel, where he gets to protect that Frostlass. It kind of guarantees weather control. I think Gabby was talking a little bit, kind of like the mind games there. He gets it right, gets a big trade of this Charizard, where now, at this point, it would have been knocked out by a Blizzard, and even trying to switch it in at such low HP, like, maybe you'll get the Weather War back, but, like, will it be worth it? And then, yeah, Yawn goes down in Basculegion. You kind of wind up with a fun situation where I think if he had guessed correctly about Frostlass Mega Evolving, it's just so bad in so many ways, or then you need to switch both of them out, and you kind of, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, the Charizard, by being knocked down so low from Wave Crash, it's essentially never attacking again. Francesco did not bring Aerodactyl. You have no access to Tailwind. Mega Frostlass inherently outspeeds it. You have Aqua Jet from Basculegion. You have Excel Rock from the Lycanroc. So even though Charizard's on the field, still is not fainted, effectively, he only has 3 Pokemon left after turn 1.
Yeah, this Pokemon is a walking drought, right? I could turn the snow off once. And that maybe could have been impactful had this match played a different way. And I think you're bringing Charizard this match, you kind of just understand, like, hey, Charizard's not going to be very strong here. It's similar to like the Alex Underhill versus Wolf match yesterday, where like, it's the one Mega, so it's coming, but this Mega is not going to win the game. What is going to win the game is Frostlass.
Yeah, Frostlass was really good. I think it's such a great Pokemon. I think it's at 25% usage on day 2, and we're seeing why, because it is a perfect secondary Mega. Now, it did come all 3 games here as your primary Mega, but it does flip some of these matchups.
Yeah, and I think it's important in this matchup, right, where you almost never want to bring Scovillain into Charizard, which is a tough matchup where you can't burn it. You're going to usually get one shot, and you can't really redirect anything, even if you want to, because you got Heat Wave. But hey, who needs heat when you've got cold? It's the big freeze at Sylveon. It's going to stay fully frozen, question mark here. Stay frozen. I guess you can only be one level of frozen. It's not great. You're not from Michigan. I know how it is.
Yeah, and Sylveon wants to put people to sleep and then accidentally finds itself frozen. A really unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, it's a huge deal there, right? Like, I mean, Yawn, like, maybe not like super impactful, but at least forces a cycle. Like, Hyper Voice would have been huge there, kind of making both these Pokemon get weakened to a controllable level. And we eventually see that Sucker Punch does like 2/3-ish of Frostlass's HP, so maybe Hyper Voice is enough that you're checking it. Instead, we wind up in a situation where Frostlass is like relatively unthreatened here without Sylveon to help. You just have so many options.
And Sucker Punch, I think, did like 70% to Lycanroc as well throughout this series. So if he was able to land a Hyper Voice into it, that potentially KOs Lycanroc before it ever gets to close combat.
Yeah, like almost for sure, right? Instead, this big damage the other direction, which is going to put both these Pokemon into KO range of nearly anything. Close combat didn't come down, but hey, we've been hit with Blizzard twice. Who cares about the Chople Berry? And it's kind of a switch he had no choice but to make. Either you sacrifice Charizard there, which is awful, also awful on the previous turn, or you can, well, I'm going to take the Blizzard well, but then what? I think it was also a great switch on the other side. Forced switch, of course, with the Yawn, where you're not going to leave Basculegion in. But, getting Lycanroc in there for free looks really good. Sylveon stays frozen, and, if this game continues, but it's over, right? Where it's like, well, you got Garchomp, who can't survive Blizzard. You got Charizard, who can no longer survive Blizzard because it's got like 30 hit points. This was a rough one.
Yeah, and at this point, you also got to remember Francesco is making decisions on what he thinks are the best plays. He's it has to be in unoptimal or suboptimal situations because the Charizard can't ever come back in. And he has to say, what is the best thing for me if Sylveon thaws, and what is the best thing for me if Sylveon does not thaw? So just in a really tough spot.
They quickly wind up in a situation where the best thing for him to do was to forget that ever happened and to move on to game 2. Made a great adjustment here with this Aerodactyl.
Yeah, I loved it. We were talking in between game 1 and 2, that Aerodactyl seems really great. It does naturally outspeed Mega Frostlass, so even without its Mega Evolution, and obviously clicking Rock Slide into an Ice type can never hurt.
Yeah, and I love it here too, just like, it is one of the things that makes this version of a team different, right? We now more frequently see Whimsicott, or I guess prior to this tournament, had more frequently seen Whimsicott as the Tailwind user on the Charizard teams. It's actually much closer now with both Focus Sash and this Aerodactyl-like version of Aerodactyl coming back. But Aerodactyl's like, hey, I saw what you did to my friends in that last game, and I can play the regulation MA game too. I'm gonna get lucky.
Yeah, just a little bit of Rock Slides here, and that's, even in Francesco, like, it's obviously super beneficial for him to get the flinch, but it's still a great turn even if Frostlass gets to go for the Blizzard there, because you still got a lot of damage off.
Yeah, I think this would have been a great trade, much like the previous game, right? Like, I thought that Daniel's in a better position the first game, and the luck didn't matter too much. This one, I guess, like, it would have not been a great trade, but maybe like a beneficial one at least. Just becomes a devastating trade where you get, a Pokemon and a half for nothing. You have the speed advantage. The game is not over.
He did also, Francesco had Garchomp, right?
Yeah.
That was the really big here. So even if King Gambit does get knocked out on the turn from Blizzard plus Close Combat, okay, then you have Garchomp in Tailwind ready to click Earthquake and Rock Slide every turn.
Yeah, great situation. I think there's a few fun turns that leads to this one where, like, I don't know how much it really mattered. I think it's this one where it's like, hey, what are all the weird things that could happen in one turn?
Yes, and Tailwind was up, so if you're wondering why not just go for Kowtow Cleave, the Basculegion can go for Aqua Jet, so while King Gambit is currently faster because of Tailwind, your Sucker Punch actually doesn't fail like it usually would against Basculegion.
All sorts of Galaxy Brain going out of that play. Of course, good read on Daniel's side too to understand that that's what's going to happen. Use Last Respect instead of Aqua Jet. At least picks up a big knockout here. It doesn't matter too much at the end, but it's the correct move, right? And I don't know, at this level, I feel like you got to at least keep the game going. You never know when maybe something will happen to get you back in the game. Again, playing to his outs a little bit later, goes for the double-double where, some amount of protects, I guess. If you get him, eventually all the field effects go away.
Yeah, because then that's the final turn of Tailwind, so then your Aqua Jet would now be outspeeding Sucker Punch again.
Yeah, right. At least you get to check it. Where I still don't know if that's enough, but why not go for it, right? You don't get like an extra win for winning early. So he plays it out as well as he can. It doesn't happen here, and we end up in a game 3 that surely this one will just be normal, right?
Yes, well, normal regulation MA shenanigans with some Rock Slide fun sprinkled in. Yes, certainly normal.
So normal. Anyway, we got a nice little Sucker Punch here. We do see the calc here. Yeah, it does a good chunk of damage, but you see the value of what the snow and the way that Frostlass is trained, but it doesn't really matter when Aerodactyl outspeeds it, and this is a very devastating turn. But wait, I think it'd be just a little bit more devastating.
What if you flinched here on this turn when you go for close combat?
No, that'd be terrible.
No. I think also fantastic play from Francesco, not only for the damage, the Oko, and then the flinch, but he conditioned Daniel in game 2 to only think Rock Slide was going into Frostlass. So he thought, I can tank a Rock Slide, and as long as I don't flinch, I'm going to be able to respond. So he conditioned that behavior, so game 3 he can double and KO Frostlass.
I think it's a great read, right? Yeah, well, hey, Frost is going to keep attacking into his potential Sucker Punch. Let's see how that goes. And then another great play here, reading the switch, getting that low kick off, and this game from here was basically over, but why not add a little insult to injury? I don't think winning 4-0 and I think literally almost taking, actually maybe literally taking no damage, that's just not enough. What if more nonsense? So see the protected King Gambit there. He's like, I'm not getting flinched. Basculegion's like, I am gonna get flinched.
And you're in such a bad spot from Daniel's perspective. You're like, I have to break through the flinch. As long as I break through and don't get flinched, I'm gonna be A-okay. And it's the one option that doesn't help you try to claw your way back.
Yeah, but it's okay. At least the flinches are done. There's no way, but no, there's another one. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. I think a lot of us, we have our ladder games, this sort of thing happens. Like, oh, I'm so unlucky, Rock Slide. But hey, apparently, even at the tournament level, every once in a while you have a set like this one. Maybe not the most flowcharty skill-based match that the players have ever played, but it was a lot of fun, and sometimes it do be like that.
And I do think one of the secret, lesser important aspects of that set was Lycanroc in game 1 with the win was preserved in the back for the perfect moment. Games 2 and 3, it was led with immediately getting stat drops from close combat, just taking way too much damage and not being in a position for Daniel to punish an over-aggressive play from King Gambit or Charizard.
Exactly, Joe. I think that's always important to look at these, and when we look at matches like this one too, right? Yeah, the way the roles played out a little bit crazy, but the players made the decisions to get in a situation where they could get those beneficial roles. Maybe not something you want to count on every game, but if you have the pressure, if you're the one with better board position, you're going to get lucky more often, and that's what we saw there. So, hey, after that one, I think we all need a little break for maybe the most regulation MA match of all time. So, we've got something from Gabby.
Hello, everybody. I'm here on the floor with Lily, and she is here at her first ever Pokemon event at the North America International Championships. Lily, how are you doing?
This is one of the best days of my life. There's so many kind people. I had such a fun time playing in the tournaments yesterday. Oh my God, it's so much fun.
It's funny because if you go back to my diary from the 5th grade, my first Pokemon event was also my best day of my life. So you competed yesterday. How was that?
It was so much fun. I took so much time, like practicing the team, making sure that I was as prepared as I could be since I'm really new to the game. And I'm really happy because I got to fight a lot of players, a lot of experience, and everyone is just so kind. Even after a win, even after a loss, everyone's like, yo, you did this really good. I'm really surprised by this play. It's so nice.
When did you start playing Pokemon Champions?
I started day 1, and Pokemon as a whole, I started like pretty much in April. So like really, really, really new. And it's just because I find the game so cool. I actually watched a player that you guys probably know, Wolf Blake or Wolfie VGC, and I watched him for years. I watched him back in Sword and Shield. I was like, huh, this game's pretty cool. And then I saw him in Gen 9. I was like, oh my God, this is cool. I'm seeing these like hour-plus long videos, and it's like, oh my God, this is amazing. I want to be a part of this.
Well, we're so glad to have you here. What team did you run yesterday, and what was your favorite part about the team?
For sure. I've been running Follette pretty much since the game started because like I love that little flower lady so much. And I ran like a balanced style team, which means I had some like really aggressive pieces like the other Charizard, like everyone knows Charizard. And I also had some more defensive pieces like Incineroar, the GOAT, Sinisha. And the goal of the team, you want to get a calm mind or you want to get your Charizard in a spot where you can just start ripping damage.
All right, so you've also done a ton of other things here at NAIC. What have you done, and what has been your favorite activity?
For sure. Oh my gosh, my favorite thing is just like getting to meet so many different people that just absolutely love Pokemon. I love the people that are like, oh my God, it's an Espeon. I'm like, yeah, oh my God. And then there's like the pictures, there's so many kind of people. I love getting to see these like super cool talents as well play the game. And I'm like, oh my God, that play is genius. Or, oh my goodness, Rockside was insane here. It's just so much fun. I love the energy.
Do you think you'll come back next year if you can? Do you think you'll compete next year even?
Absolutely, without a doubt. If you're watching this stream, you need to be here. Be here. Sign up if you can. But sign up now.
And if you want, locals are, of course, the first step to competing at these events. So check out the Pokemon website to find where you can play. Lily, thank you so much for your time. I love your energy. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
1,000%. I want to shout out Chumpa and Olivia because those two, they were coaching me. They took me from a 0 to someone that can kind of understand things. I'm really, really beginning to understand things thanks to them. I really want to shout out so many of the members in Florida because, oh my goodness, they were so kind and, helped me get into the game when I was just such a babby. And I want to thank all my friends because there's just so many great people that helped me be here.
All right, well, Lily, enjoy the rest of your event. Thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Gabby. We are back and ready to go for Swiss round number 12, the second to last Swiss match that we will have before we determine our players making it into that single elimination top cup bracket. My name is Rosemary Kelly. I'm so excited to be joined once again by Lendul. And how excited are you to be so close to the end?
I'm excited. This is where it gets serious. People are punching their tickets round after round into that top cut. You need 11 wins to get there. So Ko already made it up in. We have 5 players trying to vie for their chance into the top cut this round.
And those are some pretty big heavy hitters. We saw Wolf already on stream.
All right, I'm back. Sorry it took so long. If anybody's actually out there.
Francesco Piopero, of course,
but I made a whole ass sandwich.
And then we've got Don Chuck, Adrian Hurley, 2 incredible players from the U.S. hoping that they can also punch their ticket into that top cut. And one of Spain's greats, Alex Gomez Berna, also vying for that 11-1.
And then, of course, all the rest of these players with 2 losses still have hope alive. They just need to win both of their last 2 matches in order to get in.
It's going to be a star-studded roster, I think, based on the names that we see here. And there's even more outside of this top 16 that still have a hope of being able to make it. But with 2 Swiss rounds left, you can't let up the gas yet. We're going to be focusing in on Wolf Glick versus Alex Gomez-Berna as a win and into that illustrious top cut. But there are a ton of other matches that you can check out on our featured match stations and the featured match YouTube streams. So please go check out some of these other amazing matches.
Yeah, these are a lot of fun ones to watch. I'm looking forward to watching this Wolf versus Alex match. Of course, the winner moves on to top cut. The loser won't be out of the tournament yet. They'll still have their chance to punch their ticket in the last round of the day. But you want to get it done quick when you can.
So excited though about Wolf versus Alex because these are 2 competitors that have a lot of history against each other. They've played so many times on the international stage and they get a chance to battle it out here where this could be an IC Grand Finals match.
Right, I mean, these are both players who have won NAIC in the past, players who have the caliber to go out and win international championships.
I don't know how to get to the secondary stream thingy. Whatever.
Wolf Glick from 2019, Alex Gomez 2024. There are not that many years that separate them in terms of their IC wins, but there are quite a few eras of Pokemon that have been journeyed through. And we are now entering into a brand new era with Pokemon Champions. 2 international champions on the stage, brand new game, highest stakes, as one of them will make it into the top cut after a win here. So let's find out who it's gonna be.
Yeah, both players trying to be the first international champion in Pokemon Champions, and both looking like they might try to do it with Charizard. 2 teams that we've seen already on broadcast. Of course, Wolf's team with the Toxapex we saw just a couple of rounds ago. And we've seen Alex, variations of this team. It's a pretty common core throughout our Phase 2.
For stuff like this, being famous much stuck because this is his 4th time or 3rd time on the big screen.
You missed it. Wolf coming in with hot take, I think, on the meta so far.
Yeah, trying out a few different things. Mamoswine and Toxapex, 2 Pokemon he's one of the only players in the field using. We've seen a lot of the Toxapex. We haven't seen the Mamoswine at all yet. Maybe a Pokemon that's more about the threat in team preview, whereas the Toxapex really has impacts on games. It's a pretty passive Pokemon. It's not going to do a lot actively at the start of the turn, but it starts to lock in Pokemon with Infestation and can become a win condition at the end of the game if you don't have the right thing to check it down. We've seen Wolf win a couple of games that way. Earlier on in the day, we saw it though. If it's in the 1v1 that's not favorable for it, like against Basket Legion with Blaster Specs, it can just get overpowered. And so a lot of times the path to beating Toxapex is to beat all those partners around it.
But while Wolf managed to get that win versus Alex Underhill, that was going to be a very similar team to what Alex Gomez-Berna is also running. So you know, at the very least, Wolf has experience against that same 6. But as we'll take a look at Alex's team, there's a pretty key difference on it that actually makes this matchup a little bit more challenging than what Wolf faced versus Alex during yesterday's Swiss phase.
Right, I want to compare both to the round a couple rounds ago. There's no Basket Legion here. You don't have to worry about your opponent just preserving last respects until you've taken 3 KOs. But compared to Alex Underhill yesterday, a key difference on the Garchomp. It's missing Rock Slide, which makes the Charizard on Wolf's side a lot more comfortable, though still has to worry about Aerodactyl's Rock Slide. Very key that it has Stomping Tantrum. If you can get that boosted, it's a real threat to play a similar role as Basket Legion did a couple rounds ago. If it's in a late game 1v1 versus...
I get he wanted to bring for Rigoraph and Aerodactyl, but not having Bask is ballsy.
But one of my favorite Pokemon to watch, Sylveon. This is a Pokemon that I think could do some pretty big things in this match. On stream, we've already seen Sylveon's Hyper Beams do some pretty good work against Pokemon you might not have expected to pick up KOs for.
Yeah, it can do so much damage, and if you're playing a little bit more passively, you can take the time. Your opponent is playing more passively, you can take the time with Sylveon to fire off those Hyper Beams. But while it can do a bunch of damage into Toxapex in the right situation, it also can get pretty easily walled. Wide Guard on Toxapex makes Hyper Voice a little bit harder to use, and of course all the fairy moves going to be resisted. Toxapex also not the only thing on the other side. Charizard, the key offense for Wolf, and is going to also resist all that fairy offense and be able to threaten down Sylveon very cleanly.
So the big players in this match for Wolf, we're looking at the Toxapex, the Hydreigon, Charizard, Incineroar, maybe Sneasler making an appearance. But for Alex, the key to victory may be trying to go through that Charizard, Aerodactyl with the Garchomp, Sylveon. I think Alex has a lot of different options to play around with this team of 6. And so it's going to be really important to see which leads end up happening here for game number 1 between Wolfie and Alex. Let's see what they've locked into to get them the key to the success to that top cut. Alex, it's going to be the Aerodactyl and the Sylveon, and for Wolf, it's the Hydreigon and Charizard.
So immediately Wolf gets a ton of the offense out on the field. The Choice Scarf Hydreigon and the timid Charizard that can outspeed a lot of Charizards on the other side. Neither of them love to see the Aerodactyl, though. Hydreigon probably doesn't have the immediate offense to threaten a 1-hit KO there, and Charizard, of course, does not like to see Rock Slide, and the Hydreigon has to be careful. If it tries to chase the thing next to Sylveon, it can just take a Hyper Voice back. That would be really negative. So this is definitely a dangerous turn. Aerodactyl, though, doesn't have Protect, and so if you want to just immediately fire off a Draco Meteor in that slot, you could, but no. Hydreigon, too risky in front of Sylveon, going to escape in the back, get Toxapex out on the field.
Great defensive switch in front of this Sylveon and his Aerodactyl, but Aerodactyl is going to take this first turn to Mega Evolve, get a little bit of boost to its speed, and also be able to fire off some really powerful attacks. Charizard going to protect itself, preserving that Mega Evolution for a little bit later, but now Alex gets to go out on the offensive. Tailwind first from this Aerodactyl at speed, great to ensure that it happens, and Sylveon going to throw out a Hyper Voice. Toxapex freshly switching in is going to take a bit of damage here, but now can threaten that Wide Guard on the next turn.
Exactly right. The Wide Guard's so important here when you're facing down 2 Pokemon whose primary offense is spread moves, getting Toxapex on the field pretty safely, and now able to protect Charizard is so important. And a play we see so often from the Aerodactyl side, you know that you're threatening the Charizard enough that it has to protect itself. It's not going to just sit there and take a Rock Slide, so you don't even have to click Rock Slide. You can get a pretty free Tailwind out of the situation instead. But now Charizard looks like it's in a pretty good position. With Wide Guard on the table, Sylveon and Aerodactyl suddenly don't threaten this Charizard much at all. You can fire out a lot of damage back in either place. If you can chip down the Aerodactyl enough, then later on in the game, that means Hydreigon is much more of a realistic threat to just finish off Aerodactyl before it can move. But no, for now, Charizard just going to get in the back, keep trying to stay one step ahead of Alex's own pivots.
Incineroar is going to swap in to take that Charizard's place, knowing that this Aerodactyl can't actually go for a Rock Slide because that threat of that Wide Guard from the Toxapex would neutralize it.
Oh, man.
See that dual Wing Beat instead. And
Incineroar is gone.
Sylveon. Incineroar has to come in and take both of these attacks like a champ, but it gets felled. A double up into the Incineroar means that Wolf is going to lose his first Pokemon of this game.
Oh, man.
Yeah, double target that may have actually been threatening a KO on Charizard. If Sylveon in the Tailwind is faster than the Charizard and the Dual Wing Beat and the Hyper Beam is enough damage, then maybe you're trying to just burst past Wide.
To be fair, Wolf almost always goes 1 and 2.
Devastating.
He very rarely goes 2-1 or 2-0.
And then is going to be able to cycle Charizard back in. Now with Sylveon on a recharge turn and Aerodactyl at -1 attack, making the Dual Wing Beat much less of a threat. So you've reset the situation. You've given up Incineroar in the meantime, but you've made the world a little bit more safe for Charizard. And Sylveon can't switch out this turn, isn't infested yet, but with the recharge turn has to just sit on the field and recharge for now.
I love that you have to sacrifice this Incineroar, thinking about the greater good of the end game. This Charizard free and clear now to go for that Mega Evolution. You kind of force this Aerodactyl also into 2 moves that are not 100% accurate. Actually, none of the moves that this Aerodactyl have 100% accuracy, but Ice Wave and Dual Wing Beat. Those 2 attacks, Charizard will take a lot better. Rock Slide really off the table, it feels like, with the threat of that Wide Guard ever present. So let's see what this Charizard is capable of. First things first, it's got a Mega Evolve. Get that Drought set, get that Sun to help boost up all of its Fire-type attacks. And Toxapex goes for that safe Wide Guard to ensure that this Charizard is successful. When this Tailwind is still going to let Alex use these attacks a little bit faster, we see the Rock Slide fail because of that Wide Guard. And let's see the speed interaction here. Charizard is actually faster than the Sylveon, even though it is in the Tailwind, so it's going to actually have to take this Heat Wave first. Unless we see the recharge turn.
I didn't see when the recharge turn. There's the recharge.
There it is,
Okay. Message just coming in at the end of the turn. Of course, Sylveon acting at some point in that speed order, but I don't think we get a definitive answer on whether it would move before the Charizard or not. Alex kind of forced, like, checking that Wolf is actually going to click Wide Guard and not just let the Rock Slide through, but Wolf, safe there, does click the Wide Guard, keeps Charizard safe for the turn. The Sylveon now has burnt that recharge turn, but also burnt a lot of its health point. If it is slower than the Charizard, then you can just outspeed and finish off the KO with Heat Wave. And if you're threatening just another wide guard plus another Heat Wave that picks up a KO, that's really significant. I think it's important to note that Alex has been so restrained in not switching out. Despite having, -1 on Aerodactyl, damage coming into Sylveon, only now making a first switch, getting Garchomp on the field.
Garchomp will be able to take those fire type attacks a little bit better, but I also feel like maybe a little telegraph that Charizard would want to try to protect itself here. The Rock Slide is going to be good since Toxapex doesn't try to wide guard twice. And the Garchomp gets in basically scot-free, unless it gets trapped in with something like Infestation. Garchomp's not the target though, it's the Aerodactyl. And so Aerodactyl now has to take a little bit of chip at the end.
Aerodactyl will take a little bit of damage and crucially be locked onto the field in this last turn of Tailwind. If you can threaten a KO there, then you won't have to deal with a second Tailwind afterwards. For now, though, can you just outspeed and go for a Tailwind in this next turn? Garchomp, like you say, comes in pretty safely, but unlike a lot of Garchomps, doesn't threaten this Charizard immediately nearly as much. No Rock Slide to kind of force the wide guard from that slot, so you can both Tailwind and Rock Slide at the same time and force a really passive turn from Wolf and just get your Tailwind set up. Or you can swing out on the offense with Dragon Claw and Dual Wing Beat and just try to get as much damage into Charizard as possible. Though, getting Garchomp on the field does expose it. We talked about it being one of the few ways to actually beat Toxapex in the in-game for Alex. Maybe part of the reason he was so hesitant to switch it in earlier on, but now on the field a little bit exposed, but not too much at risk from these Pokemon. But Toxapex can always lock you in and then show something like a Hydreigon or a Mamoswine a couple turns later, and while you're locked in with Infestation, you can beat it. And don't just a dodge.
It's going to be a dodge with a Dual Wing Beat, as Garchomp was really hoping to be able to follow up that damage with that Dragon Claw. So Charizard's going to be great in a position to go for this Weather Ball and get some nice damage down into that Garchomp. Toxapex is going to land at the Toxic, so at the end of this turn, Garchomp is going to be taking more damage, and that's going to be 2 Pokemon that Wolf has been able to afflict with that poison status condition, and we're taking more damage every single turn.
Right, you can see Wolf setting up in the game for Toxapex now. Garchomp can have a lot more difficulty actually breaking through Toxapex when it's already this low. The Weather Ball already significant to mean that you don't need as many turns of Toxic, and the Toxic already there, so Toxapex doesn't have to spend a turn.
That was a ballsy move.
The health bars are disappearing pretty quickly. Aerodactyl, Sylveon, Garchomp all below 50% health. So the damage on Charizard really important. It'd been better if it was also.
I can't help but wonder if he was like, I don't care if Charizard faints, or if he just was gambling.
The KO Charizard before it can move, which may
it's always hard to tell
in this situation. But if you're not threatening Toxapex in the meantime, Wolf may be okay with that. Like, we'll take passive turns, me protecting Charizard, switching Charizard in the future if you're constantly taking damage over time from Toxapex in the meantime. At some point, Alex is going to have to kind of turn on the pressure against the Toxapex, or he's going to lose too many resources to actually be able to beat it later on.
I feel like this is also a turn where Wolf could really just go for a wide guard and attack, and so we are going to see that.
God, that sandwich was incredible.
Toxapex. Make sure that this Aerodactyl is going to either have to go for another inaccurate move or just use that Tailwind. The Garchomp with the Dragon Claw, we saw it did not do enough for this to be a 2-hit knockout, so it will take a third as Charizard fires off that Heat Wave in response. Aerodactyl and Garchomp, they're going to be taking residual damage at the turn from the Infestation and the Poison respectively. Garchomp is barely able to hang on, but the Aerodactyl is out of here.
I think that was actually a really strong turn for Wolf. Like, that kind of called Alex's bluff a little bit. If that had been Dual Wing Beat plus Dragon Claw, Charizard would have just gone down. The Heat Wave would have never happened, and then these Pokemon are a lot more healthy. But because Alex wants to prioritize the Tailwind there to set up for the Pokemon in the back, Wolf is able to sneak the Heat Wave in, get really good damage into both of these Pokemon. And now the damage problem to Toxapex becomes really serious. The Burgraph has Twin Beam. It is super effective in Toxapex, but I can promise you it's not going to be that significant of a threat to actually beat Toxapex. Garchomp only has 1 turn left on the field. Toxapex can just protect that away, even if not now, later on. Sylveon also damaged and poisoned. Starting to quickly look like Toxapex is going to be able to carry the end of this game. Alex is going to need to find that pressure quickly. The good news is that at least Garchomp has the threatened KO against Charizard. Charizard's so low at this point, and you have the Tailwind pressure as well to be able to help Sylveon in the game. But yeah, how do you ever break Toxapex at this point?
I wonder if because you also have to worry about that Hydreigon with the Choice Scarf that's lurking in the back for Wolf. Revealed at the very beginning of the game, but you know that that's the Pokemon that this Sylveon would love to be in front of. kind of hoping that we see something really spicy on this turn. It's going to be the Toxapex that ends up switching out those so that the Hydreigon can come back in. This Garchomp is going to be going down at the end of this turn, but it's also a trade, as Garchomp's not going to go down that easily without taking something with it. Oh, and the Farigiraf uses the Roar to get the Garchomp out of here. I was going to say Roar maybe to get the Toxapex out, but this is even better, the side Roar play to get that Sylveon in front of this Hydreigon.
Well, and the Roar is really clever as well, because you want Garchomp to be able to outspeed and KO the Charizard before it can move, but you don't want Garchomp to go down from poison at the end of the turn. So this lets you have your cake and eat it too. You get the Dragon Claw off, and then you Roar Garchomp off the field before the damage over time happens, but still it just is looking so impossible. Sylveon at this point so low that Hydreigon may be able to just pick up that KO. Despite the Tailwind, I would expect that the Choice Scarf Hydreigon will be faster than the Sylveon. And again, where does the damage against Toxapex ever come from?
And if you're worried about the special attack output from the Farigiraf, you could also just go for a Snarl on this Hydreigon. May also make the Hydreigon take a Hyper Voice from the Sylveon a little bit better.
Yeah, you can get a Snarl into Farigiraf. Really, there's no damage against Toxapex, and so yeah, Farigiraf has to be...
My mom was offering me Arby's, and I'm so glad I already ate, so I didn't have to eat Arby's.
Going to take the KO, would have been into the Farigiraf, but Sylveon already looking so...
An 8,000 calorie sandwich that tastes terrible. Welcome to Arby's. At least with McDonald's, there's so much salt on it. Like, okay, Hydreigon's gone. Can Wolfie win this? I'm guessing the Farigiraf fainted.
But we have seen Toxapex accomplish some amazing things in a 1v1, a 1v2, and it looks like Sylveon with the Infestation stacked on top of the poison might go down at the end of this turn.
And well, there it goes down at the end of this turn. It definitely isn't surviving through its recharge turn, but yeah, it does go down here.
So it's 1v1 now?
Because of the threat of Wide Guard, you can't just click Hyper Voice and then get Wide Guarded on that turn, because then Hydreigon beats you forever in the end of the game. So eventually we get to a 1v1. It's Toxapex versus Farigiraf. A lot of times that's the game plan. You've got to beat everything around the Toxapex and then preserve the right thing to beat Toxapex. We saw our Wolf lose earlier on in the day when he was Basket Leeching on the other side, but I'm just
okay, so he'd switch, I guess, and let Garchomp take a knockout? I don't know.
How much damage is it? This is the crucial moment.
Wow, it actually looks like it's going to take two twin beams for 4 hits. No, I'll work out the math on that one.
It'll be a 3-hit KO.
Yes, because you are going to get the leftovers recovery at the end of the turn, and Wolf is going to guarantee that with rotating through Toxic, Baneful Bunker, Infestation. Try to get these additional damages to stack up at the end of the turn for residual.
Yeah, it's going to be close. You may need a double protect from both sides. That Twin Beam doing a little bit more than I expected there. A lot of times the Farigirafs that have decided to run Twin Beam are investing pretty heavily in special attack, because you have to make sure you actually have the damage to threaten KOs and like Glamora. So this one doing enough damage. I mean, that's pretty significant, 50% to the Toxapex.
But there's still a Citrus Berry that this Farigiraf hasn't consumed yet. It hasn't gone down to that threshold of HP where that Citrus Berry would activate and let this Farigiraf recover. So we're going to have to get through several turns. And honestly, Len, with all of that HP, I'm not sure that Toxapex can do it.
I definitely have underestimated the draft here. You're right, with the Citrus Berry and with how much that Twin Beam did, with it successfully being a free fail, I don't think there's enough turns of leftovers to force it into a 4th.
It's like he's always missing just enough gas to get it done.
Twin Beam now, most likely the Infestation coming out afterwards, but Toxapex is going to be so low.
Toxapex pulled off an impressive victory in Game 2 versus Ko Tsukide, able to get 2 Baneful Bunkers back-to-back to secure that game and bring Wolf into a Game 3. Maybe this Toxapex has a couple of extra Baneful Bunker, multiple protects left in it in order to bring Wolf this victory, but Alex feels just a couple of turns away from being able to get this first game.
Yeah, I think if the Twin Beam had needed one more turn, if it had been a 4-hit KO, not a 3-hit KO, the Toxapex would have been able to withstand this. All those damage over times would have added up fast enough.
I mean, this is really just worst Perish Trap. It almost feels like he could just run this team as a Perish Trap team and be okay.
Just to see if you can play to that out. We'll stop this next incoming Twin Beam, and there will be some additional poison damage on top of that Infestation. It's starting to stack up. Len, if this is a double Baneful Bunker, this could be a win for Wolf.
Yeah, I think it just needs one more. The Toxic adds up so fast. We're seeing how often for Wolf it comes down to I need one more turn. And sometimes you get 1 in 3 chance of one more turn on the field.
30% chance for this Toxapex to make this double back-to-back paintball.
It did it.
Oh my God, again with this.
100% of the time, Toxapex is going to protect itself from this next twin beam.
I can't believe he got through the turn, but does he win?
Infestation and the toxic poison. We're going to go to game 2 with Wolfblink up 1 game.
He-
Toxic's
ooh.
going to do it. Infestation at the end.
Wow, he got the double protect again.
Center.
Oh man, by a razor's edge, Wolf gets the double protect when he needs it once again, gets that one extra turn of Toxic and Infestation to work through the Friggraph, work through the Citrus Berry recovery on the Friggraph, go from 100 to 0 with just those damage over times because Twin Beam was a 3-hit KO. Enough extra offense there to make Twin Beam a 2-hit KO, and we don't have to worry about that. A little bit more luck from Alex's side to not have the double protect from Wolf's side, and you don't have to worry about
Like,
that.
it's
But we
good
got
that he has an out and he's always aware of it, but it seems like that's his out every game at this point. That's 2 in a row on screen. But he does have a game advantage now, so as long as he doesn't lose 2 in a row.
Garchomp to make sure it didn't go down at the end.
I mean, 30% is not 0.
Damage was just so big brain.
And like I said too, like a lot of players win a lot of games off of rock slide flinches, so.
Unfortunately, it went down for its troubles to put Alex in this position to get that 1v1, but Alex really was that close to being able to take the game.
You're absolutely right, because without the Roar play, Friggraph is stuck on the field against the Snarl, has no way to protect against it, nothing to switch out to without Garchomp in the back, and if Friggraph takes a Snarl, then Twin Beam is a 4-hit KO, and then we're not talking about needing a double protect. So that is the play that kind of put Alex in the advantaged position, but it wasn't 100% chance to win, it was a 66% chance to win, and Wolf got the other side of it. But now for both players, do you go back to that drawing board? Does Wolf still think he can execute on a Toxapex in the game, seeing how the damage plays out against Friggraph? Does he feel like he can get enough extra chip into Friggraph earlier or try to land a Snarl there? And for Alex, do you change anything about the game plan? No Charizard in that last game, just focusing on Aerodactyl as the Mega, but Aerodactyl kind of ran into a wall with a lot of threat from Wide Guard on the other side, stymieing the offense that Aerodactyl could actually come out. The Intimidate weakened the dual Wing Beat, it gets stuck on the field with Infestation. It probably didn't have as much impact as Alex would have liked, but it also did buy a lot of time, force Wolf's hand for many turns to keep Toxapex on the field, continue to Wide Guard in order to keep the Charizard safe. So, from Alex's shoes, you have to be estimating the value of that compared to just the damage of being able to swing out with Charizard. Part of that recipe is that Wolf is one of the few players with the plus speed stat alignment on his own Charizard. Alex can be confident his Charizard will be slower, and a lot of times it feels bad to bring your own Charizard in, because if you start just, exchanging fire moves back and forth, you know you're eventually going to lose that race.
Sometimes the best defense is the best offense, though, so I wonder if Alex is going to switch things up to try to put a little bit more damage down at the very beginning of the game. Can he maybe find some ways where he isn't isn't letting his Aerodactyl fall into that Wide Guard trap? Try to get some of those single targets instead.
Yeah, if you can get more damage earlier. On the other hand, for Wolf, if he can get more value out of Incineroar to keep more flexibility to switch around, keep Intimidate around. Never was able to actually intimidate Garchomp in that last game because the Incineroar went down to Hyper Beam before Garchomp even hit the field, which meant that the Garchomp always had full power Dragon Claws. If you can get Incineroar, a little more value out of Incineroar, it's much easier to play into that end game.
With how close it was in game number 1,
Garchomp Aerodactyl.
to be just as electric.
Okay, this is actually not the worst. Well, he's got that Baneful out there, yeah.
And this time, Wolf has the Charizard and
God.
the in the lead.
This is what's crazy to me. I cannot fathom why Charizard is so good right now. Like, I know he's good. I've used him. He wins. But, like, every team has 2-2-3 rock slides. It is amazing that players are able to play around that shit consistently.
Maybe you're still happy to have Toxapex on the other field. On the field, the other thing that changes though is Alex has set 2 physical attackers on the field. This makes it very easy for Incineroar to come in and get a ton of value out of an Intimidate, but you've got to watch out. Rock Slide and Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake would be a lot of damage into Incineroar. I wouldn't be surprised to see it pretty quickly here though, because otherwise Charizard in a pretty difficult position. You don't want to spend too many turns with Toxapex Wide Guard and Rock Slide when you could be taking a lot of damage from Dragon Claw or Stomping Tantrum back.
So is Toxapex actually going to Wide Guard? Because this is the first step of the equation. You've got Incineroar in, that valuable Intimidate onto both Aerodactyl and Garchomp, and we see this Aerodactyl Mega Evolve. Maybe that means this Charizard is once again sitting on the bench here for Alex. But this time around, this Aerodactyl is going out on the offense. It's not setting Tailwind. It's set out that dual wing beat in the face of that Incineroar. And the Stomping Tantrum from the Garchomp is going to follow it up. And it goes
Jesus,
for the
I can't
Toxic
believe
Peck
how little
instead.
damage that
Now
does.
splitting the difference on the attacks, knowing that I can't let this Toxapex get to the end game with a full HP bar. I may as well try to whittle it away now.
I think the other thing to keep in mind, Alex feeling that it was very likely there to be a wide guard, so doesn't want to risk earthquakes and rock slides in that position, but also may have thought it was pretty likely that Incineroar was coming in. If you can catch it with Stomping Tantrum and Rock Slide on the switch, you can get a lot of value. Incineroar, though, not coming into the Stomping Tantrum slot. Toxapex, yes, takes some damage, but with your generator able to just heal that off in the future. Probably not going to be damage that sticks into the long term, but maybe if you can put some early pressure on it, you can at least make life difficult for Wolf.
Lay down.
Threatening, double up damage to KO in the future. For now, though, I think Incineroar gets in pretty safely, not having to take any super effective moves, getting that Intimidate down, now having Fake Out Pressure for the turn, and Wolf getting the timer on Aerodactyl already. I think a pretty successful turn for Wolf in the face of a lot of damage threat back the other way.
I mean,
To the regenerator point on the Toxapex, if it feels like a great
Toxic
opportunity
is
to get the
basically,
Toxapex
like I
out
said
of there,
before, Perish
maybe
Trap.
something
It just
that
doesn't hit
Alex
both
can
Pokemon and it
capitalize
takes
on.
4
Expecting
turns.
the Toxapex to end up switching out, or even expecting it to protect here to try to get
I'm
that
looking
Bucket
for a
Burst
big
recovery.
tent with 2
See if
flags,
they
and I
can
am
make
not
it in
seeing
to
it.
actually take this Incineroar's place as the Rock Slide gets let rip. Alex, not afraid of the wide guard in this moment, gets to land some damage onto the fresh Hydreigon. Oh, but the Garchomp goes for the Stomping Tantrum into the Incineroar, that Levitate ability there from the Hydreigon, making it immune.
Right, Hydreigon able to switch in pretty successfully here, not have to take that much damage from Rock Slide. Wolf already capitalizing and getting more value out of Incineroar. Gets it in for a really valuable double.
Maybe it's up
Intimidate,
here.
Gets it back out safely as well, so he can come in the future. Stomping Tantrum does get boosted up, but you have now the Choice Scarf Draco Meteor to
It
suppress
is. Okay,
Garchomp
I see.
for a turn. You probably don't have to worry too much about it.
So
being
this
out,
one,
but
big
Alex
tent,
has to
2
be very
flags.
careful as well. A Draco Meteor and Aerodactyl may already be threatening a KO, and if it's not threatening a KO, it's probably threatening the Toxic finishes the KO at the end of the turn. Dragon Claw may also not be a KO depending
Okay,
on how
stop.
that Hydreigon train, especially if Incineroar were to come back into the Toxapex
Lay
slot
down.
and set a second Intimidate down
Thank you.
as well.
Good
so
boy.
Aerodactyl doesn't like this position. Going to get off the field, trying to catch a Draco Meteor with Sylveon.
Sylveon, a Fairy type, would be immune to that Dragon type move, as Garchomp is also going to save itself with a Protect Shield. So great call here from Alex. Try to play it safe on this turn, but it does leave this Sylveon vulnerable to the infestation. It can't switch out anymore since the Toxapex was able to land that.
Yeah, this is the way to make sure that Draco Meteor doesn't have any impact, and the way to take advantage of a choice item on the other side. You put a Fairy in one slot, you put a Protect in the other, Draco Meteor does nothing, and now you say, if you want to stay in, you're going to have to click Draco Meteor. I know you're not threatening my Sylveon, and I can just chase after the Hydreigon, and I can switch the Garchomp out to something in the back. But like you said, this is the same thing as game 1. Toxapex slowly whittling things down, putting pressure on, and not really taking any damage back itself. Stomping Tantrum couldn't be thrown into Toxapex on that last turn because of the threat of Draco Meteor into that slot. Now I think it'll be really interesting to see if Wolf does commit to just staying in. It does, yeah. So this could be a Hyper Beam for Draco Meteor exchange, or it could be a lot more for Wolf.
But you're going to see this Draco Meteor from the Hydreigon land into the Garchomp. So this is a one-hit knockout. Yes, this Garchomp is out of here. But now the Sylveon said, okay, I got you. My teammate, you're not going to go down in vain. I can throw out a final attack here. But if it's a Hyper Voice, it's going to fail.
It's a Hyper Beam. Oh!
It's not going after the Hydreigon. It's going after the Toxapex. It's already taken a bit of trip, but look at how healthy that Toxapex sits even after.
Even Wolf was like, what the fuck? Did he really just do that?
Right, Toxapex now looks pretty vulnerable, like you could chase it down, but it's going to get leftovers recovery. You're going to have to spin to turn recharging. It's likely going to get Regenerator. There's a reason the conventional wisdom is to fight everything and then fight the Toxapex, because if you spin mid-game turns, doing things like losing Garchomp just in exchange for damage, not a KO onto Toxapex, that can just get mitigated, and then suddenly it was a trade of Garchomp for nothing after that recovery comes back. I think maybe Alex trying to be one turn ahead there, expecting that the Hydreigon wouldn't stay in and just click Draco Meteor, maybe looking for Stomping and Hyper Beam to double up into the Toxapex, but Wolf calls the bluff, says, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to throw the Draco Meteor into the Garchomp. I'm going to make you play honest. The worst case scenario is that you Hyper Beam me, have to spin a turn recharging, and I get Draco Meteor into like Farigiraf instead. There's always going to be some value because Garchomp had protected on the previous turns. There's not that much to lose in that.
Farigiraf came out, okay.
-2 though, since
It
the
might.
Draco Meteor does have that pretty significant drawback. But Farigiraf being nice and healthy, do you really want to keep this Hydreigon in? Got this one turn to buy for the Sylveon.
But there's also absolutely no pressure this turn, right? You can just switch Toxapex and Hydreigon because this Sylveon is going to have to recharge. The Farigiraf, as long as you're switching out Toxapex and not taking a Twin Beam, is not really offering any pressure in that turn. Incineroar loves to come in.
I mean,
Like,
he
the best case scenario for
might
Wolf is catching Charizard, or best case
switch
scenario for
out
Alex is
the
catching Charizard
Farigiraf
or Thunderbolt,
into
but it's not
the
gonna be threatening the KO.
Aerodactyl.
It's just going to be a little bit of chip damage into Charizard. So
But
this
even
turn
if he
Captain
does,
kind
he
of lets
we still get the
Wolf
Intimidate,
reset
right?
out of that last position, or he can chase more damage.
I don't know.
Hydreigon can just throw a Draco Meteor and Farigiraf.
I mean, the
won't be
switch
punished
from
on this turn.
Toxapex is really
Toxapex
obvious
probably
right
does
now.
need to be a little bit careful here. You don't want it to go down to a Twin Beam too easily. But Hydreigon's going to switch, undo those Draco Meteor drops, get the Charizard out onto the field. Toxapex is going to stay in. Just get
Yo,
down
Toxapex
on
stayed?
Well,
Did he
there's
click Trick Room?
definitely still some value to making sure that as many Pokemon as possible are going to be toxic. There's a lot of protects on this team, but looking for Farigiraf going for another side
Okay, so
roar.
I was kind of
Sylveon
correct.
out of there. Since it had that infestation, it wouldn't be able to move off the field by itself, but that's where your Farigiraf partner can help you out with that. Bringing the Mega Aerodactyl back in the face of this Charizard.
I think that turn is not very helpful for Alex. I think trying to be one step ahead, expecting a very passive turn from Wolf to maybe double switch and thinking you're going to at least get Sylveon off the field in exchange, but Toxapex just stays on the field. That could have been Twin Beam to just KO Toxapex and solve a huge problem. If
Yep.
Toxapex is gone, Wide Guard is gone, and then your Aerodactyl can come in and really threaten this Charizard. But now you at least have created a pin where if Toxapex wants to stay in and protect Charizard, then it's going to be itself vulnerable to Twin Beam. So this may force kind of one, maybe Charizard protects, Toxapex switches.
41 points? What
and
the
then
hell?
Punish that as the Incineroar comes in, but it's not so easy for Wolf. I think that last turn is still very positive. You took a big risk with Toxapex staying on the field and got rewarded for it.
Charizard is going to switch out, so what does this Toxapex end up doing as Hydreigon comes back onto the field with that Choice Scarf. Gets to select a new move if it wants, after it used that Draco Meteor a couple turns ago, and Incineroar is also going to make this just a full field swap for Wolf. Hydreigon takes the
I want that.
from this Mega Aerodactyl.
I want these two, but I want that
A lot of
first.
damage to this Pokemon on the switch in, but this Farigiraf goes for Thunderbolt.
Wait, what is
2.
this?
Does not want to risk having that
Unbridled Blade, Savage Wing Sword, that can inflict a good deal of damage. Oh, hell yeah.
Maybe also just looking
We'll go for the AoE later.
Plus attack with Charizard play. Alex really showing hesitance to ever use a spread move into a possible Wide Guard. Was only punished for it once so far in the set. But yeah, if it had been Toxapex using Wide Guard and Charizard attacking, dual Wing Beat plus Thunderbolt probably would have been enough damage to pick up the KO. Instead, Hydreigon comes into it pretty nicely. Of course, gives up a lot of health, but is now threatening a Draco Meteor in one slot or the other. You've got to catch it with Sylveon right now. If you're Alex, neither Pokemon could protect, so Wolf knows he can land a Draco Meteor somewhere.
Oh,
Or
it's
a
going to be the
Dark
Dark Pulse. Okay, still going to be a resisted hit into the Sylveon, but you would rather try to get some damage down, knowing that that could be a super effective attack into that Farigiraf a little bit later. Parting Shot is going to get this Incineroar back out rotation, and we'll see another Pokemon come in. Wolf gets his choice. Is it going to be that Toxapex that had a little bit of regenerator recovery as it was resting in its Pokeball, or is it going to be time to get this Charizard back in?
I think Charizard, you can't risk that it's Twin Beam coming into that slot. It is Thunderbolt though, so Alex catches the Charizard coming in.
Okay, but it's still pretty healthy.
It's not much damage. Oh,
Ah!
that's significant though. Yeah, so the Thunderbolt, not much damage after the Parting Shot. Looked like a very positive turn for Wolf. He's put so much damage on the Aerodactyl that he doesn't even have to risk the Draco Meteor there. He's able to throw a Dark Pulse. Makes it a little easier to stay in here as well, because now you can throw a Dark Pulse at the Farigiraf. But yeah, Charizard taking the paralysis is so important, because I don't think we've actually seen the speed relationship. But if Sylveon would be moving first and Tailwind is moving over the paralyzed Charizard as well. If Charizard isn't paralyzed, then you just throw Heat Wave and Dark Pulse at Farigiraf, and I think this game is over. There's no way for Alex to recover from that situation, because Farigiraf can't protect itself, Aerodactyl can't take the Dark Pulse, Sylveon can't take the Heat Wave. But with Charizard paralyzed, you can still throw that combination of moves. It's probably still very potent.
This is such a cool scene, by the way. If you're over the Pokemon for a moment, this Dragon Quest scene that's about to happen rips. If it's the same, if it's the one I'm thinking of, and I'm pretty sure it is. I wish I could have the audio on it, but
Small chance things happen, but Wolf doesn't want to risk trying to go for a Dark Pulse flinch. It's going to end up being the Toxapex that comes back in. So Hydreigon can choose a new move later on, as Charizard, with this paralysis, is hoping to fight through that, Mega Evolving, setting the sun, hoping that it will be able to get through this turn. As Sylveon goes for the Hyper Voice, it's going to chip away this Charizard and the Toxapex, but I think this is going
and we don't get like a cut to black and then stuff happens. Like, no, we get to see an actual large-scale battle.
Toxapex has
It's
taking
awesome.
on the switch in. That's gonna
Hendrix
do a lot
just
of damage to
mowing
bring it
down
down
people
to a
left and
very
right,
much
or
more
monsters.
reasonable Toxapex to deal with. And Charizard fights through that paralysis. A double connect on the heat wave. Sylveon's gonna end up going down to the poison at the end of this turn as Fergraph also gets a little recovery back with that citrus berry.
Wolf has been slowly grinding out a lead turn after turn. I think even that turn, Alex gets a couple things right. Really important that he catches, that was a twin beam into a dark type to start the turn, but catches a little bit of
That should
damage
be
on
strong enough to face
but
these
you can
things.
See how far ahead Wolf is, that even as that catch happens, the parting shot from a couple turns ago means there's not that much punish on Toxapex switching in. The Charizard can't be stopped from using Heat Wave on that turn because of the lack of damage on Alex's side, and so Charizard's able to get the Heat Wave that finishes off the Sylveon, and now things get really difficult because there's still the Intimidate lurking in the back to stop the Aerodactyl damage, and there's the Choice Scarf Hydreigon to threaten a bunch of damage here. I think you're really going to need speed control one way or the other for Alex. I think it's an important decision whether you go for a Trick Room that helps you more generally against the Hydreigon, or Tailwind here, which may not actually make Fergraph enough faster. I think you can get a Tailwind though on this turn and at least move Fergraph over both of these Pokemon and possibly threaten a KO. It's important to note too, with 2 KOs, you're never undoing that parting shot on Fergraph at this point, which makes it harder to actually break a Toxapex at the end of this game. It's at least weakened this time, but yeah, you can get Regenerator, you can get Future Leftovers, you can get a lot of recovery back in the future. Incineroar loves to just come in here. That's just Intimidate. That's its only job at this point.
Wolf with 4 Pokemon remaining is going to have a much easier time to continue to
Charizard goes down.
and out this Incineroar. He does end up giving up the Charizard in the process, but you've got Fake Out here to help out your Toxapex if it comes back in. Try to get some citrus, I was gonna say try to get like poison down or something like that.
Well, there is no Fake Out. Because
Fergraph
Fergraph's
will suppress Fake Out on the next turn. Charizard, though, has done its job. It beat the Sylveon, took that off the field, has weakened the board down to just 2 Pokemon. You've done so much damage mitigation at this point with both an Intimidate on the Aerodactyl and a Parting Shot in the Fergraph, and now you've landed Hydreigon on the field with its choice of targets. Neither of these Pokemon can protect. There was no speed control on that last turn, and so Hydreigon should be able to just swing out against these Pokemon.
Totally
God, this
forgot
scene
about
is
the
cool.
Armor Tail, 'cause we have seen this, but I
Like,
should
it just
have
really
thought
shows how
because
strong
Incineroar
Hendrick
hasn't been
and
Fake Out at all this weekend,
Lofter
all the
are.
matches that we have had on stream. Fergraph or not.
Its job is just to Intimidate, and the Intimidates have been so valuable. We talked before this game that if Wolf could get more value out of the Incineroar, he could really change how these in-games played out. And it feels like this Incineroar being able to come in 3 times in this game and every time land a pretty useful Intimidate has really made it a lot harder for Alex to break through this damage. At this point, it feels like Toxapex is lurking in the back, waiting to see which of these Pokemon it might have to beat. But Hydreigon's going to get its choice of what to deal with. For now, Incineroar going to get out one more time, save one more Intimidate for the future, maybe save one more Regenerator for the future, as Dark Pulse can go into the Fergraph.
It's actually just going to be a clean knockout from the amount of HP that Fergraph has left. And so this Aerodactyl has the world on its shoulders to get Alex into this. Rock Slide comes out. It's not even going to get the KO onto the Hydreigon. Missing that feels critical. You see the fist bump. Alex knows it's over. Wolf Glick wins Swiss round 12, 2-0 to
Wow.
move on to the top cut of the
That's
North
crazy.
American International Championships.
Crazy top cut
See
with
a
this
lack of
team.
protects on the other side. Both the Fergraph and the Aerodactyl not having it meant Hydreigon could safely throw a Dark Pulse into the Fergraph, pick up that KO, and then all of the Intimidate has meant that Aerodactyl didn't have the damage to finish Hydreigon. I don't think it would have mattered if it did. It wasn't going to beat the Incineroar coming back in, throwing another Fake Out and an Infestation, and the damage is going to mount. But Hydreigon staying alive means that Wolf can just throw a Dark Pulse there on this turn, can get more recovery with Baneful Bunker and threaten the Fake Out in the future. Wolf cleanly winning this game.
Hydreigon throws out that final Dark Pulse to finish off the Aerodactyl, and
that
is
wasn't
the
worth it.
Game, set, match. Wolf Glick on the verge of moving into this top cut, maybe getting another international championship title. But Alex Gomez not out of this tournament.
Damn, that was
yet.
brutal.
Taking his second loss means he's got to win this next round in order to have that hope himself of making it into that top cut. To play
Not
for
bad,
that
Wolfie.
title. But for now, it's going to have to be looking on to the next one.
Yeah, the pressure will mount with 1 round left, but for now the pressure releases for a moment for Wolf. Still, of course, we'll be looking for a win and a possible bye in the round of 16.
Yeah, you guys bully Hendrick. He has infinite HP. I do not.
Landing valuable Hydreigon damage. Draco Meteor into Garchomp. Dark
I wonder
Pulse
if
into
he hadn't got
Fergraph,
that
into
second
final
Baneful
Dark Pulse
Bunker in
with
round
Aerodactyl.
1,
The
what the
Hydreigon
game
able
state
to
would have looked like in
carry
round
this
3.
game with all the space created by the team around it. the Charizard taking the KOs and the damage to weaken things up at the right times, the Incineroar to put the Intimidates down at the right times, and the Toxapex to draw attention where necessary. I mean, then Hydreigon could free fire through so much of this game. You can see how difficult it can be to beat the Toxapex in the end game when the damage mitigation is there, and when Wolf is getting to pick his targets for this Hydreigon. It felt like as soon as Garchomp went down, Alex has to become kind of desperate for where the damage against Toxapex is. Look for it with the Twin Beam, with a Hyper Beam, with enough damage from Aerodactyl, but it's so much harder to find.
Major credit to Alex, though, because he did have that call of the Twin Beam on one of the Dark types that switched out to catch that Toxapex as soon as it switched in. And I felt like Alex, even one call away in that second game from being able to actually win and bring us to a Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think the very crucial turn was the one in the middle. Sylveon hits the field against the Hydreigon. The Garchomp has just protected itself. And there, Alex makes the decision to chase after the Toxapex, goes for Hyper Beam into that slot, and lets the Draco Meteor hit Garchomp. If that is Hydreigon switching out, fearing a Hyper Voice or a Hyper Beam, and you just KOing the Toxapex, then Alex probably wins. And if it's switching out to Frigoraph to preserve the Garchomp and just using Hyper Voice to get the KO on the Hydreigon, then Alex probably wins. But Wolf finds the right way to thread the needle there, get the damage into the Garchomp, and then not be punished for it with Hyper Beam just going into Toxapex. And it felt like then it was all just cleaning up the pieces from that point on.
It's so funny that we saw Toxapex start to really take to the fold of Scarlet and Violet with all of those legendary Pokemon running around, you know, Miraidon, a nice partner for it, Koraidon, if you were remembering this era like it was yesterday. And in Pokemon Champions, where we have a limited roster size, we've got a bunch of new Mega Evolutions to play around with. Toxapex again is breakout star in this snapshot.
Her outfit is so cute.
It's
God,
so interesting to see a Pokemon pick up in popularity, not just across 2 formats, but across 2 games.
it's like a you know, it's a summer dress, but also a toga.
I think part of that is players finding the right moveset, both in Regulation I and here we've seen the same moveset of Infestation, Toxic, Wide Guard, and Baneful Bunker, dropping Recover, which I think a lot of attempts to use the Toxapex previously thought, if you were going to use it as a win condition Pokemon, then I must have the 50% recovery move. But in Leftovers and the Regenerator means you have so much recovery along the way anyway that having all 4 of the utility moves is enough to carry you through that. And then you can provide so much more value in the middle of the game when you can Wide Guard things, when you can trap things in with Infestation so that your choice Pokemon can find the right targets. And it makes it a lot easier for this Toxapex to have the right impact.
If the game goes on long enough, all those poisons are going to add up as well, but that is one player that's going to join Ko Tsukide in that top cut. We've got more players to decide when we see our next and final Swiss Round 13, but before that, we're going to have more thoughts from Scott, from Scott's Thoughts.
Well, hopefully I have some thoughts. Unfortunately, I think Wolf may have been hit by a stray throat chop there. Not able to talk to us this time. Maybe feeding some Poke Blocks to his Toxapex after another great performance by it in that battle. But another really fun match. And hey, it seems like nobody can beat Wolf and Ko except for one another. Really impressive run by them. We've seen a whole lot of Wolf's team so far, so I think we kind of get the drill by now. But I think the key thing to keep in mind as you're watching these games is what's Wolf's end game going to be, right? You know, he's not just trading back and forth. It's really important for him to strategically get to a position at the end of the game where he's going to have the advantage, usually where that Toxapex can close things out. I think it's been fun to watch too. You know, we've probably seen more Toxapex on this stream over the course of the last month and a half than the previous 15 years of the Video Game Championships. But again, this one plays a little bit differently than what we saw in the previous regulation with the lack of the recover on that Toxapex. So Wolf's going to be a little bit more careful. Regenerator wound up being a bigger deal in this one. It seems like it hasn't been too integral so far in his previous stream appearances where Toxapex has stayed pretty healthy. Kind of just entered the battle late, but this time having to tank a little bit more early in the game for its friends. Maybe we can.
I would like to see some stats too, like how much damage total Toxapex took in that battle. I mean, I could go back and manually calculate it, but
you know, maybe
I would like to see just like some stats added to Pokemon Champions so you can see like who took how much damage, how much was healed, like basically League of Legends stats. Who dealt the most damage.
Stuff. We saw a lot of really cool plays with that Roar. I think that's one of those moves. When you're seeing that on a team from a player being piloted who's as strong as Alex is, it's just so scary, right? Where if you see it on ranked battles, you may be like, okay, if I click Trick Room, I can get cheesed, but it's so much better than that. If you're creative, if you can see those really innovative plays, it really should have won Alex that second game, or the first game rather, where I think it probably took him to a situation where he immediately had at least a 70% chance of winning the game. Game 2 maybe didn't work out quite as well, but really fun to watch that from a player as creative as he is. He's just going to see plays that maybe some of the rest of us won't. Starting this one out, once again, we see some familiar leads on Wolf's side of the field with the Charizard and the Hydreigon, and once again, the Hydreigon kind of being forced out of battle. I think Toxapex has probably switched in on turn 1 about 2/3 of the game that we've seen from Wolf throughout the course of this set, or not over the course of the set, but the course of the many sets we've seen from him over the course of the last 5 rounds. But again, it's a different look from Toxapex coming in here where, a little more supportive coming in here, threatening the wide guard on both of these Pokemon, where Toxapex is kind of a carry in the previous regulation, despite it involving those restricted Pokemon. As much more in the supportive role in the early game here, and then trying to be that hard carry late where, just kind of wind up in a situation with Pokemon that can't do too much damage to it. Here, gets in pretty free, doesn't take too much damage, and, we see a situation that becomes pretty tenuous pretty quickly where, okay, well, I got, this Toxapex in, but it's still not a safe position, and a lot of damage being threatened by Charizard slot. Charizard very important.
Did I go too far?
For Wolf to be able to chip down his opponent. So
I went too far. No, did I? Wait. Yes.
Incineroar is going to be the hero of game 2
yes.
in a lot of different ways. Here, it's going to have to switch in, and Wolf's going to have to make a difficult choice about what Pokemon goes down. Incineroar going to get an Intimidate in, which does make a bit of a difference onto this Aerodactyl, but going to be critical hit by the second half of this one.
Or not.
I believe this one mattered. I didn't take a look at the math in this one. Hyper Beam from Sylveon seems like it knocks out pretty much everything that it touches. If it doesn't resist fairy type attacks, even that poor Toxapex taking a pretty big chunk later in the match. So, Wolf takes a big knockout, but it's not like it's anything he can't handle, right? Game far from over here, even though trainers in Incineroar goes down. Who knows who that trainer could have been? Moving forward in this game, we see a really critical turn where there's a kind of a big call here, right? Is there a wide guard? Is there not? Wolf got the wide guard turn right on turn 3, and I think Alex got a little spooked by it, instead going for the double target onto this Charizard slot. The Dragon Claw going to do a lot of damage.
I'm so confused.
Not do so well.
Is it this one? Oh, it is this one. Duh.
Garchomp, which again is a big difference in the course of this match. Toxic going to go down that Garchomp as well. Really critical throughout the course of this game. Again, we keep seeing these matches where Wolf's facing down with Garchomp, really needs to get all the chip damage he can on it. But Charizard critically going to still be around at the end of this turn. I believe it's the next one where we see the damage over time effects. If you haven't been bored of those yet, I can show you a few more. But Wide Guard going to kick in here. Same sort of play where Garchomp not threatening Rock Slide, but Aerodactyl is. So going to go for the Tailwind instead. And because Charizard in the previous turn was able to dodge the Wing Beat, you're going to just barely survive this Dragon Claw, get a huge Heat Wave at. And even though Wolf wound up behind at the end of this game, this move kind of boldly going for that Heat Wave when it could have been potentially targeted down by another Wing Beat Dragon Claw combination, going to keep Wolf into the game. Set this up in a position just a little bit later where we see one of the cooler plays that we've seen on stream so far with the 9 HP Garchomp is able to get an attack off and then get roared out by its ally Farigiraf. I think it missed during the game, but Len made a really great comment in the post-game of Game 1 where this is a huge play, right? It doesn't seem like it's too big of a deal for the damage trade, but Garchomp being still available on the back is really important because it allows Farigiraf to shed the Snarl debuff without that special attack drop. There is no Baneful Bunker at the end of this game because it doesn't matter, and Toxapex, unless it's been critical hit, has easily closed this game out. So one of those plays that maybe doesn't look too flashy beyond the rareness of how often do you see players roaring their own teammates, but really critical play potentially. We wind up eventually in this end game between these two Pokemon, and I think we're all a little surprised to see this Farigiraf maybe trained to be a little smarter than your average giraffe, doing a ton of damage to this Toxapex, but it ends up not being all for naught because for the second round in a row, Wolf has a big moment to try to go for a double Baneful Bunker, and I guess it's a little more baneful than Protect is, able to hit this and lock up a win for Wolf from a 30-70 position. So a really fun match between two players in that first game, both of them showing how good they are, but I think probably both sides hoping, hey, I don't want the match to come down to something like this in Game 2. So Instead, we jump forward to the second game here, and we see adjustment from Wolf. Finally, Toxifex just coming out in turn 1, sick of having to come in to replace its friends after turn 1, seemingly every game that Wolf has been on stream. And there's just a lot of trading from here, right? I think kind of just to Wolf's advantage. I think what he wants early in games is kind of just get those damage trades, start getting the debuffs, slowly wear some Pokemon down, try to keep both sides at 4v4 because that's more to his advantage than the opponent's, right? Avoid those big knockout trades that we see so frequently in this format. I think the first key play comes at about turn 4, where Hydreigon enters the battle here with that Choice Scarf. It's threatening a potential knockout, potentially on either of these Pokemon, Draco Meteor. And at first, it seems like Alex has played this really well, right? He protects with Garchomp. He brings the Sylveon in. And now he's in a situation where it just seems too dangerous to leave that Hydreigon in, right? Surely you're not just going to let that get knocked out by Sylveon. Potentially, Garchomp could switch out to something to absorb that Draco Meteor. But on the following turn, Wolf's just like, you know what? Maybe I don't have to switch out this Hydreigon. You know, either you give me the Garchomp or I get a bunch of damage on Aerodactyl. That had already been a potential positive situation the previous turn. I think the worst case scenario is he gets to do a bunch of damage to Farigiraf, which has been such a critical Pokemon to remove in this match anyway that maybe it's not all that bad. So we see the Wide Guard going down here to protect from potential Hyper Voice, though that's not what's going to come. But hey, the important thing is that Draco Meteor does come down here, picks up the knockout on that Garchomp, doesn't have to bother toxing it this time, just scores that knockout. And will be Laser Beam coming the other direction. This is a really critical trade by Wolf, getting an important Pokemon out of the game without having to start wearing it down and taking the damage, not on Hydreigon, but instead on this Toxapex. And while taking damage on this Pokemon is great, it doesn't have the recover that we saw Toxapex using in the previous regulation. It does have the ability Regenerator, which heals a third of its health each time it exits battle. Winds up not being excessively critical here because Wolf is just kind of able to win this one without Toxapex needing to carry quite as hard as it did on previous games. But quickly, it looks like he's going to get endgame here, where we jump forward a couple of turns. Incineroar gets this big parting shot down on this Farigiraf, which lowers its special attack. And as we mentioned in that previous game, dodging the Snarl debuff is a huge deal. So getting this down on the Farigiraf so opens up the win condition for Farigiraf later, but he almost didn't need it, right? With the Thunderbolt going down to Charizard here, going to easily survive it. If it hadn't been paralyzed, it would have been quicker than the Sylveon. And at that point, Wolf just would have had game, right? He could have just targeted these things down. Unless he went for a Heat Wave and missed it, he would have been able just to kind of click his way through this battle. But instead, the Thunderbolt Paralysis going to extend this one, make things exciting for a little bit longer, and then we'll see on the subsequent turn. We weren't quite able to see earlier. Turns out, yes, the Sylveon is just faster than Wolf when either its speed is doubled because of Tailwind or Charizard's is halved because of the Thunder Wave Paralysis, or Thunderbolt Paralysis rather. But we also see the impact of the parting shot, where Toxapex takes it pretty well, even though it had previously been Incineroar at the start of his turn. Charizard's still getting that big Heat Weight off, just barely missing the knockout, but it doesn't matter because the Toxic earlier in the game going to allow it to be picked up. And we wound up in a situation shortly after that where once again Wolf has checkmate, where Hydreigon's damage being threatened is just too much. He's too far ahead. Could have potentially picked up a knockout on either of these Pokemon, and even then, the good thing to keep in mind that somehow Alex be able to survive. The Your Time was also going to become a threat there. So really incredible game by Wolf. The first one, a little bit shaky. You had to get a Baneful Bunker again, but really decisive second game. An incredible match by both players. Two of the very best players in the world, the best players in the region, and should be really fun to see them both later in the tournament. Perhaps Alex will be able to make it to the next stage. Wolf already there, but for now, we're going to go to Sierra for some more fun content.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We are getting ready for our last.
It's a big ass horse.
Swiss at the 2026 North America International.
Are they gonna? Is this gonna be the end, or are they going to finish the tournament up today?
It's been an incredible weekend so far, Gabby. And one of my favorite things in Pokemon, one of my favorite things with the broadcast, is a win and in for Top Cut.
And that's exactly the stage of the tournament we are at now, as this is the final round of Swiss, and anybody with a 2-loss record should be moving on in this tournament. And if you look at the names of these trainers who are still left standing in this event, there are some incredibly strong trainers on this list.
Yeah, this is incredible to see how many of these people can become NAIC champion. World champions like Shoma Honami, Brendan Zhang, Junior World Champion, right? Fede Campo, Marco Silva, International Champions as well. Wolf Glick, a World Champion. Adrian Hurley being the first person to win a round over Ko Sakite this weekend.
So
Oh, wow.
congratulations to all these trainers. Let's take a look at our notable matchups for this round. Every single matchup on this slide is a win-in matchup. So only 50% of the trainers you see here will be moving on in this tournament. And on this stream, we will be featuring Marco Silva versus Justin Tang, two incredibly strong trainers duking it out for their opportunity to move on to the top cut phase of this tournament.
I do believe at bare minimum, considering Wolf, who's not in a win-in, but won his last round, this round, I think at minimum we have 4 international champions that will be in top cut. Could be more depending on what else is available.
That is absolutely crazy. I mean, talk about a top level of play.
Hey,
at
Siren.
this tournament this weekend. I mean, we started off with.
You've missed some pretty good stuff, but nothing you can obviously can't go back and watch.
Yeah, one of the biggest events, and VGC continues to grow and grow every single season. And with how great and exciting the times are here with Pokemon Champions, we can only anticipate the players and the interest in the game we all know and love to continue to be on the rise. But Marco Silva and Justin Tang.
I've been giving you most of the important updates over Discord.
One of the most exciting win-ins we can even imagine for the North Americans, the European players, for just the history of VGC. They are 2 incredible trainers.
Both of them are currently the championship point leaders in their regions. Justin Tang actually needs to get top 16 or better to even earn championship points from this event. Like, they're titans, right? Like, they are the people that you would want to beat to have momentum going into the top cut of this tournament, and they have to eliminate each other essentially to move on. I mean, talk about a tough matchup to be staring down in one of the most critical rounds of this event.
Yeah, and I think one thing I said before the tournament started, Gabby,
apparently
would ask somewhat brazenly, maybe somewhat someone asked me, who is going to win the event? Who's going to win NAIC? And I confidently said, this is Marco Silva's event.
I mean, I don't know how many Lycan Rocks are in the top cut, but I know I've seen a lot of Lycan Rock teams lose on stream.
One of the best players of all time who has not won a world championship at this point. But if there's anybody that can take down my pick to win the whole event, it would be 3.
I mean, I think there's been 3 Lycan Rocks on stream that I've watched, maybe 4 total, and not a single one of them has actually won. And they're losing to the team they were designed to beat. And I can't tell if it's bad plays or if it's just Lycan Rock sucks.
How have you enjoyed NAIC so far?
NAIC has been a great experience. We're here at
I mean, on paper, Lycan Rock seems like it should be really good, but its one job is to KO the Charizard, and if they protect the Charizard, you can't KO the Charizard. So I think it's been a lot of really good switches and reads and stuff on, versus the Lycan Rocks. You really just have to trap Charizard with that.
Definitely like a much bigger experience, especially like from a regional.
Accelerock,
it's way grander,
somehow.
Way bigger. The
Which means you basically have to get it to a point where the Lycan Rock and the Charizard is the only thing left on the field, because otherwise the Charizard is switching out into Garchomp, it's switching out into Incineroar, it's switching like
all the different broadcasts, all the different streams. It's just
that core is so tightly packaged, man. Like the only thing Charizard is truly weak to, and everything on the team covers it and can switch into it.
Next on broadcast, I want to know your predictions how this one's going to be turning out.
It really feels like Charizard isn't even a real Pokemon. Like, the whole strength of Charizard is that everybody spends so much space trying to counter Charizard that there's just nothing left to deal with the rest of the team.
Champion and Marco.
As much as I love watching Marco and
it's
kind of
crazy.
the teams that he takes to tournaments and plays with, I'm really hoping that Tang kind of pulls this out for the U.S., you know?
Okay, I understand. North America International Championships, we're rooting for USA here. Now, I know for yourself, you said you started in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, so going to Pokemon Champions now, how has that experience been? Because this is still such a new game, but of course, that has been the talk of the tournament.
Scarlet and Violet was a really cool game to kind of get into the VGC scene. And then seeing them pivot into Champions has been a really easy experience, and I think it's way easier for a more general audience to be able to tap into the game and to be able to get into the play and understanding how Pokemon works and building teams. So it's definitely a lot easier and a lot more fun. And the graphics.
What if I can defeat this dragon now?
And I know before, while we were waiting for, interview to start, we were talking about like our own Pokemon journeys and everything else, and like kind of where we started to see where everything is now. Like, talk to me, being able to attend an event like this with just people from all around the world who all just love Pokemon.
I think it's really cool to see how far VGC has grown, especially like in numbers, growing from like the 200s up to now we're at over 1,000, which is really cool. Getting to meet people from different countries and seeing competitors that you see online from different countries and how well they've done, and bumping into them, being able to have those conversations about what Pokemon is like.
Ooh,
in the
maybe.
competitive scene.
He hurts
So
though.
It's a really great experience.
It has been so much fun. Now, before we get into the match, last thing, because we always love the shout out.
Hendrik might be able to do it.
Right? So if you have anyone you want to say hi to.
Oh yeah, all my friends who are here, VGC Kingdom, my husband Darren, Waleed, Mocha, Blake, Logan, who's still playing right now, Zane, Alex, all my friends who support me. I really love them, and I wouldn't be here without them.
And good luck, Logan. As you said, he's the one competing still, right?
Yep. So good luck to him, and hopefully he pulls this one out.
Best of luck. As for us, we have a competition to get back to, so let's go ahead with that.
Thank you very much, Sierra. That's what we love about the Pokemon community, coming together, friends supporting friends, Gabby.
And not only that, I mean,
Yeah, we
look
beat this.
back, I mean, look how far we've come, right? Like, from those days where we had a world championship that was just like the size of maybe a third of this convention hall, to all the way here where we're at the North America International Championships. We're taking up like what feels like a half-mile worth of convention center, and we're just growing bigger and bigger from here. So if you want to get involved starting next season, you can go ahead to the Pokemon website, find some local tournaments near you, find your local community, get connected, get started. And if you don't want to wait till the fall, you can always just jump online. I mean, we're less than a week away from Pokemon Champions coming out on mobile. And if you're like me,
That's exciting. You know why it's also exciting? Because like, and it's also a little disconcerting, right? Because right now I get a lot of mobile gaming done because I don't have anything to play on my phone, no gotchas or anything. When this comes out on my phone, now I have like, I'll just be playing
Yeah, absolutely.
champions all the time, right? Building teams and stuff. Like, why would I bust out my Steam Deck?
In Jersey, we meet up every Tuesday. We're trying to break the meta in Pokemon.
I get a lot of games on my, I play a lot of Switch 2 and Steam right now.
Cool. And I know last time I spoke to you, you were trying to get the VGC League started over there. So
Because like mobile games, they take constant attention. So like when I was playing, you know, Element Vision or briefly Raid Shadow Legends or Epic 7, all those games, when I was out and about, I always had something to be farming or something to do, and my phone was tied up.
Especially with the mobile release, right? You can get people.
Oh, they absolutely are. I mean, that's, yeah.
Experience all loving Pokemon together.
Yeah, and you don't have to show up with that experience too. Like I know with
I have definitely spent my share of money on them. I can't even lie.
For our, you know, championship point events,
Even the
and
least predatory
people
ones
show
are
up
pretty
and be like,
predatory.
I wanna play, I don't have a team. Like, how do I get started? And because we have that buffer time, you know, we can jump into. Well, now it would be Champions and/or Pokemon Home, but previously it was Scarlet and Violet. Be like, well, let's catch you some Pokemon. Like, let's train them up. Let's help you get started, so you can play, so you can have a good time, and then hopefully come back and join us for the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and that's how you get started, and then you're hooked, and it's great.
And think about how many locals that Justin Tang and Marco Silva attend every single year. That will be the focus of our final round of Swiss. They're getting set up on stage.
I will
So circling
absolutely
back
be
on that
attending locals.
conversation.
I am so excited to do the first local tournament with whatever I cook up for the next regulation.
For sure, a lot more pressure.
Because again, for all we know, they could remove Pokemon. They probably won't, but they could absolutely remove Charizard and you know, some of these other Pokemon from the pool. They could remove every Mega and be like, okay, all of these Megas are gone now because it's time for the new wave. We don't know. And like, it's easy to be like, oh, well, they wouldn't do that, but like, why wouldn't they? They have that as an option now. And the objective of Champions is not to make every single like Pokemon legal all the time.
Have that kind of accomplishment. Have that.
So for all we know, here in about 6 days, Charizard Y gone.
To be here to be playing against, you know, who is a very accomplished.
They may
player,
do a full rotation and introduce like 150 to 200 brand new Pokemon and remove all the other ones.
Pressure's on.
And Marco Silva,
I don't think they will, Siren.
correct me if I'm wrong,
I legitimately don't think they will. I think they will have a constant stream of different regulations.
And I might be misremembering.
I mean, there will be formats that has everything legal, right? There will be dual restricted formats and stuff. Like, I'm not denying that. It's probably going to be a really long way away.
Winning NAIC alive every single round.
I mean, even still, just taking a loss that early on in the
See, I think
tournament
they
and
will.
keeping the dream alive.
I think with the option to absolutely rebalance the game just by removing Pokemon from a format.
Tournament last night. And I mean, that's something that he'd be used to as a European player. Is that
If they don't, they're fools. Like, straight up.
But, you know, that's
If they don't use the opportunity of champions to have like a rotating rule set, because
that extra round of thinking, but thinking of that, it looks like
I
our
don't know.
players are
I just
on
they're
the stage,
crazy.
Headsets on, getting ready to start this final round of Swiss.
And speaking of stretch, Gabby, everybody at home, get a good stretch in. Get
Well, they may not remove it, but they may make it unusable in ranked. They absolutely have that option. They're not going to delete it from the game, but
around it will be Marco Silva versus Justin Tang.
Here we go. You can see the teams on the screen. Marco Silva pivoting from the team that he ran last weekend to win the Turin Regional Championships. He's gone from Marco Cone Parish to Marco Sin Parish, running that Charizard Aerodactyl core that we've seen do very well throughout the metagame.
Yeah, the Charizard has just been absolutely dominant throughout the entirety of this weekend at NAIC. Even though technically Mega Flood has a higher usage in day 2, seems like the teams performing the best have Charizard involved, and Francesco Piapero, another Italian, using Charizard
that I know, but like, so
like Marco.
My assumption is based on what we saw. Like, they didn't just pull 190 or however many Pokemon are in this format out of their ass. It was carefully curated, right? They carefully picked out Archaludon to go in the game, Charizard to go in the game. They very much decided they did not want Mega Garchomp Z in the game, stuff like that.
A little bit different than you'd expect. You know, Marco's opted to run Incineroar, which can be a very consistent Pokemon.
And I'm saying you might be right, but they're foolish if they don't. The ability they have to custom craft a meta and just make things interesting is gigantic. And the idea that they won't take that opportunity sucks.
Compare it to his LAIC championship with regular Charizard. Incineroar somewhat taking on a pseudo Charizard role where
Megas, like, I don't think Megas are going to be legal forever. I think they'll pull the entire Mega Evolution format and start doing terrestrialization. I don't think, at least at first, we're going to have Megas and terrestrialization at the same time. I think if they do Z moves, Gigantamax, or terrestrialization, they'll pull one of the other. They'll pull the other gimmicks at first.
Weather mechanics, you're comfortable with these teams that are meant to pivot in and out with parting shot and intimidate, cycle those fake outs so that you can be able to, you know, stall your opponent out for a turn, get another heat wave in, get another stomping tantrum in with your Garchomp, and slowly wear down your opponent's Pokemon. But if you take a look at Justin's team, you know, yes, there is going to be that Mega Delphox, which is known to be very
And I do think there will be a day when we do have, like, the option to Mega Evolve or Terrestrialize or Gigantamax, but they'll probably still only allow one per team.
About these 3 Pokemon is that you have this,
although
like,
maybe they don't, right? Maybe there is a world where you have a Mega Zacian standing next to a Mega, I don't know, whatever.
So it can take advantage of a nasty plot, or for what can take advantage of a Calm Line for much longer than you normally expect.
Yeah, that I am expecting, yeah. There definitely will be a Wind and Waves format when those games come out.
Sage Park qualifying for the World Championships a few weeks ago with triple redirection and those 2 Megas. Now the team's opting for double fake out instead, only the 1 redirector. The final round of Swiss is underway. Marco Silva, Justin Tang, 2 of the
All right, let's see who gets knocked out here. I know both of these names, so kind of a big deal.
Relying on some of the tried and true Pokemon of VGC history to kick things off with 2 Incineroar in the lead for both of these trainers. Now, you did see the order of the Intimidate abilities fire off, which could give us a hint on how these Pokemon are trained. So keep that in mind as we go through the first stages of this turn. I think what's more interesting to me, though, is seeing the Sylveon and the Flow.
The game is going to be wild, you know, 2-3 years from now, right? I mean, we really are at an awkward timing. We're like, yeah, the Mega format. Of course, we don't know the Wind and Waves gimmicks. For all we know, Wind and Waves could bring back Megas too. we may get more Megas in Wind and Waves. I cannot fathom another possibility for a gimmick. We've had Pokemon get big. We've had Pokemon go this Pokemon. This is what it's like to go even further beyond. We've had Pokemon change type, and we've had Pokemon get super move.
Justin Floette here gets some very solid dazzling gleam damage even without a Calm Mind boost, but Sylveon will gladly.
Oh, so you think the gimmick is going to be more along the lines of like all the beasts, which by the way haven't come back yet either. That would be cool if we saw the beasts come back next format. I know it's not likely because they are basically legendaries, but that would be dope.
Incineroar as the faster Pokemon in this position, but given how much damage that Floette did in that turn number 1, it does look like Justin has the momentum in that favor as well. Floette's just such a strong Pokemon, and Marco's going to have to find a way to pivot if he wants to get that.
Could be.
Charizard will swap in here.
Yeah, well, I like Stack Attacka, but you know me, I like my big bulky boys.
Fairy Tech just takes that pretty well, but Sylveon's down into the red. If Justin follows up with an attack into Sylveon, I would have got the KO, but no. Justin playing it more passive, wanting to get a stat drop, and Marco's Charizard already -1 special attack before it even gets the chance to Mega Evolve.
But he has to switch in the Sinistra here to give some hospitality to that Floette in case the Sylveon goes for a big attack here.
Yawn from Sylveon. This is the adjustment. Last round you see Hyper Beam. This Yawn, if Floette does not switch out and locks an attack, it will immediately fall asleep.
So again, the Sylveon providing some great pressure. Marco opting to run a more supportive set in this matchup compared to some of the other Sylveon we've seen in the game, and essentially getting that Charizard in for free. Now, even though the Sinistra does provide redirection in its kit with Rage Powder, that's not going to stop Floette or a Pokemon switching in from taking a little bit of chip damage. Of course, with the Incineroar at the back of Justin's party, that can come pretty safely in on a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball, but you do have to worry about that Sinistra now taking damage.
And one thing Marco might have to kind of account for here is who is Justin's 4th Pokemon.
Exactly.
Not very often will you see Delphox and Floette brought to the same game since they're both
Shin.
evolutions. So you can probably assume.
I have been enjoying Gray Sword, I can't lie. I don't know if I'm going to keep it up once I get the Sword of Light, but I might.
Later on as Marco will
We'll see.
evolve his -1 special attack Charizard Y with the sun. Going to be boosting that fire damage anyway, but both for Justin and Marco. Sinistra does not want to take a Heat Wave even at -1, so Justin forced to protect on this turn as Incineroar swaps in.
Because then I can make Hendrix Axe. But it's funny because I don't have like a sword user at that point.
25% of its HP, but now with Sylveon clicking Hyper Voice, there's no Fairy Aura boost anymore, so it's not going to do as much as the first one.
Yeah, they are pretty huge.
Yeah, it is still full powered essentially because it was not targeted by a parting shot of that Incineroar, and as a result, Incineroar will have the opportunity to go for one attack this turn if it opts for a Fake Out. But overall, that Fake Out is almost forced to choose the targeting here is rough, right? Because you want to target the Charizard so it can't go for the spread Heat Wave and target down the Sinistra, but then you also have to worry about the threat of a quick attack from the Sylveon. So Marco has his choice of targets here this turn.
Sylveon swapping out just in case the Fake Out goes in that direction. And now no Fake Out will work. As Sinistra, that's a double protect,
yeah, that's
right?
a double.
What is going on in New Orleans? Everybody is landing 30% double protects this entire day. Heat
It's
Wave
true.
Does take out those last few hit points on the Incineroar, and no more Fake Out from Justin's Incineroar.
But he didn't go for it this turn, and I like that play because if your Heat Wave misses there, that could have been a huge opportunity for another parting shot on the Incineroar, get that Charizard special attack even lower, and then all of a sudden maybe Sinistra could take an attack, or I think more importantly, the Floette would take less damage and could fire back some, a Moonblast or maybe even a Dazzling Gleam here to even up the score. I love the Farigiraf reveal from Marco in this position.
Yes, let's take a quick nap on the bed in the prison during the castle infiltration.
Just inside of the field.
That seems safe.
Is gone, and we, we know that the Incineroar is gone, and if it's not the Sneasler in the back of the party, the Farigiraf has essentially done its job. I think this is a great opportunity for Marco to start doubling down on the damage from this Charizard with a helping hand.
Yo, for real, I am so goddamn sleepy. I've had to get up at 5:30 in the morning every day the last 3 days in a row because I've got to take my wife to work because she can't drive right now. And I am tired.
It would have been enough for the KO, and it's a psychic attack into dark type Gambit.
That could have been a read from Marco that it was going to be the Sneasler in the back, or it could have just been an attempt to get a little bit of extra damage onto that Sinistra on the case that Heat Wave missed. But now all the information is
but I
out
take her
there.
to an appointment. But
all 4 of Justin's Pokemon. We know all of Marco's Pokemon, and it's time for Justin to go to the drawing board to find his outs for this match. The nice thing about the King Gambit for Justin is it does have Protect, so he can buy himself some time, but he has to do some pivoting and get some health back real quick.
Then it's just swapping in with its Hospitality boost, healing Floette for
and that's why I'm reading books.
Of its HP. Now Marco clicks the helping hand. Doesn't want to risk
yeah, no, she's off tomorrow, though, thank goodness.
Instead, we'll boost Charizard's
I gotta take her to an appointment, but other than that, I'll probably have to go to her mom's house.
Charizard, bringing it down very, very low. Here's a Heat Wave. Remember,
oh, hi. Do I have to?
As well, so Floette takes that like a champ, and Sinistra gets knocked out.
But Floette was able to benefit from one last turn of Hospitality before it went down, and that natural speed that it gains with the Mega Evolution really paid off there too, as the Sunlight turns are ticking down as well, so Charizard's about to lose that boost to its fire.
I can't believe that Charizard's still on the field. What the hell?
That could mean that Marco could consider switching it out here, but also look at how low of health Justin's Pokemon have. I don't necessarily think he needs the Sun to close out this game.
Yeah, any amount of chip onto King Gambit will be more than enough, and Marco does not swap out his Charizard. He still has 4 Pokemon on his team, so feeling very confident. Floette with the Dazzling Gleam into both with the boost, even though it's resisted, Charizard gets KO'd.
Identifying that the Farigiraf is blocking Sucker Punch. So as long as the Farigiraf is sticking around, that will ensure that the Charizard, if it was targeted by a Sucker Punch that turn, would still be able to attack. However, it was just taken out by Dazzling Gleam. Now it's just going to be the Sylveon and the Farigiraf remaining. Oh, and the Incineroar as well.
This has been a really fun game to play, though. Ah, shit.
Marco has to get rid of this King Gambit before you bring Incineroar in, giving out free Defiant
Dragon Quest XI is still very fun.
Exactly, but King Gambit is, again, at such low health. Sylveon is at low health as well. The speeds really are in Justin's favor at this point in time. Marco, it almost looks like you want to try and set up a Helping Hand quick attack to try and pick up the KO on that King Gambit.
Well, there's the first part. It's Helping Hand, and there's the quick attack. Priority into King Gambit.
There goes a knockout.
Wow, I can't believe that knocked out.
The giant King Gambit, the #1 Pokemon in usage in the format. Sylveon does get knocked out for its troubles, though, and smart play by Marco. He knew Sylveon was not making it through that turn. Let's get a KO for a KO.
Exactly, and again, now with Farigiraf and Incineroar remaining for Marco, all you have to do, you can go for Fake Out this turn. Maybe Floette protects, maybe it doesn't. You do have to worry a little bit
we could get up
about
that dude.
the targeting from the Floette on Justin's side of the field, but you have to wonder, could 2 Psychics pick up the KO there through the special defense boost?
Floette takes the Fake Out, not going to be able to attack this turn.
I mean, again, we could definitely go up that.
Yep.
Marco can secure the game since either
I mean, I literally could just jump that high.
Justin will not attack this turn.
Yep.
Now Farigiraf and Incineroar outspeed.
Exactly. So Marco just playing this end game super, super safe here. And Justin really has to think through his strategy going into game number 2. I like how he tried to bring the Mega Floette. I think that it was the better Pokemon on paper against the team that Marco has, but ultimately it just didn't quite find the alignment that it needed. Was able to sneak in a Calm Mind, but it almost like it needed 2, right? It just needed a little bit more damage to lock in those knockouts.
Well, that first turn of the game, Gabby, when it clicked Dazzling Gleam instead of Calm Mind, I think Justin was potentially worried about a yawn on that turn, and Sinistra was not on the field to redirect it away.
Exactly, exactly. So going into game number 2, it does make you wonder, okay, another double protect.
Viewers, I promise you, it is not a guaranteed chance to get 2 consecutive protects. In fact, it is a 30% chance, but Justin has done it twice today. Wolf has done it. Francesco has done it. It's crazy.
I think he's going for it. I see him crossing his fingers and shrugging.
I mean, he's going to
It's
need...
an out, right?
He's going to need 4 consecutive protects, though, to get through Trick Room.
Hey, you play to your outs, right? You always play to your outs. Unfortunately, there is no triple.
I would have been going crazy if we saw a triple protection today. That's what's going on down in New Orleans, the craziness of the odds. And against those odds of a double, because of Trick Room, Fergaraf securing the victory for Marco. 1 game away from Top Cut.
A previous international champion getting 1 step closer to Top Cut and another shot at the title. And just played that game really well. You know, we saw that Charizard initially go on the offense there with all those heat waves, but I think Sylveon's yawn was really the star of the show. We saw it put a lot of pressure on the board just by having it there. We also saw that Helping Hand quick attack take out the King Gambit. That was also...
Oh, it was Helping Hand. Okay.
Yeah, and
even still, I'm kind of surprised a little bit.
Yeah. Being on the field to see 2 modifiers helping the usually special attacking Sylveon, but I love this Fergaraf on Marco.
Oh, and Floyd was on the field. Okay, now it all kind of makes sense.
Sinister 6 Charizard teams out there. This is a Tail Room version. You can have Tailwind on Aerodactyl. You can have Trick Room on Fergaraf. It allows you to play in many different conditions in the matchup.
And even just the ability to block priority attacks with Armor Tail. It's such
This music lives rent-free in my head, by the way.
The threat of being able to switch in to stop Fake Out, the threat of being able to switch in to stop Sucker Punch is something that Justin really has to be mindful of as we go into this game number 2. Now, fortunately for Justin, I think switching is something that this team is normally very comfortable with. Like I was mentioning, you know, the Sneasler, the Incineroar, the Sinistcha really do love to switch around. It's just they couldn't quite find that alignment in game 1. Let's see if they can find it in game number 2.
Justin Tang, 1 loss from his dream of becoming NAIC champion. No longer happening this year. Will go for the same leading game 2, Incineroar and Floette versus Sylveon and Incineroar on Marco's side.
Game number 1, we saw Justin go for the Fake Out onto the opposing Incineroar, and then we saw these Fairy-type Pokemon trade damage, but no Mega Evolution to start this game off.
Fake Out into the Sylveon. It was too much Hyper Voice damage last time around. We're gonna Fake Out both of the Fairy types. Everybody slow down.
But there is no boost on the field yet from Fairy Aura, which I love here from Justin, making an adaptation to ensure that Marco's own Sylveon is not powered up yet.
That's a great call. You're accidentally boosting the damage that a Pixelate Fairy Feather Sylveon can do with Hyper Voice once you Mega Evolve.
But it will be boosted this turn as Justin is opting to go for the Mega Evolution, which is fair. You know, you do want to do more damage yourself, of course.
And now will Justin calm mind this time around, where last time it just went for an attack? No, it's just Moonblast. Justin understands Sylveon is a problem. Sylveon hanging on with about 30% of its HP. And the follow-up from the faster Incineroar. Sylveon never gets to attack this game.
No more yawns, no more boosted Hyper Voice.
Man, to get that bitch out of my face.
Just goes down, and while Incineroar tries to fire off its own Flare Blitz, without that little extra damage, it's not enough for the KO.
That's the Charcoal boost coming in clutch, doing so much damage to Mega Floette.
That is a incredibly powerful Incineroar. You have to wonder with the Sunlight boost as well.
Oh, yeah.
I know, if that would be a one-hit knockout. So maybe we should file that one in the memory banks for later.
Yeah, that's for a potential game 3 if we get there. But Marco doesn't want there to be a game 3. Marco wants to close the set out with his Mega Charizard Y.
Which is a great Pokemon to have on the field to boost the amount of damage this Incineroar was doing for Pokemon that are really Incineroar. So hopefully Marco's trying to maybe align the Incineroar up with something again later. You know, we know that Incineroar likes to pivot in and out and get those parting shots on the field. This could be a good opportunity for Marco to try and go for that. But for now, just going to set up the Sunlight with his own Mega Evolution.
Yeah, so the Drought ability from Mega Charizard Y will boost the damage of all Fire-type attacks in the field by 50%, including his own Incineroar that also has a 20% damage boost from the Charcoal-held item. So it's a lot of damage, even if it is resisted into Justin's Incineroar on the other side. Floette will protect itself from all damage this turn. Incineroar taking about 35-40% from that Heat Wave. And now Justin with that speedy Incineroar going to parting shot. But if it's one of the two he brought in the back last game of Sinistra and King Gambit, neither of them want to take a fire attack from Charizard next turn.
It is at -2 now at least,
Sinistra.
so that will mitigate some of the damage. And of course, Hospitality will also heal up the Floette in the meantime, but that is going to be another Flare Blitz, and at -2 with the Sun, it barely misses.
Wow.
Sinistra so close to being one-hit KO, but it will crucially stick around for one more turn. Incineroar takes Flare Blitz, recoil, and not even just for Justin to use Sinistra with, helpfully with a Rage Pad or something, but it's able to swap out so it can then swap back in for Hospitality.
And that is the value of having Intimidate on these teams that can cycle these Pokemon in and out of the field fairly comfortably against a Pokemon as powerful as Charizard. You're able to see Sinistra wouldn't be able to switch out again if it wasn't for those two Intimidates that stacked on the opposing Incineroar.
Now Incineroar on Justin's end will swap into that position. Justin really understands against these double fire types. Sinistra's not here to do damage. This is here to show a little bit of Southern hospitality to the rest of the team, healing up Mega Floette a couple of times throughout the game. Burgraff swaps in though and eats a Moonblast, doing just over 50%, which will activate the Citrus Berry so that hopefully another one doesn't get the KO. And Floette is down. Charizard takes out the other Mega counterpart. And
That's seeming like it's probably over at this point, right?
The Farigiraf switch in here for Marco accomplishes a couple of things. You lose the Intimidates on the Incineroar, so when it comes back in, it should be at full power. If not, maybe -1, assuming Justin cycles his own Incineroar in and out once more. But I think more importantly, it did take all that damage from that Floette, and it will prevent
It's probably King Gambit in the back.
Charizard this turn.
Which, yeah,
really
there's not really much that King Gambit can do here if Incineroar doesn't go down.
And after the Citrus Berry and Hospitality, Incineroar is effectively back up to full HP, but you're staring down a Charizard Y on the other side that can, with one hit, knock out Sinistra. Justin protects Sinistra as Marco protects Charizard, and Farigiraf protecting as well, so nothing happening on this turn.
Nothing happening except Marco scouting out the protect on the Sinistra, wants to make sure that Justin either has to take the attack or switch it out and, you know, have that thing take the attack.
Or go for his third double protect of the set.
Third double protect of the set. It's not going to be pretty, Justin.
Yeah, very tough spot, especially if King Gambit is the final Pokemon in the back. Burgraff will be preserved for later. Incineroar might as well swap in now while there is no King Gambit on the field, so you're not giving any Defiant boost. And Justin did go for his third double protect, and it finally fails. It's only a 30% chance to happen once. Very, very low for it to happen 3 times in 2 games. Sinistra knocked out.
Incineroar, though, still sitting pretty healthily on the field, will be able to land a parting shot against the Charizard, so these Heat Waves will be a little bit less effective, and also the Sun Turns are starting to wind down as well, so there is going to be a limit to this Charizard's power. The big question, though, is has the damage been enough to fully slow down Justin? We get the reveal of his final Pokemon being that King Gambit, and we do know that the Incineroar is essentially stuck on the field right now, unless you do want to give that King Gambit a Defiant boost.
And King Gambit might be peckish in title, but Marco is hungry for Top Cut with 2 fire types on the field that can hit it super effectively in the sun. King Gambit's in trouble.
So you could opt to switch in your Farigiraf this turn to stop the fake out, and that's exactly what Marco does, but smartly it's the Charizard that switches out. So again, Incineroar on the field, no Defiant boost, and is going to be able to attack.
Oh yeah, resisted hit, no charcoal for Justin's Incineroar to boost his fire damage. Gonna take that, and now a Flare Blitz into the sun.
Kaboom!
It never stood a chance. 1-hit KO.
God
Justin,
damn.
Only 1 Pokemon remaining.
That King Gambit really tried to take that hit, but Justin has opted to run the Black Glasses Sword Stance variant. No Aqua Berry, no Focus Sash here. It was going to go down, and now with only the Incineroar left on his side of the field, this Incineroar does have some options here. It's running Throat Chop and Flare Blitz, so Flare Blitz will have its damage boosted by the sun. Of course, Throat Chop will be super effective against the opposing Farigiraf, but in a 2v1 situation here, I do think the damage favors Marco. You do have to be a little bit careful about Heat Wave misses, probably want to rely a little bit heavier on the Weather Ball as a result. So you just have to hope that your helping hand weather ball will be enough to seal it.
Farigiraf lends a helping hand to Mega Charizard Y with a weather ball in the sun into Justin's Incineroar, and Marco Silva's dream.
Well, there you go.
will continue here at NAIC in Top Cut.
Congratulations to Marco. That was a fantastic showcase of just how you can use a Pokemon like Incineroar in a very unique way. Like you were saying, it was almost like the Torkoal and the Charizard combination, but just a little bit differently with that Incineroar holding the Torkoal and charcoal, excuse me. And you saw just how big of a difference it made. But, you know, Justin made some great adaptations in this match as well. You know, immediately getting rid of that Sylveon so it couldn't take advantage of the Fairy Aura boost that the Mega Floette provided. But unfortunately, Marco's firepower was just too strong.
Oh, he's full demon now.
Never in a position to click multiple Calm Minds from his Mega Floette in either of these games. That's really when you can start, when you can chain Calm Minds as you get Hospitality Recovery and you can be a threat at +2, that's when you can get one-hit KOs. Delphox as an option could have maybe helped, but then it's really tough into both a Farigiraf and that super strong Incineroar.
Exactly. Like, I really love how this team has a very strong physical and very strong special attacker, especially with that fire typing. You know, one thing that I think likes to shut these Charizard teams down would be something like the Mega Scovillain, you know, with the ability to burn those physical attackers. But when you're already a fire type, that's not something you really have to worry about. And I think fire typing is just so powerful right now in, you know, regulation MA. And
inferiority
Just,
complex.
like, perfect partners.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you'll see, or people will use Talonflame as a Scovillain counter, like you're talking about, a fire type immune to being burned that can actually punish Scovillain. But Charcoal boosted Incineroar Flare Blitz in the sun is going to be threatening that too. So I'm sure Marco is running to his fair share of Scovillains, and he's going to have a tough road ahead of him in top 16, Gabby.
For sure. I can't wait to see what other teams have made it through. You know, we're finally starting to see these unique adaptations bubble through to the top. Yes, the teams look the same in terms of the 6 Pokemon, but they all have their unique quirks. They all have their unique sort of trainings that allow them to get into these top positions here at the tournament. And I can't wait to see what the usage is going to look like, what the held items are, what the moves are. It's so exciting.
Yeah, and from our winning graphic earlier of the notable matches, there were at least 2 other international champions fighting for that title to join now Marco and Wolf in Top Cut to gain another international championship under their belt, or it could be someone completely new also, Gabby. That's also exciting.
I know, and I know one of our feature matches was featuring a Snorlax.
I don't think so.
I mean, that's not a matchup I was prepped for coming into
Black Ops players aren't exactly Switch players.
Yeah, that would be pretty. That'd be actually pretty sick.
They're Xbox, PC, PS5.
Especially as a Charizard counter.
A lot of Black Ops players are the kind of players that would laugh at you for owning a Switch.
Nothing to me. Oh wait, King Gambit 70% usage. Sucker Punch just ends my day. Never mind.
You know, I think what I'm learning from this weekend
also
is that
that
the best way to counter Charizard is actually fire type Pokemon.
But
it's
actually, though,
yeah, it's counterintuitive to what Professor Oak would have taught me as a starting trainer in Pallet Town. You know, it's not fire, water, grass. It's fire, fire, fire.
Fire, especially with Charcoal and Drought. And but that, I mean, VGC at its core sometimes, Gabby, is about damage multiplication.
Exactly.
You have Helping Hand, you have Drought, you have Charcoal. These are things that many times players will opt when they're you know, calculating their defenses of, I'm going to be able to take this much from Flare Blitz or this much from Heat Wave. The Charcoal or the Helping Hand can really throw off those calculations.
Exactly, and what's really unique to me, fascinating even, is the fact that, you know, when Pokemon Champions first came out, I think a lot of people looked at the limited item pool and just, you know, didn't necessarily see the opportunity.
Dang, Siren has definitely strong opinions on this.
That people were used to weren't put in originally, so that newer players had the opportunity to learn how these items work, to learn, you know, what things did. But to see this innovation so late on in this format,
oh god, I'm gonna get banned.
Incineroar just goes to show that you can still think outside of the box when
they show feet but not nipples.
And I would love to finally talk to Marco about how he came up with this team.
Demon feet, okay. Demon nipples, better cut that shit. No nipples.
I am here with Marco Silva, who has now secured a spot here in Top Cut of NAIC.
Areola Helenoa.
How's it feel?
It feels amazing. I didn't really expect it at all. Like, I knew the team was good, but after the 3 rounds, I was back against the wall. I won 2. I didn't really believe that I could make it all the way to top cut, but I'm glad that I was able to.
Yeah, starting 1-2 at a tournament as stacked as this one is definitely scary.
What is
do you
happening?
think it was that helped you actually get all of those wins to be standing here
I
right
thought I'd
now?
be fighting Jasper
So
just
I
now.
think it's more because of
I don't know
the
why
practice
he
I
ran
had with
away.
the team. I've basically been playing this team since basically the game came out. When the game came out, like I used it in the first. I used another version, but like basically 5 of the 6 months were the same, and the team worked in a pretty much the same way. I only had Aegislash instead of Aerodactyl in the first global challenge in the Pokemon Champions, and I got 7th in that one. And then at the end of the first season in ranked battles, I used Aerodactyl and I got 5th. So basically, I've been using the same team for last week that I decided to use the Gengar team was to actually not spoiler this one.
Okay,
Even
well
if I
actually, if
used
you're
it
my
online,
shield, I'm just gonna go over here and stand
I
behind
felt
you.
like that I was gonna do really well at Turin.
Also, though, you don't have a
Turin,
shield.
And I felt like this was the team that was gonna
That
give me the best
seems
chances to do
not
really
great
well.
for me.
So at first, I was like, oh yeah, save the team, and I went 1-2, but then I was able to clutch it.
So we have no regrets about
Okay.
locking in this team for the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like the other team was really fun, which is the fact, like, in fact, like, the reason why I brought it to Turin. But this is definitely the team that I like.
Oh, because you've been playing, yeah.
I mean, now you're in top
Oh,
cut. I
your
know you
release
had all
calendar
the
has
info
weird
about the
entries, huh?
competition. I know it was a rough start. I know you didn't expect to get here, but how do you feel going into this next part of the competition?
That's
now?
crazy.
I mean, I'm just happy. Like, I was just happy to have made H2 after starting 1-2. Now I'm happy to make top cut. I will try to play it the best as I can every match.
I mean, I definitely want to make sure you can go get prepped for that before I let you go. Any final shoutouts?
Damn.
Yeah, I want to shout out Sempra for helping me test with the team.
I mean, I
He was
have
supposed to come here and play,
parry
but
up.
unfortunately,
I
he
shouldn't be
got,
getting hit
some
this
issues,
much.
with the layover.
Well, I don't know how much it
Storm,
increases
so
my
I got
parry rate,
cancelled.
but I'm gonna be
I'm
honest
sure
with
they
you.
would also make top cut, so shout out to him that he helped me out to figure out some matches as well.
Not Zamel.
And yeah, like also shout out to all the Italians that have been supporting me for the whole for the whole event, and shout out to my team, Novo Esports.
Marco, congratulations once again.
Oh,
Thank you
no, he
so
parried
much for
me, though.
playing. As for us, we got to break that one down a little bit more. Send it over to Scott's thoughts.
So is it? It's not over, right? We're going into top 8 now.
Yeah, great interview there. I always appreciate kind of hearing from the players that we haven't totally lost our minds. We're kind of all wondering the kind of Marco's team choice last weekend compared to this one. Kind of a strange situation to be in as a competitor where you're trying to win the regional championships when you've got.
I mean, do I just ignore the
bigger
shadow?
coming up like this one? So it does sound like it was kind of what we figured. Where hey, saving the
Hey, I
best team
actually
for the most
parried.
important
Ooh, and I
tournament.
countered.
You know, I guess when you're Marco, you can bring your B team and still win a regional championships. Just incredible performance by him, and incredible job by him to get
I don't
here,
like
too.
that.
We're seeing his first few rounds where obviously we're pretty surprised to see Marco down at 1 and 2. They're looking at his opponents like, oh man, like this looks like he played 3 rounds of top cut to start the tournament. Like, did I get
Good
the wrong
parry.
script? Is
Hell
the
yeah.
bracket rigged against him, but good that he was able to pull it back. And unfortunate for Justin, he wasn't able to move on to top cut in that match. But wow, what an incredible winning in match we got between these two excellent players. Taking a look here at the teams, we've seen a bit of this before. Nothing too crazy on either side of the field. We've seen the Justin's team a few times from a number of different players. Very powerful, but something that players were really prepared for going in this tournament. It's weird to talk about Marco's
Damn,
team. Like,
not even yellow
something a
health
little bit
yet.
Different, but even though we've seen a bunch of this too, I think it's not the variant of a team players are most prepared for. And I think he's exactly right. I think if he had played this last weekend, even if he hadn't won the tournament, I think players would have been looking at their matchup into the Frograph version of this team a little bit more.
Well, that really
Frograph,
hurt.
I think it felt like a lot of players, like a little bit earlier meta sort of version of this team. So I think great move by him to hide this, that being his choice a little bit longer. And then we've seen Yawn a few rounds in a row. It's not like it's crazy or anything, but I think it's a really cool tool on this team. That last slot for Sylveon's always pretty interesting, right? Do you want to use Hyper Beam for the big damage? Or do you use Yawn for the disruption?
Speaking of Steam.
I think it's neat to see what players go for. This time the Frograph opting not to go for the Roar instead of going for both Protect and the Helping Hand, which winds up being pretty impactful over the course of this match. Other side of the field, we've seen this before, right? Justin,
Arms of God.
For playing common teams really well. Really, both these guys are. And I think to me, these two players are why I'm always a little snarky when I see players playing teams that we see a lot of. If you don't think you're better at these teams that these players are, you're probably not going to win the tournament, right? These are the guys you've got to outplay, and you see why they got to this point in the tournament playing the way that they have. Jumping into the first turn of the game, we get a pretty interesting matchup here. A lot of different ways that the fake outs can play out. I think pretty interesting to see the fake out across from Marco there, where one of the neat elements of the open stat alignments on the team sheet now is that they knew that the Incineroar on Marco's side of the field was slower, right? Kind of one of the quirks of this team is a lot more versatile. He's some slower Pokemon, so he can go either the Tailwind or the Trick Room mode. Kind of getting away with one there by making a great read beginning of this game. I don't know if there's like super impactful or anything, but
yeah, nothing really good coming out
players are able to
on
pull
Steam.
That sort of thing off. A little bit later in the game, we get a double protect. Unlike the last round, I don't think it mattered too much this time, but it is just unbelievable.
Not for me, anyways.
What I do think was a
Okay,
little
he's
bit
in
more
yellow now,
impactful
finally.
was this turn right here. I see some common players for this match
Damn
on the
parries.
battlefield, but Sinisha having to switch
I
out
parried
during that
too.
rotation and not switching out for another fake out Pokemon. Instead of coming or bringing the King Gambit in here. The Calm Mind going to go up on the Floette, and I think it's important to keep this Floette in mind as we look at the rest of the turns, right? I think on Marco's team, kind of the Pokemon share responsibility for scoring knockouts a little bit more, where just inside of the field, it's really important to use that Floette, right? It's not as important perhaps as it was for some of the teams we saw in Indianapolis that were using the same strategy, or King Gambit is a really great secondary attacker, but you know, the Incineroar on this team, these teams are very different, right? So you really are reliant on Floette in particular. The Calm Mind gets traded for pretty significantly there, where
I'm so sleepy.
Or anything, but it does take some pretty important damage. And then I think as we see things play out, I think what is more important is the King Gambit getting chunked so hard coming in. Kind of just guarantees that Floette's not really going to get any help offensively in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing Dragon Quest 11 right now. On my Steam Deck, I've been playing Mega Man Battle Network 3 a little bit.
I think both of them are trained the way that
And then I'm playing this in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on stream. This is mostly just for during Pokemon.
Kind of doing Arms Day a little bit more, a little bit stronger.
I'll go back to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth once this tournament's over.
Where you're kind of just going fast, cycling, supportive moves, not trying to do so much damage.
Yeah, I wanted to start with like, because the story's non-linear, so I kind of wanted to start like at a deeper point in the series where like the mechanics and stuff were more fleshed out. But I also didn't want to completely disregard like an entire game because you get the 1 and 2 collection. So I decided just to start with 3.
The hospitality, and that's kind of just this matchup, right? Where one of the reasons why this is a 1 mega team rather than the 2 mega teams,
like with the Star Force games that are basically just more Mega Man Battle Network games, effectively. Apparently 1 is decent, 2 is really annoying, like really boring, and then 3 is really good. So if and when I ever get those games, I'll probably start with 3 on that one too.
Quite a lot throughout the course of this tournament and in this match.
Nice.
I think a little bit later, we see a pretty cool way for the.
I think I'll probably definitely play that when it comes out. It's just with my very limited budget, I'm not into buying alpha game right now. I have a couple of alpha games. In fact, if anybody's interested, I don't know if anybody is, but Pal World did hit 1.0 a few days ago, and I would absolutely love to create a new world and play Pal World again. Shit, please don't kill me. Ah, fuck, I died. I got way too comfortable.
Unlike the Incineroar on the opposite side of the field, the Incineroar that Marco's using is threatening some pretty serious damage. With the Charcoal and with different training, winds up being a very clean endgame for Marco. And then looking at the second game, we get the same leads. We see something play out a little bit differently, right? I think at Marco's end, you're like, okay, well, I got away with it this time, but surely he's not going to let me take that sort of fake out play on the opposing Incineroar again. So both sides trade fake outs into their fairy type partners. But I think an important thing to keep in mind is these Pokemon are not equally important for both trainers. Again, Sylveon was the MVP.
I mean, can I go to the kitchen?
This is not a team built around Sylveon.
Is all that shit done, or did I just lose $4,000 and also? Where's the kitchen?
Doesn't the same importance as some other Mega Evolved Pokemon do to their team.
Oh, I guess it's
on
up
the other
1.
Hand, this is a very Floette and very Mega Evolved Pokemon based team comp, right? Whichever of Floette and Delphox you select, they're very important to the success of the team. And even though this trade is going to be positive from a percentage of HP, where it's going to be all of Sylveon's HP for a majority of Floette's, that's not that bad of a trade for Marco, right? Because once you get down later,
so I might start a server up for Pal World soon.
Going down here eventually is bad, but it's not the end of the world, right? You get a free switch. It's not such an integral Pokemon. You get to keep the pressure.
I wish my multiplayer group was interested, but for some reason, Haven and Ian both are just against playing it.
But you don't need to win 4-0, right? You need to set up a scenario in which you have the advantage at the end of the game. I think after this turn here, the damage goes down to this Floette. So yeah, I mean, the majority of its health, incredible flare.
It's actually really fun, especially when you got a group.
A little bit later on,
it's crazy good.
Impact to that, right? Well, Charizard gets out in the field. This time it got to go out fully healthy.
To be honest, I should have been killing the clone.
where the Floette is able to do a little bit of get a little bit of healing from Sinistcha, but it's just not enough, right? And with 2 Fire-type Pokemon under
Mina was fantastic,
field,
yeah,
even though
absolutely.
This guarantees it's going to be easy for Charizard to pick up these.
I didn't Game of the Year love it. I definitely think Resident Evil 9 was better if we're talking about just raw Game of the Year.
And it's just too much pressure from this point.
And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Mina has some stiff competition as far as indie games go this year. Like maybe last year, I would have said, you know, yeah, Mina can definitely take the Game of the Year. Maybe I would have to go back and look at like my replay from last year, but this should be the year. I mean, we get Sacrifice coming out. I don't know how good it's going to be. And we also have the Final Fantasy Brave Exvius remake basically coming out. And then there's Threads of Time, which is allegedly coming out this year, and Forge of the Fae, which is allegedly coming out this year, both heavily inspired by Chrono Trigger. So even when we're talking about like indie games, there's some stiff competition this year. This game's probably going to be good. We Harvest Shadows is going to be really good. It's going to be years, probably Shinchiro. I like to give myself 3 or 4 years between playthroughs, unless there's like, so like if they announce Mina the Hollower 2 in 2 years, then I'll play it again in 2 years. But right now, it'll be a while. This is one of my most anticipated games. And this is the one we wish listed. We were talking about a second ago. But yeah, anyways, it's going to be really hard for Mina to be better than Threads of Time. And I actually have a good amount. I'll get Forge of the Fae for free, actually. Because, well, I say free. I kickstarted it, so. Someday I'll get a code for it. We'll see. I don't even have to have that on my wish list, actually. And again, speaking of indie games, man, Tenebris Somnia also going to be very hard to top as far as indie games go.
Real breaking, Nate. Both of you are known for your Pokemon collections. So starting with you, Alchemy, what got you into Pokemon?
So I am part Japanese, and when I was a child, my grandmother gave me a Game Boy and was like, "You like this now?" And I was like, "Actually, I do." And now, you know, like 30 years later, I'm here. So, yeah.
I wish I had like Rab staff or something, because I really would like a heal over time.
I was talking about Pokemon, and I was like, I got to be a part of this, right? Everybody seems so happy, and I got my copy of...
Yeah, it's hard to kickstart games unless you really believe in them.
Fair enough. I was also a Pokemon Red gamer back in the day. All right, so you both have a favorite Pokemon, I assume. What is that Pokemon, and tell me about your collection for that Pokemon.
So, I think my answers...
Who remembers my favorite Pokemon? Actually, you both probably do. Shinchiro fights me about it, or sorry, Siren fights me about it because I want to put it on my team, and Shinchiro's heard me say it 1,000 times.
I like anything that has Alchemy on it, so yeah, absolutely the best Pokemon in my opinion.
All right, how about you?
Well, Alchemy Sunday and I are very much
You're right.
alike.
Can't get enough of that Cookie Crisp, that Kitty Crisp. That who'd she say her favorite Pokemon was? I missed it.
My favorite Pokemon is Psyduck, the best Pokemon ever. Yeah, there's a little impression for you. But anything that has Psyduck on it, anything and everything. He's lovable. He has a headache all the time. He's just a little guy.
He is just a little guy.
He really does. He needs maybe some headache medicine too.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
And I know that Pokemon has come out with some really unique merchandise for some of their Pokemon. So what's the most unique item in your collections?
Yeah, I should have killed the Shade.
Goodness. Probably like the
Letting the Shade live is absolutely why I died.
Cool. Everyone, that's the one thing that everyone's like, I need to have the Sizzly Bead chair. Yeah.
All right, how about you?
I'm very sentimental, so my favorite item, and I keep it like in the background of my videos all the time, it's my original Game Boy with my original copy of Pokemon Red. Original save file is still on it because like that is where everything started for me. So
that's crazy keeping up with that for this long.
Nothing else would come after it. So that like is my most sentimental piece.
And the perfect thing to revisit too now that it's Pokemon's 30th anniversary.
Oh yeah, 30th anniversary, like all things.
I wonder what my favorite thing is.
So this is definitely a year to like reflect on what got you into
Probably my Demon
Pokemon,
Dice bag that I
what
don't
makes
even
you
know where
love
it is.
Pokemon, and I think a lot of us would agree that it's the community that
Is it
like,
still
keeps
behind my
bringing
TV
us
yet?
back.
No,
The
where the
friends
hell
that
is
we've
my
made
Demon
along the way,
Dice
the
bag? I
memories
need to
that we've
find
made
that.
along the way. And we're on the road to Pokemon Worlds right now, so this is
It's around here
fantastic.
somewhere,
I'm so
though.
excited for it.
All right.
My
and do you have
treasure.
one thing that you're looking forward to this weekend here at the North America International Championships?
I can't wait to see the finals. They are like, that is what I look forward to every year. It's so exciting. I cannot wait.
How about you?
Yes, finals are always great. Pokemon Unite crowd is always like super loud. So
I want to go
love
back and watch some
watching,
Pokemon Unite battles as well,
But,
actually.
you know, I'm looking forward to trading.
Like,
as well.
Pokemon Unite's
Check
kind of
out
hype
with me,
in the
and
same
over
way
there
that,
is some Pyukumuku
you know,
checking, so I'm ready to
League of
shoot
Legends
some
can be.
Pyukumukus.
All
To
right,
watch.
I don't want to keep you from all the action. So, Alchemy Sunday, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching?
Really?
at
You
home?
think so?
Hi, Marcus. I hope that everyone is having a great weekend, and I hope that y'all enjoy NAIC.
All right, how about you?
Obviously, a shout out to my beautiful wife, Marie, who's behind the camera over there, but also to my lovely mom and dad, because they have supported me of just loving Pokemon and encouraging me to be myself and to just do what you want to do and love what you want to love. So shout out.
Why?
to
Okay, so he's
Mom.
I'm dodging now. Earlier, when I had my parry up, I couldn't parry
really
anything, but I've
appreciate
dodged
it.
2 attacks in a
Good
row
luck
now.
with your Pyukumuku chucking. Good luck with, I'm assuming, battling him in Pyukumuku chucking.
Oh, is it really that basic?
I will be
That
winning.
sucks.
Let's do it.
All right, we'll be back after this.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Black and White for the Nintendo DS. My favorite Pokemon has been changing a lot. I feel like it's probably Mimikyu, but I actually really been liking Serperior. Mimikyu has been my favorite Pokemon for a little bit because when I first started playing competitive in 2017, it was one of the strongest Pokemon and I was putting in all my teams. While Serperior was simply the starter evolved from my first Pokemon game. I think the farthest I ever traveled to get a Pokemon event was probably Australia for the Oceania International Championship in 2020. Since from Italy, it's I think around like 20 hours of flight. I feel like there's probably not anybody in particular that I look up to, but I really try to motivate myself by seeing also the results that my friends are getting. Like, for example, Luca Trivelli, that was able to win the World Championship this year. And also
That is a shame, though, because like I said, League of Legends is really fun to watch competitively. It's fun to play competitively, too, but except for, you know, other humans are involved.
Since it was one of my first international, and I didn't really expect to win.
I think he's done.
Don't eat any type of food like during the event. I simply go like without eating anything, and then after I'm done.
Bro, how long has it been since you watched League of Legends?
My go-to snack is
because
probably
this
a bag of
season,
chips,
there's like
simply
10
because
kills
I
at
feel
10
like they're
minutes.
probably not too healthy. While
It's
fruit,
crazy. At
probably
least,
like,
you know, what I watch. I don't watch like LEC and whatnot. I watch my buddy play.
Probably, I think Melbourne.
Yeah, it's a different game right now, man.
The genre that usually listen
It's
most
a
is
high
probably
combat
pop,
game.
but lately
Like
I've been
usually
also
there's
listening
2 to
a
3
lot
kills in the
to
first
J-pop,
5 minutes.
so
It's
Japanese songs.
ridiculous. I haven't watched professional. I don't know if that's how it is now, but that is like how the season's structured right now. I don't even think they use AD. I think what I've seen a lot lately is that ADCs are top lane and mid lane now, and like people are playing melee bot lanes. It's ridiculous.
Day 2 of the Pokemon North America International Championships for 2026. Our first international championship in Pokemon Champions. And we are just about ready to get closer to who that champion will be as we prepare for our single elimination top cut bracket. I'm Rosemary, joined by Len and Scott, and I think we all need to I need to move this way, and there we go. Now we've got the proper framing. But how has it been? Scott, you've been able to watch all of the action. What's been a standout match for you so far?
I mean, I think I've been impressed, especially the last few runs, of the positional play we saw. I mean, we've seen Wolf has been on here a bunch of times, and both him and it seems like everyone who's against, it's been like such a world caliber match. I guess it's like we've seen some of the same matchups so many times where it's like kind of like the rock paper.
See, I actually enjoy watching that though. I like watching the strategy of it. Like the most fun part of watching a league game is
I think it's been a lot of fun, but like I like when the players are taking
watching the
advantage a little bit
jungler.
more. So I think, you know,
If you watch the
obviously they're
jungler,
losing
oh
tomorrow,
man, the
they'll align into the Wolf
strategy
team, but it's
is
gonna be interesting to
awesome.
see what everyone's solution is, since that one's not quite as tested as the other matchups.
As we've seen some of our matches on stream be win and ends, we do have a handful of players that have already punched their ticket into that single elimination top cut bracket. We've got Code Tsukide, Wolf Glick, and of course Marco Silva from that last round on stream, but we've got one more to show you. So let's go ahead and watch one of the featured matches that we have, a replay of that, and see what has happened between Samuel Pereira and Shoma Honami, another star Japanese player coming to NAIC.
Shoma, another player kind of on a submarine run. We saw his winning in just to make it to phase 2 yesterday as one of the feature matches, and now again the winning in all the way to get into top cut.
I mean, I guess it's maybe a thing for some of these Japanese players too, where it's so difficult to get through.
Tin 2.
Kind of no matter what, on the domestic tournaments, they wind up needing to make these crazy runs. So maybe the nerves have been practiced a little bit.
I really wish.
Qualified, so I feel like he's just kind of looking for some additional play time, and so we're gonna have to see a mirror between the Charizard.
Zoria could have gotten in a top cut.
I wonder if it's like a Land War in Asia situation where it's like, ooh, do you really want to play this mirror against a really practiced Japanese player? Because this seems like exactly what you don't want.
That's exactly what we saw Shoma do for his winning in phase 2 was play this mirror. And it's like, I think of all of the players in the world.
So I wonder if this is going to finish today, or if they'll just do top cut tomorrow, or top 8 tomorrow.
But what if the shiny basket leads to make the difference?
That extra 1 second of animation time
yes.
gives you a chance to.
But yeah, one of the things I actually dislike about Pokemon is how fast-paced it is sometimes. I wish Pokemon had like double the HP or something, you know?
Getting moonblasted by Whimsicott.
And I'm sure there's complications that come along with that, but...
That's what the Floette is also for. Akaberry, though, will help to save this King Gambit, that poor Whimsicott. We have seen this kind of interesting trend, right? Focus Sash or Fairy Feather. Where do you feel like you fall on that item spectrum?
Restorative. Is that the heal over time accessory that I wish I had had?
Getting bulkier, you needed the extra damage to get that KO. The Garchomps this weekend have moved faster. The Whimsicotts have needed the damage less. They've moved Focus Sash. I think
yep, that's what I wish I had had in that last battle. Oh well.
Slowly damage trading.
I don't like this outfit anymore.
Pounce with big one-hit KOs, and the Focus Sash being able to disrupt that is so important.
I think it's a great justice.
The Savior of the Sands is like the best outfit, honestly.
Those other really powerful non-Mega Evolved Pokemon. So like, the Focus Sash version of Whimsicott tends to be stronger against other Pokemon too.
Means we're gonna out here. You get your Whimsicott one more chance to be on the field and do something. So I'm seeing a Tailwind on both sides, but King Gambit, it was a Sucker Punch. How Gambit 2 is kind of one of those other Pokemon that I feel like. Well, it's not going to do anything else in this game, but I feel like sometimes we see it either with the Sword Stance Black Glasses set, or you've got 4 moves, and one of those super effective damage berries at the Akka on that one.
Yeah, Akka lets it get a hit on in at all, but it's still just not much value. Sucker Punch and a Charizard, Shoma very far behind already here.
Yeah, I mean, kind of speaking of that too, I mean, I remember watching this mirror a bunch of times at PJCS, and like, it seemed like there was a lot of like kind of intent on the player side. Like, they like leading Garchomp a lot, and they like leading Whimsicott a lot. And like maybe that matchup works a little bit better if that's what you get, where it seems like Samuel's playing just a little bit differently, and maybe just kind of like the vibes are a little off for Shoma. He's used to opponents who think about this matchup in a different way than the Western players.
And just mash Heat Wave and see how much damage you can get.
Yeah, which it's spread damage is pretty good.
Especially when you have 2 Fire Weak Pokemon on the other side.
Making it easier, get some more of that multiplication going on.
But I want to see a Garchomp on the other side for my Dazzling.
Well, first Floette.
Okay, see? Well, there's
and there's your Garchomp.
Get my wish, but it's on the other side.
Oh, you wanted a Garchomp over here?
Yeah.
On Samuel's side.
Yeah. Or vice versa, you know, I think either way.
This poor Garchomp looks a little sun-faded.
Trick.
How many matchups do you think Shoma has had to play where you were facing up against another Charizard Y?
A lot of the weekend, I have to imagine.
Like 8, 9. I might still be low.
Out of 12, yeah. Over 75% seems pretty high. Roughly the same amount of percentage of King Gambit in phase 2.
I think it's like I don't know if I have the data to prove this one, so you just have to trust me.
Okay.
But like, it seems like especially like the players who are taking that sort of path of running to it more and more, where like the Charizard team seems to be very congested in the middle of the tournament in particular, where I can imagine he's played this mirror a lot.
So then what are the big key differences you look out for when you're playing a mirror like this? So what do you feel like you can do to find an edge? Is it the movesets that you have, or is it the Pokemon choice?
I think to me a big one is the Elite Pokemon matchup, right? Where I think this is not like a matchup where the Pokemon pivot super well. I kind of see what happens when Pokemon like Whimsicott and King Gambit are taking a bunch of damage, and it's tough to reposition.
Did the Floette just not Mega Evolve and click Moonblast?
Yeah. he does not care about this aura. It's like, hey, you know what? My aura, not sharing that with you, not our aura.
I think that's valid. Maybe, okay, because think about it, right? If you don't Mega Evolve, you don't give over the Fairy Aura, maybe that's actually not a one-hit knockout into your Garchomp.
Oh, okay. I would believe that. Yeah, you have
that makes sense.
Fairy Aura off the field to keep Whimsicott from KOing Garchomp so that you can actually land your Rock Slide into Charizard, so you are kind of pinned into getting ordinary Floette on the board here, which yeah, means you really need that Rock Slide to KO, because otherwise Charizard is going to have a time. But only for one turn do we get that play.
Now it's time to go the off. Although, yeah, it makes sense. Again, you know, the things that happen when you've played a mirror too much. It's like, yeah.
This is honestly the most boring potential fight that could be on right now.
Because you're right,
It's just a mirror match
you look at that and
of
say,
the best
okay, it's
Pokemon
an
in the game.
immediate Mega Evolution. It's not like with the weather where you might want to wait for a second so you don't accidentally set the sun for an opposing Charizard or something like that. But the Rock Slide hits, knocks out this Charizard, does quite a bit of damage to that Whimsicott too, as you got encored into that. So I guess thank you to Whimsicott.
But I guess the Pokemon in the back are going to enjoy that just a little bit more. Although,
That's true.
You know, we've seen some crazy Rock Slide, flinch, protect RNG moments so far. That's Tempting Fate right there.
I have to imagine it's King Gambit then, right? Like
Yeah.
that's what you encore the Rock Slide for. I think we've already revealed Garchomp
All right.
early on, so that one also
Sword,
doesn't mind the Rock
Shield,
Slide, but does
Axes,
certainly mind
Heroism.
what Floette does, whatever that ends up being.
W Steam achievement.
A nice choice of attacks too. I feel
One
like
is
the King
Biff.
Gambit, even if that is what's in the back and wants to take the Rock Slide a little bit better, Fairy Aura hurts.
Yeah, it's real spooky, right? Where you're not like you want to like sucker
Falcon
enjoy
Slash.
this one, so you do need to not flinch.
You probably need Iron Head. I don't think we have the teams right in front
Great
of us.
swords,
This King Gambit needs to
Swords,
be able to deal with Floette pretty quickly.
shields,
Not gonna get many turns to
swords.
do
I
it.
thought he could use
Like, pull out-
axes.
Got it. Rock Slide could really shift this up. If you're
Here we
at
go.
one
Yeah,
point,
here's the axe
King
abilities.
Gambit to get a non
Oh, it's just the axe abilities down here.
Rock Slide encored, so you know for sure it's coming every turn, and there's certainly some risk there.
The good news, it does know
I mean,
Iron
axe
Head.
abilities aren't always so bad, though. I mean, like, what do you get with swords? Metal Slash, okay. Dragon Slash, pretty good. Double Edge Slash. Oh, but axes can use that at least. That's good.
Or you too, you know.
I think both players here for the drama as well.
But you can't get to that if you want
Really
axes.
anticipation for
Whatever.
this Rock Slide.
But that builds up maximum suspense. So we're gonna see the Garchomp protect. That's a little bit sad. I was kind of hoping that it would attack here, but Light of Ruin.
Ooh, Garchomp maybe should have attacked.
Uh-oh.
I don't think
Why didn't that work?
I don't think that move matters at all because for the King Gambit can't do anything.
Goodbye, King Gambit.
Wow. Goodbye, Floette.
What is this?
Intense recoil. Okay.
Axis of Evil. Oh, AoE. Always nice. I can't get it, though, can I?
Assuming the Garchomp are trained. Oh, I guess
No.
killing fine. Okay. On both sides, though.
If Garchomp is
And then I gotta go this way if I want to
Sometimes
get Double Edge Slash.
Garchomp will move first. Earthquake will just outspeed, KO Floette, do enough chip to Garchomp. The Dragon Claw is probably a KO back. Over for Samuel despite getting zero.
I think it gives me an axe to, yeah. The cavalry and axes are stronger.
Feels like much more dramatic. Let's just find out together.
So.
You know?
I like that.
We need some big reveals. If we knew already that Garchomp was adamant, we would know this game was over. We can't have that.
But what if the Floette is faster? It just hits another Light of Ruin.
I might just Moonblast if I was Shoma, but Light of Ruin is fun.
But it's flashy.
Yeah.
See?
Blazer. Yeah, don't click that. Don't do it. Show me you're too smart. I know you want.
I want to see the Light of Ruin because it would be fun.
I cannot imagine what we're waiting 45 seconds to outdoor tactic.
1 MP restored each turn. Wow. Still, though, probably pretty good for Kendrick.
Get to that point where.
All things considered.
Well, the Earthquake is at least going to give him one more turn.
Yeah, that could be a big deal.
Rock Slide. Okay, we also get confirmation that this Garchomp is faster for 100% certain.
Ooh, but the Encore ending pretty difficult. But though, mini Garchomps can take a Dragon Claw, especially if you're both Jolly, you're guaranteed to take it even at 0 bulk investment.
Yeah, it's like reasonably bulky. You see the Garchomp on that side.
Garchomp shiny is so bad.
Even its opposite number.
If it wasn't standing directly across from another Garchomp, I wouldn't even know it was shiny.
And look at that payout. Think of how boring that would have been if we're just like, yep, and in 3 turns from now, it's all over, chat. We would do it together. We had a journey. You know, maybe it wasn't as dramatic as it felt in our hearts, but.
Floette, of course, naturally faster, but sometimes the training means that Garchomp can move first. Not this time, though.
Okay, but what's your feeling on using the trainer?
The trainer.
Yeah, the trainer. Shoma's not even Shoma in game or Shapier. It's just the trainer.
The trainer, yeah.
Well, I'm pro anonymity, where I get a little anxious if I know people are battling against me. I like, let's turn this stuff off. I mean, maybe turn it back on for the tournament for us, but like definitely on the ladder, yeah, trainer.
Can we talk about Shoma's comeback there?
Yeah. It looked real bad, right?
He was down 2-4, never lost another Pokemon, won the game.
I believed the entire time.
You need the right pieces at the right time.
I did not believe, but all those things that we said, well, oh yeah, he's played this mirror 860-78.
That's
Yeah,
what I
it did look like it. I didn't see the path, but I believe that he saw the path that I did not see.
Floette saw the light. Not this time right now, though, as we...
Which is much best of one of you have to play in Japan, too.
And see, now it gives me the Shield of Heliodor. We were just talking about this, Shinjiro. Like, I have the Shield of Heliodor. It feels like somebody should be wearing the goddamn Shield of Heliodor.
Moonblast, maybe? No, just...
No.
We gotta keep moving fast.
Yeah, brother, with your tail, this is how I was. It seems like Japan likes to play this mirror. Although pretty critical not to have the faster Garchomp there, which
Ouch.
And that makes it a lot more critical.
Oh.
Well, also if it's adamant, it may be able to one-hit KO Garchomp on the other side. If the Garchomp on the other side is jolly and with no bulk investment, so sometimes the lack of speed can be an advantage, but yeah, the critical hit means all that matters a little bit less.
Yeah, right. That whole circle of weird training that had led to the Fairy Feather to begin with.
But now we have two Whimsicott looking at each other, hoping that you get the Encore into one of them.
Unfortunately, we have no suspense this time. We know is faster than the Garchomp.
There will be many Fairy type attacks, and they will hurt.
Did I tell you you could get up here?
To evolve this time. The Mega Evolution and the Fairy Aura.
Ready.
This time I would like to share its aura with everyone, probably by attacking.
The big worm hug.
But where do I go?
Well, not on the Whimsicott, but this Garchomp, I think, is going to feel the pain.
Via the coast of Allure.
A little bit of suspense here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Animations in before Garchomp gets attacked.
I don't know what the fuck the coast of Allure is. Maybe if I travel, I'll just leave this area.
No.
But still critical where, like, I guess it depends on what Pokemon Samuel selected, right? But you always want your Pokemon to get knocked out first in a situation. You get to replace it in order to try to get advantageous matchup again.
Yeah, this is like the Pokemon Go strategy right here.
He's got alignment, baby. Let's go.
But you can also sometimes get some insight on what the player is valuing. Like if Samuel thinks that Garchomp is the Pokemon I need for the end game, then you do something to preserve it there. You risk switching Charizard into Dazzling Gleam and taking a bunch of damage. If you go, nope, my Charizard beat that Charizard, job done, throw this Garchomp out, you just take the Dazzling Gleam and reset into a fully healthy Charizard that looks beautiful here. Alignment indeed, has Heat Wave and for a bunch of damage against these Pokemon.
I don't know what Coast of Allure is. Maybe I'll go to the Emerald Coast?
Probably not looking so great for Shoma in this game. So we'll have to see what it is, but Charizard coming in a little bit later, much safer position this time.
There's still that Focus Sash, though, for Shoma's Whimsicott. Did really want to try to use Encore into the opposing one, so I think this is where Sam's like, I think I don't want my Whimsicott Encore to do a protect here. I'll just bring the Basket Legion instead, but I fear for its life with this Floette on the field.
It's fast. Unfortunately, immediately going to have to create the anti-synergy situation, although probably wasn't too likely that you were going to wave crash in this game anyway.
Last respects.
Another advantage of Garchomp being thrown out.
Yeah, hey, there you go. Simplify things a little bit.
Oh, well, actually...
you're not going to use any moves.
The Basket Legion anyway.
Yeah, no Encore risk, just falls.
Okay, so I gotta go to Mango Grove.
If it doesn't, you're still happy to get the KO into the Whimsicott on the other side with Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam, but big trade.
Yeah, maybe a little gratifying for the audience too. If you have Basket Legion at 700% usage day, always fun to watch it switch in and then get swatted immediately.
Wow, two crits though here for Samuel. I don't think that's gonna matter though.
Still, big numbers are fun.
Faster than the Charizard.
Yes.
The Floette's faster than Charizard, but I don't think it can threaten a KO here. I mean, maybe Moonblast.
That was a really big exclamation point.
Into Charizard, but the Whimsicott's likely faster than the Floette on the other side as well.
Yeah.
And if a critical hit in the Floette should mean that it's in Moonblast K range, so you can just chase it there. It makes life extremely difficult for Shoma. That depends on what that fourth Pokemon is, if he has any chance left in this game.
Yeah, I know we doubted him a little too early last time, but this time, things are looking bleak for real, I think.
Yeah, a healthy Floette, like the critical hit, I do think makes a difference here. If you could take a Moonblast in this situation, you have a few more options. This is difficult. You also can't protect very easily. If you protect one Pokemon and give up a KO in the other spot, then you've just created Encore bait.
going for it, though. Or I guess you kind of have to, right?
Whimsicott can do it a little more safely because it can outspeed the Whimsicott on the other side with a Tailwind or something if it wants to.
And there's still one more Pokemon in the back, though. And so I'm wondering, does this change your equation at all? If it's Basculegion or...
They're trying desperately to make this fight sound interesting.
And there's a non-Mega Evolving Charizard back there.
I mean, I'd love to see that. That'd be pretty good.
I wonder.
Look really good right now.
I wonder if there's any sign that's Basculegion, because the double protect, I'm looking for an explanation for it, right? Like, you get to out of Tailwind on both sides, but you created Encore bait. Both players can just Tailwind back again. You know, if you try to Encore the Whimsicott to stop Tailwind, you're also not getting a Tailwind of your own. But if you were trying to get out of Sun eventually, that might be a reason to double protect through that turn, even though it creates like a pretty horrific position on the board for you on this turn.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe he leans to his own Basculegion, trying to turn Solar Beam off. Maybe.
If you can get out of Solar Beam, last respects the Whimsicott, no Sun weakening your Aqua Jet into Charizard anymore, your options open up a little bit.
You gotta break that Focus Sash, though. It's still a problem.
3 turns of Sun left, too.
Yeah,
Triple protect. No.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, maybe.
No
maybe
Tailwind
triple
there.
protect.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a day for multi-protects. Apparently not a match.
Not that
No,
one.
not this one. But Encore isn't going to work here.
Cannot Encore, so fails there as the Whimsicott on Samuel's side moves first, gets Encore off, just a niche. Encore, a move with the most niche mechanics maybe, but there's another one on display.
So many from Encore recently.
I'm gonna write the book on Encore someday.
The fun of Whimsicott being popular again. We get to remember all these niche interactions. Now, there's a lot of them in Pokemon, right? Where I still think it's funny how many of the Toxapex players we saw a month ago didn't realize that Toxic always hits from Poison types too, right? There's so many mechanics in this game, we just don't have to think about it normally, but
the
it
best
helps
part
if you do.
in Pokemon Champions, it tells you. If you actually look at the Toxic...
It finally tells you?
Yeah, the Toxic description tells you that if you're a Poison type, it will always land.
I had to explain this mechanic when I was telling everyone why I was testing Tentacruel for Worlds last year. Turns out that mechanic wasn't enough to make that work.
Tentacruel.
So you were close though, right? You had like the right typing, kind of like the right vibe. You just needed like the more feminine one.
Oh my gosh. I have to ask you about that later. Oh, it's King Gambit as the 4th Pokemon for Shoma. It does have Akaberry as a reminder that we saw that in Game 1.
Does it have the ability to take a Weather Ball and a Moonblast?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, like I think its held item is like it's got like a second one, and it's like a Tyranitar's Pokeball, and it just like boing. Yeah.
I do think this is a reason to get out of Sun, though. If you can double protect, you can hope Heat Wave misses forever, or you can just Sucker Punch.
Okay, well, Sucker Punch Crit wouldn't have done it, but maybe this next one.
Learn the calcs. You know, like,
you somehow live this.
He knows a little.
Oh.
Okay.
Quiet
Teaser
boost.
before this Weather Ball goes King Gambit.
I don't think the
the
Akaberry
biggest
is
tilter
saving
too.
you,
Is like,
bud.
where was that when I needed it? All those games where it would have helped.
Well, that's an amazing comeback here for Samuel Pereira to win this second game of the set. We've got them all tied up now, and this final game ends up deciding who moves on to that top cut. Is it going to be Samuel or Shoma?
Yeah, this is a very important match. I mean, into the top cut of NAIC, 1 game to play, and you risk it all on leading Whimsicott and Basculegion on one side, and Whimsicott and Garchomp again on the other.
Kind of a big pivot, though. Shoma actually leading the Basculegion this time around.
Hasn't brought it to the set at all, until this point. Didn't like the way the Garchomp and Whimsicott versus Garchomp and Whimsicott went down. Not really ideal to go Tailwind, Dragon Claw, down 4-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive that like without the critical hit later on, he might, I guess a second critical hit in retrospect, he might have been able to make that competitive because it was such a bad start.
Now, though, Basculegion doesn't love being on the field before it has Last Respects boosts. Wave Crash is not a KO into either of these Pokemon, and there's quite a bit of recoil back if you go for it into Garchomp.
Or you don't move at all because you just got Rock Slide flinched.
No, don't say that.
Oh, another crit! Wow.
I guess this happened in the past, so it's okay if you can't cast your curse in the past.
True. Well, at least that's how that works, I think.
Our bracket is a different result.
Oh no, you did! You did some retroactive caster cursing.
I didn't know it was going to happen.
I'll never doubt your powers again.
Rock Slide,
Retroactive caster curses.
And you're giving yourself a 30% chance for an excellent turn.
Yeah, and that's two pretty excellent turns to start this one in a row that perhaps you wouldn't have expected based on the inputs, but that is the game that we play.
And for a player like Showman, that is the difficult part of being on the brink for so long. I don't know when exactly Showman took the second loss yesterday, but at least had it with 1 round to play yesterday. Means that you get if any one round goes like this, where you take a couple critical hits, take a flinch at the wrong moment, you're out of the tournament. Let's see if you can fight through this and get past it, but that's why it's so difficult to have those early losses.
Yeah, especially in a format like this one, right? I think it's harder and harder to differentiate yourself by your play when the teams are so similar. You have the same tools, but you can't make too big of a difference in how you're playing usually.
Oh, well, Moonblast here for the Basket Legion. I feel like, yeah, Dragon Claw follow-up would end up getting a knockout, but it's the Earthquake. Can this do that also?
Earthquake's slightly weaker.
Yeah, I was going to say close, but I don't think so. And yeah, I really don't think so now, because it didn't.
And Dragon Claw, not much stronger.
I want to go lay down.
I think the Basket Legion actually sticks around, though, from the Wave Crash recoil, too. That's actually great.
Now Dragon Claw might be the difference. Because not only would you have done more damage to Basket Legion, you would have done less damage to Whimsicott, creating more recoil from Wave Crash. I think Basket Legion would be off the field. But you wouldn't have covered for switches as nicely. King Gambit might have loved to walk in on a Dragon Claw here, would not have enjoyed an Earthquake.
That's important in this format, right? I mean, again, it's so much damage trading going on, or you don't want to allow free switches that can make those value trades so positive, especially when you got Charizard to bring in here, and well, Aqua Jet would have hurt under Drought relatively, so you safe switch in for it instead.
Yeah, this is such a difficult position for Showman now. You're just like threatening Earthquake and Heat Wave that both KOs both Pokemon on the field before they can do any significant work back. You can get a Moonblast into Garchomp, but it might not be a KO without any Fairy Auras on the field, and covers all switches. There's no really comfortable way to switch. Garchomp would take the least damage switching to the combination, but would still not enjoy it.
Yeah, we need our unrevealed non-Mega Charizard. This is the time.
But I have to imagine it's
I'll tell you guys what, I might come back and stream like top 8 or something, but I've got it. I'm dying. I've got to go take a nap.
Is there a way through this
blah blah,
where
deuce
you get
dummies.
to